Good morning. Very happy to see all of you at the launch of our presidential elections program presentations. Interesting topic. I think all of you will be fascinated by the dialogue between conversations and views expressed by those participating. For members of the Baker Institute Roundtable, and I'm David Satterfield, Director of the Institute, and members of our Board of Advisors who are present, thank you very much for your support. For those of you who are not members of the Roundtable, it is the support of the Roundtable of our board that makes programming like this available. So as they say in the PBS promotions, it is attendees like you who make our work possible. We very much appreciate your support. Now, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to yet another special Baker Institute event. Since its founding 31 years ago, the Baker Institute has been characterized by bringing leading diplomats, experts from around the world on a variety of subjects here to Houston, here to Rice University's campus. And the Presidential Elections Program represents very much that foundational mission. This program is the creation, specifically, of Secretary James Baker III, whose roles in presidential campaigns, 5 of them, is unmatched in U.S. history. He supervised the legal team beyond his work as Chief of Staff in the White House, head of presidential campaigns that preserved George W. Bush's victory in 2020. So it's fitting that an institution devoted to the study of presidential elections is located here at Rice University's James A. Baker III Institute for Public Policy. Now, the primary focus of the presidential elections program is a major conference, 2 of every 4 years. And biennial events serve as national fora for the study of modern presidential electoral politics and campaigns. Secretary Baker appreciates the importance of a peaceful transition of power in the world's most powerful nation. And he understands the critical role of presidential elections in our democracy as Americans are free to choose those who will lead them. There is great power in exercising the right to vote. And 2024 was certainly no exception to the power of the ballot box. Today we will hear from journalists, scholars, political consultants, and other leading presidential elections experts as they explain the recent election. Then they look forward to the future with thoughts about the next 4 years. I want to thank you again for joining us here, and I'd like to give my special thanks to all of the panelists who have traveled to Houston to share their insights and wisdom. Like you, I look forward to hearing what they have to say. Again, thank you, and now I'd like to bring on John Williams, who will present the panelists and the program. John?
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to make this quick so we can get into the discussion as fast as possible. John Williams of the Presidential Elections Program, thank you so much for coming. Polling, was it accurate? Was it good? We've got some of the top folks here to discuss that. Starting off with Mark Jones, right here at the end. He's my cohort as co-director of the Presidential Election Program. He's also the Joseph D. Jamel Chair in Latin American Studies and a professor of political science at Rice. He's been a great partner, and I really enjoy him, and we're up for a treat here. Our panelist next to him is Sean Trendy. Sean is the senior elections analyst for Real Clear Politics, and he's author of several books, including The Last Majority, Why the Future of Government is Up for Grabs, and Who Will Take It. To his left is Nicole Bauer, associate professor of political communication in the Department of Political Science at the LSU Manship School of Mass Communication. Her research focuses on gender and politics, among many others. And finally, Sean Trendy, senior elections, Jim Henson, executive director of the Texas Politics Project at the University of Texas at Austin. And in that role, among many responsibilities he has of the program that he co-founded, is to do the University of Texas Tribune poll. I'll let you have it in Mark's hands. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. I think we have a great panel. We're going to be talking about one of the key issues and one of the things that essentially anyone following the elections over the past, say, 4 or 5 months was looking at were the polls. And so I wanted to start off for our panelists sort of at a very high level, sort of not necessarily the polls for this elections, but when we're thinking about polling today compared to, say, 20 or 30 years ago, when when I started first doing my first polls, what are some of the big differences that you see today in terms of challenges faced by pollsters today compared to, say, pollsters in the 90s or in the 80s?
Starting with me, okay. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. Well, if you're going to go back 20 or 30 years, I think the question is, what isn't different in a lot of ways. So, from a technical perspective, we are trying to reach random samples or something simulating a random sample in very different ways than we used to. It's much harder to do that. Everybody in this room knows what the biggest difference is, which is, we are not calling people on landlines anymore to provide the most basic point. We are looking to multiple platforms. When we started doing the current polling project at UT in 2008, we started using YouGov to take internet samples, and people thought we were completely insane and, we're going to be inherently wrong. Turns out that you really can't conduct a lot of polling, most polling anymore, without having some digital component, whether it's the internet, cell phones, et cetera. I think at a deeper level, what I would say is that there's a conflict going on right now between two real imperatives. One is what we used to be able to rely on in terms of the rules of statistics and probability in our ability to pick random samples on one hand, which went back to basically using phone lists. And now, on the other hand, with not being able to do that as easily, or I would argue really at all, the trade-off is we have less faith or less ability to rely completely on randomization and laws of probability, but we do have a much deeper knowledge of the people that we are polling because of the nature of the data available about our respondents. And so we're still constantly, I think, struggling for that. And if you go to balance those two things, if you go to any meeting of campaign consultants, people that do this for a living, what you see, frankly, is the Wild West, in which people are combining any number of modes, any number of approaches, any number of ways of assembling a sample. And I think that's one of the underlying tensions going on in this. And I don't want to take up all the time on the questions, so.
Yeah, so I'll just add to that, even if you can like find the right people, right? And as Jim was saying, you've got multiple ways to reach them with internet polls, or if you're doing cell phone dialing. People don't like taking polls, and the response rate that you get has been getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller every year. So even if you get everybody having an equal probability of being in your poll and in your sample, and you get them on the phone or you get an internet link to them, not everybody is equally likely to answer a poll. And if they are answering a poll, not everybody is expressing their true preferences, right? It could be because they're undecided and they don't know what they want, but there could be other factors, right? Like it could just be, how they're feeling that day about which candidate to support, which could change the next day. So you've got getting enough people to pick up the phone and take a poll is increasingly hard, and knowing whether or not what they're telling you are really their true preferences come election day is also just really, really hard.
So from a polling aggregator standpoint, part of what Real Clear Politics does is it takes a large sample of polls and averages them. And there's math behind it. I'll spare you the weak law of large numbers, but there really is math and not just a bunch of guys working in their PJs at home. Doing what they think is cool, although it is cool. But we rely on accurate polls, and so I think this answer is going to set the stage for a couple other questions, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but in a lot of ways, Real Clear Politics has met the enemy, and it is us, to quote Pogo, because we have raised the stakes for polling. In 1996, the polls were terrible, like historically terrible. They had Bill Clinton winning that election by 21 points, and he won by 9. And you know what happened? People forgot. Because no one, you would see like this, if you watch CBS, you'd watch the CBS poll, and if you read the Wall Street Journal, you get the Journal poll. Compare that to what we saw in 2024, when Ann Selzer became the main character on Twitter for about 2 weeks as a result of the poll. Part of what 538 and Real Clear Politics and sites like that have done is we've raised the profile of pollsters. And when a pollster gets things wrong, everyone knows and everyone remembers. That sets up some incentives for pollsters. And I think when we get to the herding question, that's part of the incentive structure that we've provided. So I think the publicity and the widespread knowledge of polling has increased, and it has good points to it, but it also has some negatives that we'll probably talk about.
Okay, great. So we brought up some good topics about what challenges facing pollsters generally. Now let's focus in on the issue of an election, where we're trying to not only measure vote intention, so we have all of the issues, Nicole raised some of those, but not only in terms of getting the right people, but actually that they're answering truthfully, they're giving us the right result. But then we have this whole turnout thing. So what's involved with that?
You want to go first this time? You don't
I
have
mean, so you turn out in terms of like figuring out which people are going to show up on
Exactly.
election day. Yeah, I mean, people like to lie about whether or not they are going to vote. And I don't think most people are doing it nefariously. I think people have really good intentions about going out to vote. They know it's their civic duty. They know there's a socially desirable response that is, yes, of course, I am going to vote on election day, or I'm going to vote early. And so you can end up with this overestimate of who's actually going to turn out, and not everybody is probably equally likely to say, like, not everybody's probably equally likely to lie on that. And so that can lead us to just really underestimate or overestimate support for different candidates. But people are not always truthful when they take surveys. Like, we know we're supposed to vote, but not everybody goes out and does it.
I mean, the way I think about election polling, I'm glad we went down that road, is that, we're trying to estimate something that actually doesn't exist at the time we are estimating it. And I think people forget that. And I think it's hard for pollsters to admit that, honestly, a lot of the time. But, we don't know what the electorate is until the election has happened. So you're trying to model what you think the electorate is going to be, at the same time that the attitudinal terrain on what you are polling at a given time is not necessarily fixed for a lot of different reasons. Some of it may be honesty or dishonesty, but some of it may be that, an attitude about an election in a very dynamic environment, however polarized we are, however fixed we think of people's political attitudes are, these are not fixed political attitudes. And there are a lot of things going on that can lead people to either change their mind about voting or change their mind about their preference. Now, we know that there's a big chunk of people that no matter what we tell them, they're not going to change their mind. But when the country is as closely divided as it is right now, and I think we have to keep that in mind, and I'm sure we'll come to that, small shifts in attitudes can result in big shifts in outcomes. And, that leads to, the piece that Sean was talking about, in conjunction with more attention to polling and to individual pollsters and, ratings and all of this, which I hope we'll get into, it's going to reveal the degree to which this is a very kind of tentative enterprise. And I think that's what really falls on us, at least those of us that wind up talking to reporters, talking to media, or publicizing our results, is to set expectations that all of that is going on when it comes to election preferences at any time. Anytime you're doing an election poll, you're not taking your life into your own hands, but, it's, you're on a high wire. And, is it a high wire at a high distance? The fall is not fatal, but, falls are bruising.
Yeah, I think So I'll just add up, I don't have much to add to the actual pollsters, but I'll add an anecdote that I think illustrates a lot of what this challenge is. Because when we don't have data, we do anecdotes. It comes with a degree. So I have a couple good friends that are pollsters, and as you'll recall, when Biden drops out and Harris gets in, the race shifts from Trump being up like 3 to Harris going up 3 overnight. So I called a couple of my friends, and I was like, so what's really going on here? And the response I got, and you all can correct me if you saw something different, was nothing's actually changed. Like, the rates of support for Harris are among groups are roughly the same as they were beforehand. My friend was like, this is a nightmare for us, because what's happened is that in terms of intensity and likelihood to turn out, Democrats have gone to like 13 on a scale of 1 to 10. Like, everyone was going to go out to vote. And he said, I have to put these polls out, and I have to do a likely voter model, knowing for a fact that a month from now, a lot of these 13s on a scale of 1 to 10 are going to be back down to 7s. And that I think is a big part of the turnout challenge in a nutshell, is that you get these moments, sometimes close to an election, that can spike turnout. It's like in 2012, that's another example where if you ask the Obama people, they will tell you to a person that race was etched in stone almost the entire time. When Obama lost the first debate and Romney goes ahead, nothing happened. All that happened was Democrats either weren't answering the phone or were like, I don't know if I'm going to vote. Well, of course they're going to vote. And sure enough, things turn back up. So this is a real challenge for modern polling and for people who have to interpret the polls for a living.
Sean, I can't help but ask, do you have more friends who are pollsters now or before you took this job?
Well, I was a lawyer, so I have more now, but I tend to lose them over time.
Okay, well then taking off on that, and sort of one final wrinkle to this election, so we have the general issues facing polling, we have the additional challenges faced with election polling. Let's throw in one other sort of variable, Donald Trump, polling on Donald Trump. Are there any different challenges there?
Yeah, I mean, I think as you know, Mark, they're huge because, you know, for two basic reasons. One is that Donald Trump is a turnout machine on both sides, or at least was, I would say, and probably until the last election. So that has been, you know, a huge challenge. And then, of course, the challenge that, you know, has been pretty well publicized, which is that the nature of Trump's coalition and his attraction to voters moved around a couple of different things. I think on one hand, it moved around the preferences of subgroups that we watch a lot, but that are hard to draw estimates for out of a general, with a lot of confidence out of a general polling pool. And all I mean by that is, you know, if we're going to have a bunch of conversations about the voting preferences of black men between 18 and 29, we're going to be trying to make inferences out of very small subsamples with huge margins of error. And not to be overly technical about that, but all it means is the smaller your group gets, the less confidence you can have in any estimate about those groups. And so, you know, frankly, you know, I appreciated Sean's friends saying, yeah, this is going to be really hard. We spent a lot of time chasing our tails over those groups, I think, for the last few months of the election, when that narrative began to emerge in the press, and we were talking about, you know, white college-educated women and all of these very small subgroups where, you know, if you were to take the results from those subgroups and plot them across time and across different polls, you know, it would be a very spiky line, right? Because statistically, those estimates are simply going to move, right? And then I think the other piece is that, you know, Donald, you know, and this is a more abstract piece, I think, but Donald Trump, you know, was relatively unprecedented in the way that he was reaching out to people, the way he presented himself, the way that he was received by the voters that we were trying to figure out, you know, that we were trying to get the attitudes of. And I don't know that anybody has really licked that yet, both quantitatively or qualitatively. I mean, you know, and I was on one hand, I don't want to be one of the people going, we don't know what's going on. I mean, look, there's a pile of data that we can point to that tells you who Trump was appealing to, and to a certain extent why. But there are limits on the why, frankly, and that's why you get, columns talking about a Freudian approach to the appeal of Donald Trump, because, what we're ultimately coming down to is there's something going on with people that we haven't figured out. Now, I think you can overcomplicate that in terms of some of the issue appeals that are evident in the data, but some of the more non-issue based, non-ideological appeals that are more about this argument that, and again, I read the Freudian articles, okay? The idea that there's something about Donald Trump's appeal to people's desire for disinhibition, right? That there's an appeal that he exercises that has to do with his apparently id-driven behavior. Honestly, we sat around in my polling team, tried to figure out ways to get at that, and it was my dumb idea to try to do that. And these things are hard to get at.
So to kind of think about that a little bit more, the polls have pretty consistently underestimated support for Donald Trump. And so I think part of it does have to do with what Jim is saying about his coalition shifting quite a bit. But I also think when we get into the whys of people might support Donald Trump, I wonder to what extent the people who are most movable in that group, which are a very small number of people, right, who might actually move, to what extent is there just some level of ambivalence about Donald Trump? And by ambivalence, I mean people who have really strong positive feelings about Donald Trump, right? Like they remember the economy was pretty good in the late 2010s. Eggs were much cheaper, and we like that. But also, they kind of hold their noses at the, some of his more graphic rhetoric and some of his the way he handled the last election, I will just say delicately. And so you get these people who are kind of pulled in these two directions, and figuring out, identifying those people, getting them, to take a poll, and then trying to pinpoint, how the ambivalence is shifting for them that day has just proven to be incredibly difficult. So, when we're looking at the final vote totals that have come in with the popular vote and how they match to polls, right? It was 2 to 3 points. Trump's support was 2 to 3 points higher than those polls were telling us, whereas Harris's support was not that big of a difference. So, I think that could be affecting our ability to really gauge support for Trump when we're trying to get this in the polling data.
Yeah. So I have an anecdote. It's like play-by-play color commentary. But I'm going to actually get weedsy for a second to illustrate the anecdote and to show you I actually do know stuff. So the way the polls work is, let's say you go out and you get your sample, and it turns out your sample is 6% Black Americans. Well, we know, thank you, United States Census Bureau, that Black Americans are actually 12% of the population. So what the pollsters will do, you count the Black respondents twice, basically. That's when you hear people talk about weighting, that's roughly what it is. It's actually like 18-dimensional chess, because you're weighting by age, and you're weighting by gender, and you're weighting by race, and all kinds of things. I'm oversimplifying, but okay. So traditionally, you don't have to weight white voters by education, because they were voting roughly the same from like 92 through 2016. Well, all of a sudden, in 2016, education becomes an important divide, and that's part of why the polls were off in 2016, was it turns out you had to weight white voters by education, because otherwise you get too many whites with college degrees who were not voting for Trump. Okay, great, problem solved. Except that people lie. And how do they lie? Well, if they went to college for a year or two and you're a pollster and you say, so do you have a college degree? You're like, why, yes, I do. Oh, some college? Well, I better not tell them that. It's not just lying to the pollster, like they lie to themselves, okay? So that's a problem, but what if, purely hypothetically, you have a candidate whose main appeal to America is that he appeals to people who think the system is broken, people with very, very low levels of social trust, such that controlling for every conceivable demographic, they're just not going to pick up the phone and talk to pollsters. Someone like Donald Trump. you can't wait for social trust because we don't have any lodestone. We don't even have a bad lodestone for like we do for education, for levels of social trust in America. And that's, I think, part of the continuing problem with Donald Trump is that all things being equal, there's just a segment of the population that's not going to talk to pollsters because they think America's broken. Hi, I'm from the Wall Street Journal. Would you like to? No, click. How does this all play out? And this is my favorite polling story of all time. The fact that I have a favorite poll weighting story of all time is why I sit by myself at cocktail parties a lot. But my wife isn't laughing. There was one poll in 2016 that consistently had Donald Trump winning, the LA Times Dorsafe poll. And Nate Cohn, bless his heart, dug down into the New York Times, dug down into the crosstabs and figured out what happened was they had one black respondent, male, 18 to 29 in their entire sample. And they were panels, so they did the same people over and over again. And that one 18 to 29-year-old black respondent loved Donald Trump. Possibly the only 18 to 29 black respondent in 2016 in America who loved Donald Trump was on their panel. And so he was getting weighted up like 20 times and skewing the entire, I mean, they had Donald Trump winning the popular vote by like 6 points. And that's the illustration of the problem they were talking about, that when you're doing heavy weighting and you have very, very small subsamples, just a little bit of oddness in that subsample can blow up the entire poll.
You know, I would say that, you know, and they wind up having to drop that respondent with kind of egg on their face. But, you know, I would also say, though, that, you know, that's why we try to have best practices and norms. I mean, that should not have happened.
No. Yeah, generally, you know, weighting above 2 is, you know, that's usually like when we do weighting at the hobby school and Baker Institute, it's usually 2 is sort of our ceiling, and above that,
Right.
we, you know.
Yeah, it's an extreme example, but it kind
Yeah.
of
No,
illustrates.
I think it illustrates the problem and the difficulty very well.
Yeah.
But I also don't want to leave people with the impression that, you know, everybody just goes, oh, let's weight them 20 times.
Yeah, the proper response is go find more.
Yeah, you just problem sample.
Okay, so then after all of that, just this quick evaluation, how'd the polls do, both in terms of the national horse race question, as well as in, say, the key battleground states?
I think the aggregator should answer that first.
Look, I think the polls were actually very good, relatively speaking, this time. I mean, people forget that in 2020, whatever Ann Seltzer gets, and she's a national hero for putting out that poll, I just have to say, because we want pollsters to publish their outliers. I mean, that's the math requires outliers being published.
I hope somebody here knows her and is texting her right now.
But look, in 2020, we had like ABC News saying that Biden was going to win Wisconsin by 17 points. And we didn't have as much of that this time around. The polls were within a couple points. They still underestimated Trump, and there was a systemic error. But it was way better than it was in 2016 and 2020. Our national average had Trump winning the Electoral College. Nate Silver had, I think, 51% Harris, 49% Trump in terms of probability. This was not 2020 or 2016 where, Hillary was like a 90% favorite and ended up losing. The polls were pretty good.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add to that other than, I do think they were pretty good. It does remind me of in 2016 when all of my friends were asking me whether we could trust the polls, and I told them, well, of course, they are going to be so very accurate. And I don't tell them that anymore, but I mean, everything was within the margin of error. And so where I think sometimes, and this may have been more a media narrative than something that came out in the polls, is that there was a little bit of overestimating how women were going to vote. We think women are just homogenous actors and they all vote the same way, and they don't. So I think there were some discrepancies with that and how that was reported on, but I mean, they were pretty good this time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to add to that other than that, I think part of what we have to keep in mind, and for us, again, how we talk about these things is, pretty good as gauged by predicting the outcome of, based on the weighted averages of several polls. if I do a poll in October, in the first week of October of, election of trial ballots, there's no reason for me to think that that's necessarily going to be predictive. And I think that's another, and I'm not going to, I'll say it. That's why we all fall back on the cliche of a snapshot in time. And I hate it. It makes me crazy, and I want to put a screwdriver through my ear for having said that. But there's still, it perseveres because there's a grain of truth in that. I mean, and I think that's part of what, again, it behooves us to talk about what it is we're actually doing, what polling can do, and what it can't.
And I will remind everyone you have question cards on your table if you have, and we'll have people that will come around and pick them up. Oh, wow, didn't need a reminder. Very good.
Ruh-roh.
So, okay. So let's then, we've already sort of touched on this topic indirectly, the issue of herding. So can you talk a little bit about, essentially what herding is, why the statistics suggest that there was herding, in the sense that some of the results we were getting from a probabilistic perspective were not possible, and then what happens if you don't herd? We've already talked about Ann Seltzer, but we can sort of talk about that a little more and maybe explain what happened there.
I feel like Sean should take this one.
Sure. So herding, the idea is, look, there are modern polling is an art as well as a science, right? There are what we call like researcher degrees of freedom to how you weight your polls. The sampling math is science, and then how you weight things, how you construct your likely voter model has best principles, but it's also it's an art. And the idea is, we see, especially in 2024, we saw so many pollsters come in within a point of each other in their estimates. Like, you should not statistically have 6 polls in a row showing a tie in Wisconsin. And so the theory is, there's kind of 2 theories. One of which it's like my polling conspiracy theory, the other of which is less entertaining. But the less entertaining version is, look, if we all have the same result and we're wrong, we're all wrong together, like, I'm not going to be Ann Seltzer, I'm not going to be the main character on Twitter. And so what pollsters will do is they'll say, okay, I have Trump winning by 2 points, everyone else has Trump winning, it's a tie race. Maybe I didn't quite weight Hispanic voters enough, so let's wait a little more, and lo and behold, we're all showing the same thing. The really more problematic thing is that, we've talked about I talked about the Washington Post poll, we've talked about Seltzer. We've had a number of outliers showing Biden or Harris up like 10, 16 points. There's never been an outlying poll from a mainstream media project showing Trump up 10 or 16. And the question is why, because statistically you should have gotten those with the number of polls. The idea is no one wants to publish them. We know for a fact in 2014, so all the polls had Virginia Senate 10 points for Mark Warner. It ended up being a point. We know for a fact that 2 polls were spiked. Hampton College spiked their poll, and I'm forgetting who the second pollster is, because they don't want to. I'm sorry, they don't want to go out on that limb. And so what we don't know is how often a polling sample comes, and it's a terrible practice. I mean, and it's terrible for polling aggregation. It's not terribly honest, but we know what happens, and the question is how much is just like outlying polls. They just don't want to publish it because they don't want to be the person who says Donald Trump was going to win by 15 and then Harris wins because of some of the incentives.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a courage of your convictions dimension here, but it's not really, part of it is your conviction, part of it is just being able to, kind of buck up and bear the fact that you may take some abuse. And look, this is the other side of the story Sean was telling about the rise of polling aggregators, right? Is that now that we have, and I'm not going to blame Sean, I'm going to frankly blame Nate Silver, like everyone else in their right mind does. Yeah. But there's the social reception of polling has really changed, and it's changed that pressure, and it's made it more important to have standards in the way that we were talking about, and to be transparent, and to be able to defend the work, but also defend the work in a sophisticated, honest way that says, look, yeah, we may have an outlier, and everybody should admit that outliers happen, and they should happen more frequently than they appear to. Let's put it that way. And I don't think there's too many ways around that other than people being a little bit more honest about that. And the other piece I would add to Sean's explanation of this is that there are infinite ways in which, if you have a polling team, that you can look at your data and think, maybe the weighting is off. My own kind of slight pet peeve about this, not even a pet peeve, but something that you observed is, you talked about or mentioned in passing doing likely voter screens very early on. Look, the degree to which we had likely voter screens running back in February, March, April, June of the year meant that they, as predictions or as senses of what was going on, they were kind of hard to accept because we know that most voters do not pay a lot of attention to what's going on until, to be generous, the last 4 or 6 weeks of the poll. To be honest about some of the people that are going to really be determinative, probably the last week or two. And that is another lever that I suspect people were pulling because they were looking at numbers early on that didn't make sense, but the sociology of this, is pretty easy to see. I mean, and look, I think I can say anybody, I'll be honest about that. I mean, when we've gotten polls and we've gotten a result that seems like an outlier, you take a much closer look. I think there's a positive dimension to that, as long as you follow through in a conscientious way, because it does help you catch mistakes. If something looks strange, you need to check it out.
So I'm curious as to how much the extent to which pollsters, they get an outlying poll and they think, oh, we didn't weight this group properly, and how much of their incentives of kind of putting that poll in the file drawer is we don't want the Nates to come after us.
Yeah.
Right? There are these really perverse incentives with how the media has been covering polling and how they've been so tightly intertwined. And I mean, it's the Nates' fault. But it creates these perverse incentives for polling companies who don't want to get a bad grade from a polling aggregator or somebody who evaluates the quality of polls, because then their polls won't get covered or be trusted in the future. And so we've just created this not fantastic kind of incentive system for pollsters to hide their polls. I mean, the fact that Ann Seltzer's poll and that Washington Post poll were the only ones that were showing a different result and a different pattern. I mean, I'm curious as to how much that come 2028 or in the midterms in 2026 is going to lead to more herding and more shoving the file drawers away. Ann Seltzer took a bit of a beating about that, and that shouldn't have happened if we're talking about if we're talking about how to evaluate the quality of these polls in a really productive way. So.
And I think it's important to underline what the beating, why the beating hurts, right? And part of that does have to do with something important about the economics of public polling now. And that is, if Nate Silver, barks at me because I have an outlier, I don't really care, But the truth of the matter is, if Nate Silver and Sean or whoever decides we have an outlier and we're going to take a kicking over it, and I'm dependent on either funding from a media partner or funding from, especially in this environment, a university or a foundation or a donor, and we get bad publicity and it makes it look like we're bad at what we do because people don't understand the concept of an outlier. That's the mechanism, I think, which is important to underline, is the underlying economics now what's going on in polling, where most media outlets that are not major national outlets can't afford polling anyway.
I know we have questions, but it's tough because this is happening at the time when there's also a genuine rise in junk polling. The whole internet everyman, a printing press. I think actually, I owe my career to it, but it has a downside, which is that you can literally there was a time where Scott Rasmussen had something where you could send him a race to poll and $500, and he would like set his bots out and like poll the race and spit it back to you. And it's like you're supposed to weight it and everything.
Yeah.
So there are really, really bad actors out there in the polling universe, and so we can't just like not comment on individual polls, but it drags down legitimate pollsters or incentivizes them to hide weird results.
Well, no, we saw that, say, with ActiVote would be, I think, one of the ones from this cycle that was just, a company that was, there was no quality control. That was essentially, and then they could do more polls because there's no quality. They were effectively, it was for free, but it sort of mucky thinged up. I guess one other thing that I guess Sean pointed out, which is I think important, is that not only do we have this aversion to outliers, but with Donald Trump in sort of the room, there's an even greater aversion because of the fear of being seen as too Trumpy, and sort of from a mainstream media approach, or just given that most pollsters tend to lean center to the left, that being criticized by friends and colleagues by saying Trump. So that was even an added factor. Not only is there an incentive to herd, but then it's somewhat tilted to especially not hurting, essentially, especially if your poll shows Trump doing better than expected.
Yeah, well, I think that cut both ways too. I mean, because the Trump people are not shy about attacking you if you're not giving him enough of a lead.
Right.
So it's very hard for us.
And sort of coming back to that, so we've been talking about the public polling, but there's a whole lot of other polling out there that the campaigns are doing, which has a very different focus. That is, they're not trying to provide broader information. They're effectively trying to guide their campaigns. And whereas on the public side, resources are increasingly limited. You have university budgets that are limited. You have media outlets that if they're funding them are funding them at the barest of margins. And then we go over to the other side and it's, the sky's the limit. There is no financial, if we need to spend an extra $200,000, we'll spend the extra $200,000. What's going on there?
Yeah, so campaigns, Harris raised like $1 billion in 3 weeks. All these things that people have complained about, like they don't have two observations in any demographic group because they're doing polls of like 50,000 people because they like have stupid money that they can't figure out how to spend. The problem is we don't get to see it, except when they want to reveal it to us. So I would just caution people when you hear like people talking about what their campaign polls are showing, or even better, when you see a campaign poll being released, it's probably the best, it's probably legit, but it's probably the best case scenario for the candidate because they're running these polls like literally every day. They'll get a 50,000 person sample every day because they can. And so it's like, okay, this race has typically had me down 6 points, but yesterday I got a sample showing it tied, so it's time for me to give a press release. Hey, the race is tied, donors give me money. So just be careful with it. The flip side, where you can get things done, is to pay attention to what the candidates are doing. People, and try to keep an open mind about it, no matter how much you hate the candidate. Like, people were like, why is Donald Trump going to Coachella? Why is Donald Trump doing Madison Square Garden? Why is Donald Trump going to New Mexico? And I was watching this, and maybe it's because I'm kind of libertarian-y, which I don't know what that makes me right or left today, but I'm not progressive. I was watching this and thinking to myself, he thinks he's going to win the popular vote. Like, that's why he's going to California and New York. Because Republicans have lost the popular vote because they weren't doing get-out-the-vote efforts in the most populous states. So pay attention to what the candidates are doing, because that tells you what their internal polling is showing.
Yeah, I'd also just say it's really, I wish campaigns would release their polls so that we had a better, because they are higher quality polls, because they do have so much money to burn. But what they do does give some insight into what they're finding, right? I wasn't surprised that Trump was spending time in Virginia. That is, has a Republican governor right now, right? That is more of a marginal state than we think. It also tells us kind of how, with what Harris was doing, what her polling was seeing. And so there's been a lot of rehashing in the media among Harris's campaign about what exactly they were finding. And they've said repeatedly, they never found the race to be as close as public polls were. Though I don't know, there are some insights into which voters they were targeting and how they maybe did things differently, but like campaign polls are always going to have a really different narrative from the public polls, and so it's, you know, there's not a lot we can do to mesh them together if we don't ever see what they have.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the perspective of the public, you know, in addition to I think Sean's advice really good is, you know, look at that, you know, if you read something about a campaign poll, it's probably more useful to watch what the candidates are also doing. You know, I mean, I deal with reporters on this a lot. You know, the lack of transparency from campaign polls is a huge problem from a public information perspective. I mean, you know, our professional norms for the public polling is, I mean, and it's been part of our brand at UT from the beginning, but it's more common now. You know, we release everything. We release the entire questionnaire, we release the data set, you know, so, you know, there's a real ability to check the math. You can never really do that with campaign polls in my experience. And if you can, you know, it's really rare, and that means that campaign's probably, you know, either winning or really needs to raise money, right? And I think that's what gets lost in the public consumption of campaign polling, is that on one hand, yes, that campaign polling, if we could actually get our hands on it, would be great, because it's more expensive, it's more detailed, you know, which would be very nice. But the other hand is that, you know, there's not been a campaign in the history of campaigns that at least was competent, that didn't release a poll that was, where the data that released was selected to benefit the campaign or hurt their opponent. And that's what drives me kind of crazy about press coverage that relies on campaign polling, because there's real value on inside information, quote unquote, but, you know, you're being played, period, full stop. If you're reporting on campaign polling, unless you're really contextualizing it. Great, you know, very good reporters contextualize that data. Honestly, most do not.
Right, I mean, most of it is, the best you can say is that the campaign wants us to believe that the election is this way.
Right.
Maybe that's what the data is showing, maybe not, but what you can say is that they do want us to know the race is tied, or we're up by 5, or we're down by 5.
Well, and look, you know, in terms of all the variables that we've been talking about that you look at, the weighting, a likely voter model, you know, every once in a while you get a little glimpse into the actual practices. I mean, there was a losing campaign in Texas that blamed their pollster a few years ago, and a reporter did a very good job of calling that pollster up afterwards who had just been blamed for the loss. And he said, look, I write a lot of memos with a lot of scenarios. What the campaign releases is up to them.
I'd also add, it's important to remember that when the campaigns are releasing polls, right, they're doing it, as Jim said, they want to get funding or they want to get media coverage, but the media also have incentives to cover races that are close and exciting, right? Like, it's you know, so the campaign's incentives to release a poll really feed into how the media often cover those campaign polls, where like you want to have something that's interesting and that are going to get eyeballs on the screen, and if you're releasing a poll, you want people to believe that your candidate has a chance to win. So like what you see from campaign polls might not always be the most accurate picture of what's going on. Like no campaign's going to release a poll that's like we're 25 points behind, because who would give money to that campaign?
Okay, well, we have a lot of questions here, so I'm going to start to try to get through some of them. And this sort of was something that actually we had briefly, when we met earlier, we talked about a little bit. So there's some of the aggregators out there, like Nate Silver, 538, you know, economists have algorithms where they utilize the data from surveys along with additional data to project outcomes. What's your evaluation of those? And then how does this herding issue affect them?
Yeah, so some of my best friends run models.
Yeah.
So, look, it's not that hard to put together a polling. I'll tell you why we don't do it. It's not that difficult to put together a polling-based predictive model. The reason we don't do it is that the output is usually like, okay, this candidate now has a 62% chance of winning, which the average person will round that up to 100. People don't interpret percentages well, right? If I told you, like Nate Silver in 2016 said that Hillary Clinton had a 86% chance of winning, right? What that meant is that Donald Trump's chances of winning were roughly the same as having 3 kids and having them all be boys, right? It happens. It's not that unusual. And so people should have looked at that and been like, wow, he has like a 1 in 6 chance of winning, but no one does because they rounded up to 100. Same thing with like when Nate went from Donald Trump is 51-49 to Harris is 51-49. That is not a change, right? Like that is like predictive error stuff. But people are like, oh my gosh, like it's this big monumental difference. It's like, no, it's a coin toss before, it's a coin toss after. But people want to round it up to 100. So I think the math behind the models is reasonably sound. There are definitely researcher degrees of freedom that go into building your model as well. The new proprietor of 538 kind of famously had to scrap his model after it showed Joe Biden winning the day before he dropped out. But the real problem, I think, with it is that the outputs and percentages are just very hard to translate them to what they actually mean.
I'd also say, like, when we're doing national polls, sometimes it's easy to see a national poll and to consume information about it and to think that a national poll is going to tell us something predictive about the election. Our elections aren't won based on the national popular vote. Like, usually and often they do match up, but like when we're looking at those top-line numbers of who's got 51, who's got 48%, and if those are from national polls, like that's not where the race is going to be won or lost. It's in these battleground states that are it's like hard to get people and where things shift a lot more.
I think we've covered it well. I mean, I would just, I agree that there's nothing inherently evil about a model, but it's, it's how it's deployed. And, if I was going to be grumpy about it, I'd say it's something that I think we are so aware is likely to be misinterpreted for all the reasons you're talking about. It's a free country, but, that means bad things happen sometimes.
I'll just add one 30-second thing, which is the proper interpretation of those is that if you were to run this election 100 times, getting all these confused, Kamala Harris would win 51 of those. Well, is this one of the 50? But you only get one realization, right? You only get one election that actually gets run. Is this the one, is this one of the 49 or one of the 51? We have no way of knowing. Like, even things that have a 1 in a million chance of happen 1 times out of a million, and you have no way of knowing whether this is that one time or not. It's a way to guide expectations and not really an answer to the question we all want, which is who's going to win.
I just add, I think this is like a good sell for why we should all be taking, like everybody should have to take a statistics class. Like, everybody in college should have to take one, just like take one probability theory class, and polls will make more sense.
Okay, so moving away from polls a little bit, but adjacent to polls, we've seen a rise in the betting industry. And so the question is, how do those relate to traditional forecasting? Are they a substitute? Do they influence? Are they something that can be used? Or do they have no value?
I think the jury's out. I'm going to have to file that also under, it's a free country, more or less. Hot topic. The record has been mixed on these betting markets, and I think the problem at the back end is, it's similar to what we're talking about with polling, and I think with the betting markets, I think we're pretty short of best practices and transparency right now, to understate the case. I like betting as much as the next guy, but maybe even a little more. But I think they're not having a positive influence right now. That doesn't mean that at some point we could come around to a place where they would, but I don't think it's ever going to be a substitute.
Yeah, the theory behind the betting markets is this like wisdom of crowds, right? Like you ask a bunch of people, they're going to do better than one individual person. And I actually think on a lot of questions, they do a pretty good job. There's 2 problems. The first is that these aren't a democracy where every person gets a vote. It's the person who has $1 million to drop on it gets 1 million votes, and the person who has $1 gets 1 vote. That in of itself isn't a problem, except in a situation where there's a class split on the issue, right? in Brexit, the polls showed it was 50-50, and the betting markets showed that Brexit was going to collapse, was not going to pass overwhelmingly. The reason is that if you were a wealthy upper-class individual in Britain, you had a huge stake in Brexit not making it through, right? Not just financial, but also cultural. And so it's the reason that it drove me nuts, because everyone would be like, oh, the polls show 50-50, but I'm pretty sure Brexit is not going to pass. Like, the fact that everyone was saying it's 50-50 but not going to pass, you should have had people evenly split. So same thing with Donald Trump. There's a huge class split on how people view Donald Trump, and that's part of why the markets in 2016 and 2020 were so bad. Now this time around, the tech bros kind of flipped, and so you had a different incentive in the markets, but you just have to remember that the betting markets weight upper middle class sensibilities disproportionately.
Okay. And then, so along those lines, this I guess relates back to the polling industry. Financially, how big is this industry that we're talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, Nate has a vacation home.
Yeah.
Most of us don't live like Nate. It's you know, it's shrinking. I mean, we don't get nearly as many pollsters as we had a decade ago. It's a tough business.
This is probably not to the spirit of the question, but I would say that, you know, the economics of the industry have changed a lot as a lot of the big marketing firms have entered into, there's been a certain amount of merging between what used to be kind of public opinion-based polling firms and the large marketing firms. The movement of individual polling outfits, even at the academic level, to using, you know, large companies to do data collection. So I think the question there is probably not how big is it, but, you know, how has the structure of it as a business changed? And it's, you know, going to your original question, Mark, that's one of the things that's changed a lot.
Well, no, and I think one thing we've definitely seen with the industry is the sort of private polling, the campaigns is relatively robust, probably more nationalized than it was, but where there's increasingly less money is for public polls. I mean, one of the sources 10 to 15 years ago, you still had major media outlets, not just the national ones, regularly sponsoring state level polls, right. And with enough money to actually do it right. Then we went to a period where you'd have, you know, TV stations would want to do it, but then when they tell you the budget they had, you'd be like, yeah, well, you know, no one can do that.
Can't.
And they end up sometimes going with, and then for times they went with like sort of a cheap alternative, but it blew up. And now we're at a point where the sponsors of public polls we have fewer, that is drying up financially. And I think that's one of the other issues that we're running into, and that we don't have as many of the high quality public polls that we used to have across the board, simply because the resources are drying up.
If anybody has $100,000 and would like me to do some polling for them come 2026, come see me after.
Yeah. But it's a real problem for a lot of states. I mean, Texas, we're a large state, so we can do a little more, but as you get to smaller sized states, the resources simply aren't there. I mean, Louisiana, I'm sure, is one of those. Like, you know, a good example, University of New Orleans used to have a pretty robust polling operation. I don't think it exists anymore.
Oh God, no, not at UNO. We have one at LSU, but we don't, we can't ask questions about political candidates on it. But we ask questions about like attitudes about, you know, how do you feel about the governor, or the economy, and that sort of thing. But like, no, it's, and even in these smaller states, right, like to get enough people to make inferences about it, you have to try and contact, you know, 10, 15 times as many people as you'll actually get in your study. So there's no money for, and people think polls are cheaper than they actually are to run. So.
Okay, and now, so this is more of a technical question. So I think in the polling industry, we've done a pretty good job of training the media about margin of error, although they think it's flat as opposed to curved. So there's some probabilistic, but so that's one factor in terms of error in the surveys. What other errors are there in the surveys that aren't expressed in that margin of error term?
Well, there's a bunch. I'm going to start with one because I was going to throw it in earlier in this is part of Sean's comments, and that is, you know, one of the big conclusions of the big national polling reviews that happened in 2016 and especially in 2020 is figuring out what kind of error is coming from non-response. What are the underlying patterns of those people that are not responding to our polling, to our polls, to our surveys? You know, Sean hypothesized one, which is, you know, anti-institutional bias, but there's several that could be there, and it's by its very definition, at least for our methodological approaches, it's a black hole. In other words, we know that non-response bias is probably an issue, but we can't really talk about it because they're not responding. So that's one important thing that I think really bears on the discussions. There's a bunch more that, you know.
Yeah, get another question.
Okay. Okay. So, I guess one thing we're dealing, you know, so Jim, I think, talked about earlier this idea back when, like, I first started polling. You know, we would essentially draw a random sample, and we would contact that random sample, and we'd call them back up to 10 to 12 times, and that was how it all worked. Now we're essentially relying much more on voluntary responses. That is, we send them a text message, we send them an email, and we get a response. How is that changing the nature of polling? And is there another alternative to get back to something that would be more similar to what we had in the, you know, random digit dial days?
I mean, the people who, so I get all of these texts all the time, like dozens of them, every election cycle, and I never answer them. Like, there's something unique about the people who self-select to be in a polling sample. They're not necessarily like the average person or the average voter. Also, like, it's super easy to ignore these polling things, right? If you get a text, you can block the number, you just stop to opt out. You know, we probably know if something's coming, if they're calling us. Like, it's really, really easy. We have so many tools to opt out of it. I mean, I wonder, you know, if we really want to get those high quality samples, to what extent do we need to send people out to just like knock on doors, right? Like, that's harder to ignore. Just like knock on doors at dinner time, you know, and see who answers. But like, it's, you know, like, technology is good. We have more ways to reach people, but people have more ways to tune us out.
I think dinner time would probably not work. You know, I agree with that, and I also think, I mean, I guess I'll take the back half of that question is, you know, will we ever go back? I just don't think so. I mean, I think we're now moving forward, as I was saying at the beginning, into a new, you know, completely new territory where we are relying on deep, you know, rich big data, you know, to help us overcome that which we've lost. And whether, you know, where that goes, I mean, I wouldn't hazard to guess, but I think the ability to randomly contact people is kind of over. And we're developing more and more techniques, and there's trial and error in, you know, something that, loosely speaking, I'm sorry to the statisticians in the House, you know, kind of simulates randomization or gives us some reasonably grounded way of thinking about, you know, where some of the assumptions that we got from randomization we can still apply, even if it's not truly random.
Yeah. To get to an earlier question real quick, this actually is a problem for modeling and even kind of the simple averaging we do, because all the math behind the modeling does assume that your polls are random samples and follow certain, but really what we're doing is we're averaging models. Like, it's models of models, because the polls are increasingly more models than they are polls. So we're all in the boat together.
Yeah.
Well, and Jim, can you talk a little bit? So one way to deal with this has been the idea of opt-in surveys, where you spend a considerable amount of time and resources to put together a panel, the YouGov approach. There are others out there, although I think there have been some criticism about how well they keep up their panels. But can you just give people a little information about what that approach is and how that differs from the more standard or the sort of traditional approach?
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, for the big data aggregation companies or firms like YouGov and, you know, a lot of others now, you know, rather than taking the list and, you know, a list of your polling universe and taking a random sample, I mean, the classic example was using a phone book back in the day, basically. You know, now you try to get as many people recruited into your pool as possible. And, you know, as Mark says, that means that creates a new expense, because those companies have to constantly be recruiting people to participate, and then taking those people and matching their data and finding out as much about them as they can to bring to bear in how you construct your sample in a way that, as I was saying earlier, kind of simulates a random sample. And the math for doing that is fairly complicated, and I could not explain it to you probably. So, but it's a completely different approach that still, again, counts on some of the reliance on the existence of large numbers and the tendency of large numbers, but it is out of a pool. And, you know, there's no kind of two ways around that. Is that what you're looking for, Mark?
Oh, yeah, thank you. And then I guess one other one sort of related to this, we talked about outliers, and you, Jim, you mentioned sort of, you know, pollsters, and we all, you know, when we have if we have outlier polls, we try to dig deep into them, saying, okay, you know, is this effectively something that just the random occurrence, or did we screw up somewhere? Are we weighting something incorrectly? Is the question wording off? So, and the question relates that you might do that to yourself, and we do that internally. How much of that occurs between pollsters? That is, where a pollster sort of calls out or essentially raises the question openly to a colleague. I would assume in more of it could be privately offline, it could be publicly.
Yeah.
That is, what's going on? You know, how did you get that result that you got?
Yeah. You know, I don't know. You know, I can say this. Mark and I both run statewide polls in Texas, and I don't think we've ever had a call like that I can think of. And we're not just, you know, saying this in front of an audience.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we are saying this in front of an audience,
Yeah.
but you know, I think we can both honestly say, I mean, we don't do that. Now, I'm sure, you know, I think we all just assume that this is going on to the extent that, you know, when there's a new poll in Texas and we're in the game during election season, you know, we're pretty attentive to it. You know, I mean, we pay attention to it. And that's, again, as I've said, where best practices have to happen. Now, do I think people talk? Yes. I mean, I think I hear more, I don't hear at all, frankly, from other people in the statewide space, and maybe it's my poor social skills. Like, I've never talked to the people at UT Tyler who got in the market a few years ago. If you're here, introduce yourself. But who I do hear from are campaign pollsters, and I do talk to those guys a little more often, but not really for pooling purposes, and usually they call me to either, you know, say, hey, great job, or to bitch.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the difficulty with them is it's the same. I talk to them as well. And you never know if it's the same as issues with the media.
Yeah.
That is, are they effectively trying to push you one way or
Right.
another way, or convention? So,
Yeah.
so I tend to try to sort of I take it and say, okay,
Yeah, and keep it collegial and
Yeah.
talk about,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
because those guys are interesting, and, you know, I like talking to them, but, you know, I think, and the boundaries, I think, you know, for most people that are conscientious professionals, I think the boundaries are fairly clear. Now, that's obviously, anybody who's worked in any profession knows that's not an infinite, you know, it's not a universe, right? That's not the universe is not all conscientious, but I'd like to think that most of that is actually, I suspect there's not a ton of conversations like that going on. I think it's more indirect and about triangulating the aggregators, the modelers, and just, you know, your own sense of self-preservation that I think fuels a lot of the pooling. I don't think it's particularly conspiratorial. Now, Sean, you probably have a lot more data on this, but
I mean, I'll never forget the first year.
or anecdotes. I don't know.
Yeah, the first year, more anecdotes. The first year I did this, like, was the 2010 elections, and we moved a race in Washington to toss up. And I was at the park with my kid. I just had one at the time. I was pushing her in the swing. My phone rings. I didn't recognize it. For some reason, I picked it up, and it was like the second person at the DCCC calling me up, asking me why I changed this race. And my first reaction was, how the hell did you get my phone number?
Yeah.
These people are like ninjas. But there is a lot of jawboning, I think, that goes on behind the scenes, and you have to, at a certain point, build up a thick skin to it. Like, okay, yeah, I hear you. The trouble is, sometimes they really do give you. Now, that race ended up being like a 2-point race. We were right. Sometimes they give you really good information, though. Like in 2012, I got a call from the guy at the DSCC saying, "Hey, you guys have that North Dakota Senate race at like likely Republican. She's going to win, Heidi Heitkamp." And I was like, "Thank you for your time," and she won. like a Democrat won North Dakota. So sometimes they really do give you good information. You have to kind of try to build up a spidey sense to when you're
Yeah.
being
Yeah, that's it. You
responsive.
can't tell. I
No,
mean,
because they have better data. I mean, you may have one poll of the election. They have 12 polls that have been going on continuously. It's just you have to sort of figure out that spidey sense to say, okay, are they trying to push me in a direction, or are they just trying to alert me that I'm off and that their data is showing me something completely different? And and then it's good to know that.
well, and as somebody mentioned, I mean, even the more expensive, like, they have better polling, as you say, better data, but that data's still subject to the rules and subject to, the human element, what's going on in a campaign, right? I mean, in a lot of campaigns, people can be loath to present bad news,
I guess, and so we're about out of time, but just wrapping up, what can we learn from polling this cycle to help us as we move to 2026 and 2028?
I mean, for all, I feel like we've spent an hour kind of talking about all the problems with it, but I want to kind of go back to the first question, which is that for all the problems that polling has, it mostly got it right. Like, it said it was a close race. We said that Trump was going to win. It's still a viable industry. Whether it will be 10 years from now, I don't know. The challenges are real, but I mean, the people that conduct the polls are still doing good work, still giving you useful information, and it is still much, much better than it was 20 years ago, where election commentary basically consisted of, like, Bill Schneider giving you his vibes. For all the problems we have, it is better than it was. And I love Bill Schneider, but it's better now.
Well, that's, I think, a really important point. That is, we have been talking about a lot of the issues with polls, but you also have to compare it to what is your alternative out there. And we've seen what the alternatives is if you, and this is members of the media, I think, fall into this trap quite a bit, is that Twitter's reality, or X's reality, or my Facebook is reality, or my friends and my network is reality. That there's a real tendency, especially in the current era where people are more and more isolated, more and more likely to be in bubbles, to effectively say, this is the reality based on my experience. And polls, I think, are still the one tool we have to essentially provide people with a perspective that isn't from their narrow bubble, and essentially breaks those and say, this is what everyone thinks. It may not be as accurate as we would like, but at the same time, it's far better than if you were trying to base what your prediction of the election is based on your Twitter feed. If that was the case, Democrats would have won every election since 1996, instead of losing all of them since 1996 statewide, because Twitter is an overwhelmingly, at least maybe it's changing now with Elon Musk, but if you look in terms of most people's Twitter feed, it seems more of a Democratic place.
So I would say, don't trust social media to figure out the national mood of the room. But I think polling is going to get harder. But I also wonder how many of the problems that polling has had over the last 3 election cycles are really unique to Donald Trump as a candidate, and how many of those are just it's always going to be hard to reach people. That's going to stay, but a lot of the underreporting that we see of support for Trump, how much is that going to extrapolate out to other Republican candidates who might be running in 2028? And I don't know how many of these kind of discrepancies in the polls come from things that are unique to Donald Trump versus, and along with the changing landscape of polls. And also, if somebody contacts you for a poll, take it. I should take my own advice. But.
Please. I agree with all the comments so far. I mean, I think that if there's one thing we've learned, it's a lesson that we've been talking about for a while, and I'm a broken record on this. I mean, but I think those of us that are doing public polling, which is increasingly in an academic environment, have to consider it more part of our jobs to do events like this, to talk to reporters, and to try to talk sensibly about it and clearly, and figure out ways to talk about some of the topics we've talked about here without leading people to just nod off or ignore it or think that we're just protecting ourselves and our turf. And I think that the public discussion of how we do this is part of a larger conversation, and frankly, it's a small part of it in terms of the scale of importance. Everybody's mentioned social media, that, you know, we have to do a better job of contributing to good information consumption habits and clear communication, clear and persistent communication about what we're doing and what we're not doing.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. I think we're at time. We are going to take a very short break and come back and start the next panel right at 10:20. But I'd like to thank the three panelists and all of y'all, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
We're back. Thank you so much. For those of you who perhaps remember Francoise Derision, you'll know that she's a woman of strong opinions and extremely indefatigable persuasive abilities. A couple of years she called me to share a lot of her opinions about this program, and I listened dutifully. But she said one of the things we need to do is have a program on artificial intelligence. I said, Francoise, you're absolutely right. So now 2 years later, here we are. Many critics today, and so if Francoise, if you're listening anywhere, thank you so much. Many critics worry today that artificial intelligence ability to create and spread misinformation presents one of the biggest challenges facing our country. Today's panel will include AI experts who will discuss how this advancing technology affected the 2024 election, if it did, and congressional elections, and how it might in the future. And I hope as they're talking, they'll also raise the broader question of, will this system that we're developing work against humanity? Our moderator is Moshe Vardi, one of the bright lights on the Rice campus, another strongly opinionated person.
Me?
You, absolutely. He's the George Distinguished Service Professor in Computational Engineering at Rice. Daniel Cochran is a Senior Research Associate at the Heritage Foundation, where he advances policy to rein in tech censorship and surveillance, and he ensures that emerging technologies prioritize the health of our democracy. And Ali Swenson is a national political reporter at the Associated Press, covering election-related misinformation, disinformation, and extremism. Ali, Moshe, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Do you want me to go ahead, Moshe?
Let me just open it. There was I read recently an article, I think it was in Financial Times, and it said the scariest two words in the English language are either Donald Trump or artificial intelligence. And so, since it kind of ChatGPT exploded on the scene in just about 2 years ago, a lot of prognostication about AI, including the people who worry about extinction risks, and we call them in our discipline the doomers, all the way from there. But more immediately, there was lots of discussion about political impact and how it's going to affect election campaigns. We just went through election here, but 2024 was election year around the world. And so we're here to discuss the impact of AI on the 2024 election, focusing here on the United States, and we start with you, Ali.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am honored to be here. Thank you to the Baker Institute. As we get started, I just want to quickly define our terms. As all of you probably know, AI is not a new invention, and it's also not just one thing. Instead, it's a large and diverse set of computer systems, software, and processes that are designed to emulate human work and brain power. And there have been examples of that in almost every technology that we've been using for the last several decades. But there is one subset of AI that's advanced very quickly in the last couple of years, and that is generative AI. Generative AI systems are those that can produce brand new text, images, video, audio, code, or other media in response to a prompt. And the products of those systems, of course, you might know as deepfakes. This particular branch of AI raised a lot of consternation ahead of the 2024 election, and that's because it was really the first presidential election where it was super powerful, cheap, easy to use, and available to the public in the forms of ChatGPT and other programs. It was untested, it was largely unregulated, so there were a lot of fears about how people might misuse it or weaponize it for political gain. For months, we heard warnings of an insidious deepfake that could sway voters and change the election outcome at the 11th hour. Thankfully, we did not see that happen, at least here in the US. We can talk about some international examples if there's interest. That being said, the lesson is not that generative AI had no impact at all. Instead, I think we should recognize how generative AI did have influence in interesting ways. And I'm going to go over 5 ways quickly: efficiency, information gathering, foreign influence, memes, and finally, targeted disinformation. First, efficiency. So in this cycle, political campaigns very creatively used AI to make menial tasks more efficient. For example, cash-strapped down-ballot campaigns used AI to write blog posts or narrate podcasts. Consulting firms used AI to get better insights from small data sets. AI was used to draft ad and email copy, to interact with voters. And finally, campaigns used AI to illustrate their messages more convincingly. Some of you might remember the initial RNC ad in the presidential campaign in spring 2023. It was made entirely using AI and depicted a dark and sort of dystopian future in the event of a Biden re-election. You know, the ad got a lot of buzz for its novelty, and it also got some criticism even though it was labeled as AI. Second, we have information gathering. So as voters and Americans got more curious about AI chatbots, they also got curious about how these tools would fare with questions about voting and about candidates. And they quickly discovered that the answer was pretty badly. One research project found that when 5 popular chatbots were asked basic questions about the democratic process, roughly half of their answers were inaccurate. There were also sometimes signs of algorithmic bias and inconsistency. For example, a Spanish speaker might get a different answer than an English speaker when they ask the same question. Now, so far, AP polling shows that the number of people who actually seek out AI models to get voting information is small. But we have to remember that our search platforms are incorporating generative AI in their results much more often and sometimes without our prior consent or knowledge. So this could become a bigger issue in the future. Third, we saw generative AI being used by foreign adversaries trying to influence the US election. Russian actors used an AI-fueled social media bot farm on X to disseminate foreign disinformation. And Russia, Iran, and China all have used AI to generate fake news articles and videos, social media comments. We've seen them use the technology to try to blend more with real American news media. For example, one Russian campaign actually used AI to plagiarize real American news articles to fill their propaganda news sites with that content and make them look more legitimate. Fourth is everybody's favorite, memes. Both Democrats and Republicans, but more so Republicans, used generative AI this cycle to turbocharge political commentary in the form of fake images. For example, images of Donald Trump in handcuffs, or Kamala Harris dressed as a communist dictator. We also saw cute cats and ducks in Springfield, Ohio. These images were usually not realistic enough to actually trick people, but they were designed to feel true and further entrench our predisposed political ideas. Real photos and political cartoons, of course, can do this as well, but AI images can pack a stronger punch with their hyperrealism, their novelty, and their speed, and we saw that this election cycle. Finally, we did see a few examples of targeted disinformation created using generative AI, and the most notable was in January in New Hampshire's primary election. Reports came in that a robocall impersonating Joe Biden's voice was going out to Democrats in the days before the vote, telling them to stay home. It turned out a Democratic consultant was behind the robocalls, and he paid a New Orleans street magician $150 to create them with a very cheap software. Now, in this case, law enforcement acted quickly, and the Democratic consultant was fined $6 million and charged with several crimes. And that quick action did stop the robocalls from having any substantial influence on voters. But the incident displayed just how easy it is to create a convincing message with AI that could actually mislead and disenfranchise people. And so shortly after that, we did see the FCC clarifying that the law bans AI voices in robocalls. Now, when it comes to the regulatory framework here, it's an interesting one because while there have been bipartisan efforts in Congress to regulate AI in politics, there's also been real concern that over-regulating the space could be misguided and wrongly inhibit free speech. And so partly because of that, we don't have any federal legislation governing AI in politics. Instead, we have a patchwork of state laws. So far, more than a third of states have some sort of law requiring disclosure or banning political deepfakes close to an election. I'll wrap up here with two important takeaways from watching the discourse around generative AI over the past year. First of all, even though deepfakes can be remarkably lifelike and have the potential to be very damaging, overhyping their influence is also problematic. And that's because focusing too heavily on deepfakes can deepen the public's distrust in everything they see. If any image or audio clip could be a deepfake, how do we know anything is true? And we've seen politicians start to take advantage of that by crying deepfake when something was actually photoshopped or was actually real and unfavorable to them. So that phenomenon is referred to as the liar's dividend, and AI experts warn that that is a major concern going forward. Secondly, deepfakes are really only one part of a larger story here. They got the most attention during this election, but in reality, AI-fueled algorithms have powered what we see on social media for a very long time. They're designed to learn what makes us emotional or keeps us glued to our phones and feed it to us. And that often means feeding us content that matches our existing views, right or wrong. Tech platforms are not very transparent about how these systems work or about their potential biases. And so it's important to scrutinize the motives behind all kinds of AI applications in our lives and not just deepfakes. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass it to Daniel.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you so much. Good to be here with you today. I want to talk about three major points. First, I want to talk about what I see as the problem with what we predicted about what AI would do this election cycle and what actually happened, and the problem being the gap between perception and reality. Second, I want to talk about the implications of that sort of misperception or misguided concern on governance. And third, I want to talk about what the takeaways should be for policymaking going forward. So first, many elite fears about AI this election simply didn't pan out. All over the news in the lead up to November, you saw headlines talking about potentially a post-truth world, AI ushering in a post-truth world. One headline that I wanted to highlight, quote, AI deepfakes threaten to upend global elections. No one can stop them. In podcast after podcast, if you're in the sort of tech space, there are these tech-specific blogs. People were going on and on about how deepfake AI was going to kind of be the end, that we could, as Ali mentioned, have an election stolen by Russia or China based on a false video or image or series of images. But the reality is that the two highest profile examples of this, one Ali mentioned, which was the robocall in New Hampshire, where someone used essentially AI to create a deepfake voice message that was of Joe Biden encouraging people to stay home from the polls during the primary. That was, as Ali mentioned, that was responded to swiftly by the FCC. So the person who created that deepfake not only faces millions of dollars of fines, but they're being prosecuted under state law for conspiracy to interfere with the election. So, and reality is that we didn't see that kind of high-profile incident play out in any significant way after that in earlier this year, which would suggest to me that copycats were perhaps deterred by the robust legal response. The second high-profile example, which is often noted, is the deep-fake image of Taylor Swift endorsing Donald Trump. Now, this created quite a stir in September as we got close to November. But the reality, of course, is that was met with robust counter speech from Ms. Swift, who actually publicly endorsed Kamala Harris as a result. There's no evidence that the impact of these images swayed the election in any meaningful way. And I think the takeaway from this is that AI had a far more mundane effect, and it affected really the back-end operations for campaigns. So I want to give you three ways that I think AI actually did sort of impact the election, and it's in the ability to conduct data analysis and targeting. So when campaigns are looking at their rolls of potential voters and they're trying to figure out who they want to send fundraising emails out to, or even who they want to message to, They have a large collections of data that they're purchasing from data brokers, and AI can be helpful in analyzing that data to figure out where they should target that information, who and how to couch or tailor that messaging. Another example is doing basic logistics. One of the costs of campaigning is the administrative tasks that often go into your back-end operations, or even basic sort of email merging, right? That's something that you can use AI for. But the point is that these are sort of these are the main implications of AI. It was sort of the back office implications. There wasn't this massive use of AI to create fake images or videos that would actually change elections. And where it was tried, in the two examples I mentioned, and there were several others, it actually resulted in a huge backlash. In fact, there was some polling that suggested where campaigns were using AI-altered videos and images that actually they lost the trust of voters, that voters viewed that negatively. So I think there's actually even a greater incentive for campaigns to move away from using AI for AI-altered imagery. In the future, I think that we'll see AI be used perhaps for debate prep. So in the lead up to some of the presidential or the presidential debate, there was actually a firm that offered to help Joe Biden. It would basically create a AI version of Trump for Joe Biden to debate and prep with. The Biden campaign declined that offer, but I think that is a preview of what's to come for AI in elections. Again, it's the back office work. That's the emphasis. Secondly, and I want to talk about where I think the predictions were wrong. I think another error is that many of the problems that are attributed to AI are not really the result of AI. They're really the result of unsolved problems that have been with us for a long time. Ali mentioned, for instance, foreign interference in elections. That's something that's been, I would argue, an issue since the mid-2000s. That's not unique to AI technology. Now, you could argue that there are examples where AI can allow and enable that in new ways, but it's really not the case that it's created or opened the door for foreign interference that didn't exist before. Foreign interference, I think, is the result of a massively centralized internet where so much of our speech is hosted in these handful of platforms. And so if you have any actor, whether it's a foreign actor, domestic actor, they're able to gain access to that and find or target people because of the data that's available through those platforms, that they're able then to game the system, right? And we saw this. The famous example is Cambridge Analytica in the lead up to 2016. Basically you had a private contractor that was basically using Facebook to collect data on users and to profile and target them. But I would argue that that's fundamentally a data privacy issue, right? So when we're saying we're concerned about targeting voters or profiling of voters, that's really a data privacy issue, not so much an AI issue. And I think the problem with attributing it to AI is that we're trying to solve for something. Our solution will miss the mark because we have the wrong diagnosis. We're really attributing a problem to something that predates AI. The implications of this are stark. It's that when we accept the kind of doomerous framing of AI, as frankly so much of the mainstream media did, it means that we're going to make bad policy. And I want to just raise two case studies to illustrate this, both from my former home state of California. First, SB 1047. Some of you probably are familiar with this bill. California proposed this legislation. It would essentially impose significant legal liabilities on developers of what are called foundation models. So Ali, I think, provided a very helpful working definition for AI, right? Computer algorithms that are essentially learning, they're able to emulate to some extent human problem-solving capabilities. When we're talking about large language models or foundation models, we're really talking about things like ChatGPT, like Claude, like Meta's Llama, and these are often referred to as generative AI, so they're able to create novel content, images, text, etc. And so California, and they're able to be essentially adapted to different applications, right? So for instance, Llama, I could use Llama and I could create a specific AI to help with a specific set of tasks. Like for my organization, a campaign, if we're talking about elections or even a small business, I could use it for, if I wanted to create a proprietary search engine, I could do that. The point is, however, that California wanted to impose legal liability on those developers. So if you took, let's just say, you took ChatGPT and you wanted to use it to do a particular thing. Let's just say you're a campaign and you wanted to use ChatGPT for like what they did in New Hampshire, right, where they created the robocall simulating Joe Biden urging his constituents to stay home. In New Hampshire, the gentleman who did that, right, who used the technology to create the AI robocall, he was legally liable, not the underlying developer of the model. But what California's law would have done would be to say, no, it's not only the individual who's misusing the technology, but it's the developers of the LLMs themselves that are also liable. So that would be akin to saying that a manufacturer of a hammer or the manufacturer of a gun, to use perhaps a more controversial example, is accountable or legally liable for a criminal who uses that firearm to commit a crime. And we obviously, there's some debate about that, but we would obviously recognize there's challenges there to imposing that kind of liability. And indeed, the consequence of this kind of liability is that it would concentrate the power over LLMs, large language model AI, into a handful of major governments and corporations, because only a handful of large institutions can afford to exist under that kind of liability scheme. So what you're doing there is you're entrenching existing gatekeepers, and you're preventing the democratization of this technology in a way that would actually go to solve for some of the, I think, effects that one co-panelist has mentioned, my other co-panelists will probably mention, right, which is that when you have these really centralized systems and they're locked in and controlled by a handful of interests, they're going to reflect the ideology and the biases of those interests, the biases of those companies, the biases of those governments. I would encourage any of you who may have not have listened to this, Mark Andreessen, who is a major venture capitalist, runs the firm Andreessen Horowitz in California, just went on Joe Rogan's podcast and talked about how the Biden administration was telling small AI developers that they didn't want them to exist. Andreessen was saying that he was having meetings with the White House where they're saying, don't even try to fund new AI startups, because we think that those companies should not be able to operate because we think they pose too much of a risk. And again, the White House's framing, the Biden administration's framing, was that there's this sort of existential doom. If you start with that framework, if you misdiagnose, you're going to end up with a cure that's in fact worse than the disease. The second, and I'll close with this, the second case study for caution is a pair of bills also passed by California, AB 2655 and AB 2839. Now, what these bills would have done was essentially one would have made illegal the distribution of AI-generated imagery in elections that, and I'll quote the actual bill, that are reasonably likely to harm the reputation or electoral prospects of candidates or to falsely undermine confidence in elections. Now, that might strike you sort of on the sort of surface as very reasonable. The problem is that these laws are highly vague and subjective. So for instance, California Governor Gavin Newsom, as a pretext for signing this law, cited a satire video of then candidate Kamala Harris giving a speech, and he said this is the reason why we should basically illegalize the use of AI to create this sort of satire video. And I think this is a huge threat to free speech online, because what it means is that only the most powerful players are going to be able to use this technology. And when we use this technology to create means to engage in speech, especially comedy, which for centuries has been the staple of how we criticize, politicians, how we criticize the powerful in Western civilization, especially in America, that's off limits to so many organizations. I think the takeaways from this, sort of the gap between perceptions and reality of AI, as well as the cautionary case studies that I just mentioned, the takeaway should be epistemic humility. We should be slow to regulate. Doesn't mean we shouldn't regulate. That's not what I'm saying. We should be slow to regulate, but I think we should also recognize that many of the laws on the books already give us robust tools to address some of the most significant consequences and harms that we're seeing. And I think we should also be very reticent to create barriers to entry that lock in existing players and create bottlenecks that essentially allows only a handful of corporations and governments to control this technology. Finally, I would say we need to promote little tech. That's Mark Andreessen's term, so I'm stealing it from him. But we need a robust ecosystem of startups to represent various values and approaches to both developing and deploying this technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I'd like to follow on some of Ali's comments. Since ChatGPT exploded on the scene about 2 years ago, and suddenly the boy can talks good English. Mostly bullshit, but nevertheless good English, better than mine maybe, but definitely better accents than mine. And people think AI means generative AI, the ability to have large language model, people call the foundation model, mostly a marketing term, but models that can generate realistic images, good sounding text. People think this is AI. But AI is almost 70 years old. There is nothing new. I mean, it's true that there have been now, sometimes technology, you have jumps, and suddenly everybody becomes aware of this technology. Technology itself has been developing for 70 years. More significantly, AI has played a very, very central role in the internet since the dot-com era. So we're talking about 25 years now, except it's invisible to you, but it plays a major role there. So let me explain. Suppose you want to find my webpage. So you can type http://www.cs.ri.edu/tilde-vardi, and you'll find my webpage. Most of you don't do that. And even now, I told you my URL, you're not going to remember it. What you're going to do, you're going to open Google and type Moshe Vardi. So most of us today receive most of the information we consume. I mean, there are newspaper and television, but most of us consume most of our information today from the internet. On the internet, everything you see, an algorithm decided what to show you. You need to understand it. An algorithm decided what to show you. What algorithm? It's AI. I mean, people think of AI as just, science fiction. It's AI. It's been around from the very beginning. When Google launched, the key idea of Google was to use AI to rank the results of the search order. If you remember the search in the late 1990s, it was a hodgepodge of stuff. And suddenly Google came, and the top was very often, I got lucky, the top was what you wanted. What was it? It was AI, okay? Now, what do let's call them the platforms. What do they show you? They show you what they decide they want to show you. Okay, you have to understand. Whom do they optimize for? One possibility for you. We want to show you the best thing that you can see. Or they can say, we're going to show you the best thing that we want you to see. So we learned just recently in the past year, but a huge battle inside Google, how to rank search results. And the battle between the people who said, we should do what's best for the user. And the people who said, we should do what is best for Google. Google make its money by showing you pages with AdWords. How do they make the money? So there was the pro-user, pro-Google. Who do you think won? So the pro-user people end up being pushed out, and the pro-Google people, the pro-Google person who has been nicknamed the person who killed Google search or destroyed Google search became senior vice president, okay? So what you see is what the platform are aiming to see you. And what it means is even that you think, well, I did a search, I'm seeing the news. Each one of us gets to see a different view. Because not only that, it's not just optimizing for Google, but Google knows who is doing the search. Yes, you can go and do it in such a way that Google will not know. Most of the time, Google know who is going to search, and they have wealth of information about you. And that's how they decide what to show you. As a result, if we want to understand why our society is so polarized, think of the Tower of Babel. Each one of us is living in our own little bubble in how we see the world, because we see the world the way AI decided to show it to us individually and for the interest of the platform. So no wonder we are polarized. Of course we are polarized. Now, it's very clear now the platforms are incredibly powerful. You take I think like seven big tech, 7 companies, I think they are worth now in many trillions of dollars. Incredibly powerful. Why are they so powerful? Well, it's the market on one hand, but there are particular things. One is something called Metcalfe law. Metcalfe law means that when you have a network, the power of the network grows not linearly, but quadratically. The more users you have, the more interactions between them. So if any of you, I have tried now with Twitter and X and Elon Musk, people say, oh, you should go to Mastodon, you should go to Blue Sky. You can go there, but imagine this room, and one person sits at the corner, and we're doing the panel for one person at the corner. That's what Blue Sky right now feels like. You go there, and there's nobody there. So no one wants to go there, because no one is there. So I'm very ambivalent about X, Twitter, but that's where everybody is. So that's where you end up staying there, because that's Metcalfe law. The other one is called the innovator's advantage, or the virtuous cycle. Google started search. Now Microsoft, a very large corporation, tried to compete with her. How many people here use Bing for search? Raise all 3 hands, please, so we can see them. So the answer, why is Google? I mean, nobody forces you to use Google rather than Bing. Why are you still using Google? One is force of habit, but also Google had earlier more users, they had more data, they could improve their search engine, they had more money, they can hire more people to work on it. Even Microsoft was not able to catch up. Facebook was the first social network, serious one, not the first one, but big one that succeeded. Google decided, let's get into the business. Anybody remember Google Plus? Google tried with all the resources, billions of dollars, tried to compete with Facebook. They couldn't do it. Everybody was on Facebook. So the innovator has huge advantage. On top of it, when it comes to social media, there is a famous Section 230. How many people heard of Section 230? One of the most important laws right now in the land, maybe more important than the First Amendment, I don't know. But what it does, it gives immunity from liability for provider and user of interactive computer services who publish information provided by third-party users. So if I put something, if I go and slander someone on Facebook, they can sue me for libel and slander, but they cannot sue Facebook. Facebook has immunity. So they don't have to worry in some sense about the content. It's not quite true. I mean, there is the PR aspect of it. So really bad stuff, okay, has to be removed. And part of it is, let's call content moderation. And that's partly it's removed by algorithm, partly is a whole many, I don't know how many people in Africa looking at horrible stuff, trying to remove it because people are trying to outsmart the algorithm. But more significantly, what social media does is called curation. So I have about 5,000 friends on Facebook. What they consume, there's no way I can consume what they produce. So Facebook decides what I'm going to see. So again, everything I see, same thing on Twitter. Everything I see is what the platform decides what we are going to see. And this is inherent to the operation, because when something is on such large scale, the unfiltered content is just too much. The signal to noise ratio is just way too low. They must curate it, but they have so much information, each one of us. It's curated for you and for you and for you, each one personally. So the important to understand, when you call them platform, there is a connotation of something neutral. They're just there. They're not. They're publisher. They're publisher in the sense that New York Times decide which letter they're going to publish. The same way, the platform decide what content are going to show you. Now, social media went all the way to Supreme Court in the last couple of years. The Supreme Court is completely confused about social media. So in 2023, a lawsuit came all the way to the Supreme Court about Section 230. And the Supreme Court said no, Section 230 can stand because the platforms are neutral platforms, so they should not be liable. But then some states tried to, there was some suspicion that the platforms suppress conservative content, so some states tried to regulate it, went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says no, that platforms are publishers, so they have freedom of speech, so they can put whatever they want. So we have two decisions by the Supreme Court. One said they are neutral platforms, the other says they are publishers. So the Supreme Court cannot make up its own mind about the platforms. So part of this is the Baker Institute for Public Policy. I'm trying to think, we try to talk about what is the policy. Policy is that Section 230 has outlived its usefulness. It came up in 1996. Remember, 1996. This was before the internet. Well, the internet was there, but none of you, it was in university we knew about it, but the public did not know yet much about the internet. It's time to revisit it. But at the same one, I agree with what Daniel said. We want a vigorous free market. We don't want market controlled by a small number of big tech. And we have neglected antitrust enforcement. I mean, we have discovered in this country in the late 19th century, for the free market to work, you need competition. Except companies don't like competition. Competitions are bad for business. So we had the Sherman Act. What is it, 1870 or something like that? A long time ago, people recognize it. We went after the railroads. We went after the oil company. We went after the banks. Okay, this is all a long time ago. We went after TPC, the phone company. There was one phone company. We went after Microsoft. We the people, went after Microsoft. If we didn't go under Microsoft, Google wouldn't exist because Microsoft would have bought it. So the whole vigorous market of today, the whole ecosystem we have today would not have existed without vigorous antitrust enforcement, except we stopped doing it. We haven't done it seriously for many years. Now there's some attempt to do it. We'll see if they're successful. So without vigorous antitrust enforcement, the free market doesn't work. So I'll conclude with that, and let's get into some discussions now. So I'll start with some questions. So in 2020, we learned that there was an attempt to influence the election via the Cambridge Analytica scandal. In 2024, we didn't hear about it. But do we know that there wasn't one? Do we know that there wasn't any kind of operation analogous to Cambridge Analytica?
So what I want to say about Cambridge Analytica, I mean, the scandal, quote unquote, was that they had an organization that had let me start. When you use Facebook or Instagram or any other social media platform, they're collecting voluminous amounts of data on your activities, right? So this is part of, if you've heard of what's going on with TikTok right now, that's part of the issue there, is that TikTok's collecting all of this data, and that data is stored in their databases, their servers, and that can be used and viewed by anyone that TikTok wants it to be viewed by. With respect to Meta, Facebook, they were allowing a third party to access data, use that data about you, the data collected about individual users, to target messaging around elections. And the question, I think, so we think of the question as, the real scandal was that Cambridge Analytica had access to the data. I mean, I think the real scandal is that the data is completely unregulated, that the data is being collected by these platforms is completely unregulated and can be sold right now today on the open market. If you use a smartphone, which I imagine almost everyone in this room does, the smartphone, all the applications in that smartphone are collecting data on you. So that could be everything from your fitness app, could be your calculator, I mean, anything you use, that data is sold to what are called data brokers. Data brokers then compile that data and they sell them to third parties. So think advertisers, right? People who want to target you, or political campaigns. So I think that to answer your question, well, how do we know the same thing, do we know if it happened this year or not? Well, what we do know, I'll give you a very specific example, is that TikTok was collecting data about sensitive political topics on Americans in the run-up to the November election. We know from repeated records that the Chinese Communist Party was actually obtaining access or requesting access to that data on multiple occasions. And so we know that as an example, a foreign adversary was essentially, or an app controlled by a foreign adversary is collecting information on 170 plus Americans, storing that information and giving that information to the Chinese Communist Party. I would say that eclipses anything that Cambridge Analytica ever was. But again, I want to circle back to my key point. The problem there is data privacy. The problem there is that in the US we have no comprehensive data privacy framework. We have some on the state level. Texas actually passed a pretty significant law a year or two ago, but we do not have a national data privacy law, and that underlies a lot of the concerns that you're hearing. So when you're talking about, can you target and profile voters, that is a data privacy issue, not fundamentally an AI issue.
I'll just add to that. I mean, I think it's really important to underscore we don't know what these companies are doing with our data or how they are using algorithms to target us. We know remarkably little about what these algorithms are doing and what's driving them. And I think it's worth scrutinizing that and also scrutinizing why that's the case. I mean, if you think of TikTok, why do people like TikTok? Mostly because of the algorithm being really good and bringing us to content that we like. That being said, it's that good, and that should scare us because, this algorithm knows a lot about us, and we don't know what this company could be doing with it. And we also need to think about, a lot of these companies, the owners of these companies have influence, have real influence. The owner of X is an advisor to the incoming president. The owner of Meta has been very involved politically. He dined at Mar-a-Lago recently. I think, the immense power that these people and these companies hold, it's worth looking at them more closely and interrogating what they're doing with our information.
So following up on that, what do you think about what happened to, we know that all social media platforms are there for the profit, but in particular X now, it's become almost the plaything of one person with a very strong political affiliation. And you know more about election laws than I do. Something doesn't smell right about using now one of the major social media platforms to influence a particular desired result, electoral result.
Well, I think it's interesting, back when Obama was running for election re-election, so 2008 to 2012, then CEO and chairman of Google, Eric Schmidt, was personally overseeing Obama's re-election campaign from the data side. I mean, he was spending his money while he was at Google to oversee what was considered to be at that time a cutting edge kind of micro-targeting operation that many credited with getting Obama back into the White House initially and back into the White House in 2012. I didn't hear, and maybe I just wasn't paying attention, I didn't hear the mainstream press raise the same flags they seem to around Elon Musk. But I will say on X, I haven't seen convincing evidence that Elon Musk was censoring proponents of Kamala Harris in the way that Facebook certainly did in the past, that Google has done repeatedly since 2012. He has had as an individual, he's created his own political PAC and he's engaged in the speech that he's entitled to as an American. I would say thank God for one billionaire who's willing to, I'll just be honest here, speaking as an individual, not as a employee of the Heritage Foundation, for someone who's willing to stand up for American values, where so many billionaires in Silicon Valley have aligned themselves against American interests. So I would say the fact that Elon Musk decided to, as a private citizen, exercise his free speech rights is a great thing. And I don't see that X has suppressed the speech of opponents in the way that old Twitter did. I will just say one last point, that in the run-up to the 2020 election and during the COVID-19 pandemic, Twitter was repeatedly singling out and targeting people for censorship. So people that were, for instance, questioning whether the 2020 election, right, calling into question some of the raising some concerns around how votes were being cast around these sort of open ballot boxes in places like Philadelphia, as well as during the COVID pandemic, singling out people like Jay Bhattacharya, who's a Stanford professor who is calling, who's raising concerns about the COVID vaccine. I mean, this is the kind of targeted censorship that Twitter was engaged in, and I think it's great now that it's an actual open public square for real debate.
I think the jury's out whether there is the algorithm there is as neutral as you claim it is. But let's hear Ali.
Yeah, I just have two thoughts on that. I mean, first, I'd like to kind of echo what Daniel was saying, is that this is not a one-party issue. And I think some of the wisest experts in this area will say, we need to be thinking about policy regardless of who's in leadership of these powerful platforms right at this moment. That could change on a dime. It could change based on their own personal priorities and who they'd like to see in office. So it's very short-sighted to think about it as just one individual. But then speaking on that issue of censorship, I think it's important that we think about the other side of that same coin. There's censorship, and then what's on the other side? There's amplification. There's so much content on this social media that what somebody in a powerful position at a social media company is doing to amplify content is almost just as powerful as removing content from that platform, right? So controlling what you see and removing particular content, is it not two sides of the same thing?
I agree with both of you in that sense. That was said, the real issue is we have a very, very small number of players who basically control a huge part of the information we are consuming. That to me is the problem. It doesn't matter, and it's a bipartisan issue. It doesn't matter whether they're pro, whatever who they are pro. They have, when newspapers, okay, every newspaper decides what you're going to see. But we have a plethora of different newspapers with different perspectives. Here we have a very small number of players, and they control the information ecosystem. Now, I want to disagree with you on, you say privacy versus AI. So you're absolutely right. We have a huge issue now with privacy and the fact we don't have federal laws, and this information can go anywhere. However, suppose I give you 5,000 pages of data about Moshe Vardi. I give it here. Here's the stack. There's nothing you can do with it. But if you give it to a computer, now you can process it. What happened is our ability to learn from data. I mean, think what LLMs are doing. They're consuming the whole internet, everything, Wikipedia, article, newspaper, everything. And from this, they can talk. So our ability to process huge volumes of data and make good conclusions has improved dramatically. This is not just in the last 2 years. This is part of what we call the deep learning revolution, being able to look at an image and say, is this a cat or a dog? It used to be very difficult for computers to do it. For toddlers, it's easy. For computers, it was hard. Now, they're doing better than people. So when you combine the fact that we don't have privacy laws, and we generate data, you're generating data as you're sitting here, because now somebody now knows you're sitting in the Baker Institute of Public Policy. They know what event there is. They know what you care about. You care about the impact of AI on the 2024 election, because they can find it on the program. So when you take that amount of data that is available, and our ability today to make good conclusions from this data, we are in an uncharted territory, I think. So one question is about deepfake, and maybe this is the last question before I go to the question from the audience. Should we have kind of mandatory disclosure? If you generate image by computer, it's okay, generate whatever you want. But say generated by DALL-E Mini, or the same thing about text. Should we have this kind of required identification?
Well, I'll say I'm with the Associated Press, so I'm not in the business of sharing any opinions. But I mean, I can give a little bit of the landscape of the debate here, which is really robust. I mean, I think there are real legitimate concerns on either side of, you know, on one hand, you don't want misleading AI-generated information to spread without people realizing what it is that they're seeing or hearing. And on the other side, you don't want to inhibit free speech, freedom of expression that may even be satire or parody, as Daniel mentioned. And I think actually that might be a pretty instructive example to look at, the satire video of Kamala Harris that informed Gavin Newsom's decision to move forward that law. And that satire video, when it was first released by the original user, it was labeled very clearly as satire on all social platforms that the person posted it on. Then Elon Musk reposted it, and in Elon Musk's reposting, there was no label of satire. You know, a wise person listening and watching might be able to detect this doesn't really seem like something Kamala Harris would say, but it did sound like her voice, remarkably like her voice, and so it could also mislead people. And I think that is that gray area that we're all kind of living in and debating in, you know, understanding that we don't have the best media literacy in this country. Somebody might hear that and really think that's what Kamala Harris thinks. And the question is whether or not disclosure should be required in order to stop that, or whether that could tamp down on, you know, important free expression that we need to protect.
Yeah, so two things on this. First, I think we should be slow to impose disclosure as a requirement. I think encouraging companies to have, for instance, using watermarking for AI-generated imagery in certain instances could be helpful as a best practice. But I think the problem with disclosures is what the district court recognized in California when it recently enjoined AB 239, which is one of the two laws that I mentioned earlier, essentially requiring a labeling of quote-unquote AI-altered imagery. And I'll quote the judge, Judge John Mendez, most of the law acts as a hammer instead of a scalpel, serving as a blunt tool that hinders humorous expression and unconstitutionally stifles the free and unfettered exchange of ideas, which is so vital to American democratic debate. That is, I think, the problem when you talk about mandating, sort of these labels, because especially when we're talking about satire, if you're, depending on the labeling requirement, you can actually interfere with the message of the satire itself, therefore changing it, and therefore, and the Supreme Court has recognized in cases like Hurley, for instance, that when the government compels the inclusion of speech that would change the message of the speech, it violates the First Amendment, because that becomes compelled speech. So I think we should be very, very careful on that note. But the second part is a little bit of skepticism on whether this is efficacious. I don't know. I mean, as the AI continues to advance, it's not clear to me that the systems we would rely on to recognize when AI is, or an image or video has been AI altered would actually be, would continue to be accurate. I mean, I think there's a lot of examples where those sorts of AI altered images or videos slip past those kinds of systems. And so what we do is run the risk of creating a new tier of, I'll call it, content moderation that essentially deprioritizes like real content, important speech, because it's not quote unquote authentic. I'll give you a good example of that. When former President, now President-elect Trump, was shot, there was an image that was taken, actually, I think by a journalist, that was circulating the internet very shortly after, within hours of the shooting. And the major social media platforms, including Meta and Google, suppressed the image because their AI, again, this is an example of what Moshe was talking about, their AI systems detected that it was quote unquote an altered image. So the American public, for hours after one of the most critical events in recent history, were deprived of critical information and speech around what was happening to a former president. Now, that is a massive, massive problem. And we got to think about, okay, extrapolate that now for millions of people posting about all kinds of topics. This is a huge threat to our free speech. Finally, I'll say, I think there are good ways, there's good reason to believe that in future, we'll have spaces online where, for instance, you could use blockchain to authenticate certain kinds of, or authenticate that certain kinds of content are authentically human created, right? So you can, instead of saying, if an image is AI altered, right, it doesn't get on the platform, you can just have spaces where you say you have to use blockchain to authenticate, like a cryptographic key to authenticate that you're a real person, right? And you can have a small space where you can say, okay, these are people that we know are human beings talking to each other. Again, I do not think you should mandate that. I think anonymity is critical to speech online, but I think there are technologies that could create that. But I think that requires a kind of scale that is really impossible in the current social media landscape, right? The idea behind Facebook, for instance, was that you would have this global village, this global public square, which is the words Mark Zuckerberg used in his letter to shareholders in 2010. I would argue, I would just contend that is a failed experiment. And one of the reasons it's a failed experiment is that it ignores the realities of human-scaled communities. I think this is sort of just critical for us moving forward. And I think it's something we have to consider in any kind of policy making we do.
So just as anecdotally, my main, I come into kind of a fake content is robocalls. I get a call, is it a person or a robot on the other side? So my easy thing when somebody says, this is so-and-so, and I said, what is your full name, please? Now, some of them are smart enough to actually give me a full name. Then I said, how old are you? They have not mastered it yet. Okay, so this is, if you want to try it yourself, try it. Ask, how old are you? They can't do that. So here is one question we have. So we heard in the previous panel that a major issue is, will people go and vote? It's not enough what they think, whom they favor, will they actually go and vote? So what role does AI, information, all the things we discussed, what role does it play in making people, encourage people to vote or dissuading people to vote? I mean, one of the ways that we've seen people are dissuaded not to vote is, oh, well, they're all the same. They're all bad, all politicians are bad, there's no point in voting, they're all equally bad. So can you comment on that? What impact do we have on people actually voting?
Yeah, I guess I'll start by saying, and this is something that AI experts will say again and again, it's AI, and Dan noted this too, AI is not necessarily the only focus here. It is the tool being used to achieve other ends. And so, when we talk about what role AI will play, well, that will depend on who's powering the AI, who's behind the AI, and who's deciding what its algorithms are going to do and who it's going to target. That being said, I think one example that I shared in my introduction, provides some insight here, and that's chatbots and how they answer questions about voting. Right now, we don't have a whole lot of people consulting chatbots on how and where to vote, but that could change in time, especially as more of our social media and search engines start incorporating generative AI in their results without us even thinking about it. And right now, we've learned that they are remarkably bad at providing good voting information, and it's also not equitable. And so when you ask a question in English versus in Spanish or in French, you might get a completely different answer about where your polling place is in Georgia. And that's a big concern when you think about, different demographics going to vote. So I'll just share that example. I'm sure there are many others.
So it's interesting. Facebook ran a study. I'm trying to remember if it was 2012 or 2014. I believe it was between 2012 and 2014. And they basically simulated so they basically sent out these go vote reminders that were both directly targeted and then shared by people on their platform. And then they studied, would that change overall voter participation? And they found it did across the board. It was, relatively small, but I believe it was something like at least tens of thousands of people, like 30,000+ people. And you could imagine that in a close race, as we see more and more these days, a few thousand votes in key swing states can really change the outcome of a presidential election. More recently, there's been pretty decent evidence that Google. So if you're on Google, you'll notice around election times they'll have that, when you open your search engine, they'll have like a note that says "Go vote," right? And this assumption is that everyone's seeing that. But there are actually some researchers who have been tracking that since 2016 and have found that during the interceding election cycles that those reminders are actually being targeted. So not everyone on the search engine is seeing those.
I did not get them. I did not get them.
Yeah.
I did not see them.
So some, that's the point, is they're individually targeted. And so there's a really interesting gentleman by the name of Robert Epstein, and he actually testified here. I testified with him before the Texas legislature earlier this year. We talked about this very issue. He has a really interesting program where he is basically trying to use polling, sampling methods to track what Google shows individual users. And what he's finding is that around election times, you'll see a huge shift, or there'll be huge variations in the kinds of users that are being shown Go Vote reminders. So this year, for example, he released some research that suggested that up until I think the week before Election Day, on average, Google was sending more Democrats or liberals Go Vote reminders at a far higher rate. We're not just talking like a couple percentage points, but it's like, in some sense, like 5 to 10 points higher rate than conservatives. So regardless, I mean, maybe, if you're a Democrat and maybe you think that's a good thing, I would say the fact that a major company is essentially engaged in what I would argue would constitute an in-kind, or well, maybe not in-kind contribution, but independent expenditure without any kind of disclosure is a massive, massive problem. Again, we have no idea how they're targeting this information. They deny they are. And I think the fact that we know that it can shift votes per the research from Nature in 2012 and 2014, it's a huge problem.
So one of the questionnaire claims that you wrote in May 2024, the Congress needs to protect our election from big tech.
Yes.
So now you seem to have kind of changed tune a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Did you write in May 2024 that Congress should protect our elections from big tech?
Yes, I did.
So can you elaborate on that?
Yes. Well, it's exactly what I just said. I mean, the fact that you have massive tech companies that are targeting Go Vote reminders, they're selectively censoring campaigns, candidates, and the sharing of information is a massive problem. We saw this, again, and I used the example of Twitter before Elon Musk took it over. They were selectively censoring individuals, in some cases that were proponents of President Trump, and in other cases, there's been censorship targeted at Democrat candidates. There's some evidence to suggest that Google, for instance, and Robert Epstein has done this research as well, that Google has been actually targeting her with censorship because of her potentially because of her criticism of Google and big tech. So this is a bipartisan issue. My point is that when you have massive companies that have no accountability and are able to sort of manipulate the public or shape public discourse in these ways without any kind of transparency or disclosure, it's a problem no matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. And I think what we want to do in terms of Congress or the states, and this is something Heritage has been talking about for a while, is simply say, look, if you are engaging as essentially a publisher, right, to take a side as a tech company, as a digital intermediary, and the kind of speech that's permitted in the public square, you shouldn't get blanket immunity for that under Section 230. I think perhaps under state election law, we need to consider treating such activity as reportable expenditures or contributions. Those are things that should be transparent or reportable, both at the federal and state level. And so I think those are a couple steps that we could, in fact, take to rein some of this activity in.
Can I just
please
add one thing? I mean, I think all of this conversation really comes back to the fact that AI and AI's role in elections is not really the most important question to be asking. The most important question to be asking is, what are the underlying motives behind that AI? What was training that AI? Who are the people behind the AI, and what do they want? And I think that's going to decide the impact of AI on elections. I'll give you one more example, foreign actors. Let's talk about Iran. We know that OpenAI disrupted an Iranian campaign to write social media comments in English and Spanish about the election. If a foreign entity wanted to change perspectives in America in whichever way they want, they could use AI to do that. And in this case, it wasn't particularly, the campaign was not particularly effective. It wasn't reaching a lot of Americans, and Americans weren't really genuinely engaging with it. But that could change. And so I think, again, it's important the actors behind the AI. It's not the AI itself.
So it boils down to that we kind of need to look at the I mean, big tech is such a huge, presence in our life right now. And we cannot decide, are they neutral platforms? And then their behavior should, you're absolutely right, they should not be able to do that. Or are they just entitled to free speech like the rest of us? Okay, like other corporations, right? Citizens United are entitled to speech, and therefore they can show whatever advertisement, whatever inducement they want to show. We kind of have to decide, are they platforms or are they publishers? Right now, they're trying to hold it, yes, we like this and we like that. And these two things are inconsistent, as you're pointing out, and I pointed out. I think we are in complete agreement there. They have to decide, or we as a society have to decide, how should we treat them? Okay?
No, and I just to note that, I think, in fact, the predicate of Section 230 was to empower users to make better decisions about what information they see, right? So if you notice, there's sort of two parts to 230. The one is, the first part is what's called the Good Samaritan blocking provision, which says that if a company acts in good faith to block certain kinds of information or content, they're not held liable for that. The second part is this sort of publisher provision, says you're not, the company's not held liable for speech that they transmit on behalf or host on behalf of a third-party user. And of course, the good faith blocking provision now has been blown up by the courts to mean if the company does whatever it wants with your speech, whether suppress it or amplify it or label it or whatever, that is covered by the sort of broad immunity. And the reality is that if you look at 230, the original bill, Communications Decency Act, wanted to incentivize companies to take down things like porn, for instance, right? This was the days of the early internet, and this was something that the court considered in both Ashcroft case and the Reno case, where the issue was that there was a concern that porn was going to proliferate on the internet, children were going to gain access to it, and the internet would become a cesspool, kind of similar to the concerns we have today. What was Congress's response? Make sure that companies are not liable when they give users more choices about what they see online. So I think the answer, the real question that you asked earlier, I think, is not just, are the platforms neutral, are they publishers? It's who decides, right? It's not what is decided so much, but it's who decides what is decided, right? So if we're talking about this sort of very diverse kind of speech online, all kinds of content, we're really talking about how do we use policy to shift power towards the users and their various communities to make decisions in accordance with their values, rather than try to do it from a global platform that can't possibly reflect the values and interests of its millions, and in Facebook's or Meta's case, billions of users.
I'll just add, these questions are a lot more salient and framed differently than they were even 5 or 10 years ago, in part because now we see newer generations getting almost all of their information straight from social media. And so instead of, going to a homepage of a mainstream media outlet or, their outlet of choice, we see people using their algorithm to determine what kind of news that they're receiving. And so these questions become very important when we think about, this is how most of America is getting the information they're using to make business decisions and to inform their daily lives.
So final question, thank you. Final question for this panel. When it comes to policies on privacy and regulation, the EU is taking a very different line than the United States. Partly, they don't have much of a major big tech industry in Europe, so they kind of think, well, here we're worried, we regulate them, it's an economic engine, so we're kind of torn between them. Europe is just saying it is American company, we regulate them as much as we want. But some people look at the regulation, like the GDPR, of course, is very imperfect and it should be revised. Many flaws have been discussed, but still, it's an attempt to regulate privacy and data. What should US do in this area?
So I think a promising piece of legislation that was before Congress earlier this year was the American Privacy Rights Act. It would have been the most comprehensive data privacy framework, frankly, that Congress has ever considered. And it would have done a lot of things to, I think, address some of the concerns mentioned today, and I'll mention one of those. It would require that the companies that provide your digital services, right, so all the applications you use, these large platforms, they only collect and retain the data necessary to provide the service. So this, call it a data proportionality or data minimization requirement, right? Or so what some would call or privacy by design. You're not just collecting data for the sake of collecting data, which frankly is the incentive of most of these digital service providers, because the data they collect on you is how they're making money, right? They're selling that to advertisers and data brokers. So this legislation would have said, look, you can only collect the data you need to provide the service. It would have also required some transparency reporting requirements, and there are some duty of care related requirements as well. But I think that would be a great step in the right direction for the United States.
Ali, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't weigh in on, what America should do, but I will say, the EU and America have very different priorities, and that shows, right? I think America values freedom of speech higher than almost anything else, and that's such an important American value that we all hold dear, and so that comes into play in all of our discussions. And then I would also say, these companies that we're talking about, Meta, TikTok, X, these are not American-only companies. These are international companies, and so they are having to answer to all of these other countries that are creating new laws and regulations, and so that's going to factor into how they act in the United States as well. And I think we can't see the United States only as being in a vacuum here. As we see other countries taking steps, what becomes possible here in America changes.
So we start talking about AI in the election, and we end up talking about technology, culture, society, power, as it should be. Thank you very much for your participation. Let's thank the panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Moshe and everybody. There's lunch outside. Please come back with your food and be ready for a conversation between Karl Rove and Major Garrett at 12 noon. Thank you. Welcome back. I got to tell you that our next two speakers have been here so often to the presidential election program that Mark and I are thinking about seeing if we could get them some fellowships here. But Karl, it doesn't pay. I got to tell you first. It's a great delight to introduce to the smartest guys that come into this building from time to time. Karl Rove, everyone knows, prominent political strategist and policymaker who's had a significant impact on not his party, but the whole political landscape of the United States. You know his background, Deputy Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor to President George W. Bush. He's taken part in so many statewide elections, it's impossible to keep up with. He's a columnist for the Wall Street Journal, and he's quite frankly one of the smartest guys in politics. Major Garrett is Chief Washington Correspondent for CBS News, and he's part of a small fraternity of national journalists who've had their roots here in Houston. That includes Walter Cronkite, Dan Rather, Linda Ellerby, and the inimitable Kay Bailey Hutchison, so you're in good stead.
Thank you.
I'll leave the floor to you guys.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
John. Thank you. Karl and I decided to come up a couple minutes early to give you a little more bonus content. Karl, it's great to see you. It's always great to be here at the Baker Institute. I'm always grateful to be invited back. I know Karl is too. So Karl, let's start off the top. Anything about this election surprise you?
Not a damn thing.
Okay. Anything that surprised the Democrats that shouldn't have?
Well, first of all, it was a weird election. Let's be honest about that, from start to finish. Mm-hmm. It started with the fact that both of the likely nominees of their respective parties began 2023 as the most unpopular front runners for their party's nominees in the history of polling. I went back in the Gallup database to 1936, and no pair of, potential of the leading nominees, front runners, were as unpopular as these two guys were. And then, June 27th, the earliest presidential debate. I want to know who the person was inside Biden world that said, let's go do a June 27th debate, because as a country, we owe them a deep debt of gratitude. It would not have been for our good for our country to have him be the nominee of the Democratic Party and go into the general election with somebody who is completely incapable of conducting a campaign. We're better off as a country when we have a spirited debate between two people that the country says, many people in the country say no matter who is likely to be the president, that we'll be okay. And that would not have been the case had he been the nominee. And then the attempted assassination on July 15th, the Republican National Convention, which was an extraordinary moment, particularly the opening night when Trump spoke, and particularly the first 18 minutes, which I've been to every convention since '72, and I never have seen a moment like those first 18 minutes. Of course, it was followed by 62 minutes of total, complete crazy, but that, and then 8 minutes at the end. My personal favorite out of the whole address was, "We're going to cure Alzheimer's and cancer so quickly, and men will not be allowed to participate in women's sports." Now, I'm in favor of all three of those things, but I don't, when I get up in the morning, don't say kill cancer, kill Alzheimer's, and no men in women's sports. How those things ended up being there together, I don't know.
It's called the weave, Carl.
Yeah,
it's called the weave.
There was no copy of the speech.
No?
So I'm sitting in the Fox booth. Normally, when you have a major address, because you've got to have the producers get the cameras on at the right time. And so, but 15 minutes into the speech, in walks this person, and I think Rupert had gotten a copy of the speech, because there's a copy of the speech. They've quickly run it off on a Xerox machine and given it to us, and it's got some scribbles on it that I sort of saw were familiar handwriting. And so I'm following the speech, and it would be like, "We're going to have tariffs, it's a beautiful word." And I'm reading the speech. And then there are like 3 or 4 paragraphs that aren't in the speech.
Not
and it's
there.
like, we're the weave, and we're out there, and they don't come back. We're going to cure cancer and Alzheimer's so quickly. And I'm like, this is like the weirdest, nominating speech or acceptance speech I've ever heard in my life.
But is there something that Democrats were surprised about that they shouldn't have been?
That there was such resistance to the whole idea of the economic agenda of the incumbent administration. They thought that people would say things are getting better, and look, I took a marketing class when I was a freshman in college, and I learned one thing: if you got a lousy product, do not put your name on it. And these people went out and said Bidenomics is working. And they, I think, were surprised by the fact that people didn't say, "Oh yeah, okay, inflation's coming down, unemployment's pretty good, GDP is so-so,
Stock
market is great, and therefore
interest rates are coming down.
Yeah.
There is a directional benefit or beneficial.
Yeah. But they didn't understand
horizon.
that people were coping with in their everyday life the effect of 3 years of bad stuff.
Right.
And it's one thing to say things are getting better, and then people going home and saying, "I'm still finding it difficult to take the paycheck at the end of the month, and it's enough to pay the bills that I got sitting in front of me."
When I traveled across the country, there wasn't a single voter, Harris or Trump, who could not recite to me the cost of eggs.
Yeah.
I swear to God, every single one. And that's the kind of tactile piece of information that ought to have been a signal. Is there anything that Kamala Harris could have done differently to win?
I'm thinking about writing about it this week, actually, because I read that some of the reports on the Harvard Institute of Politics thing. Yeah, there are a couple of things that she could have done that I think
within the time limit that she had.
Yeah, that would have made it better. One is she could have on The View said, I can think of one thing that
At least one
that I would have done differently.
Then Biden.
And then the ambassador and I were talking about this. It was a mistake for her to surround herself with Hollywood and the glitterati. People wanted to know more about her, and having having Oprah and everybody else obscured moments. It took away moments where they could have learned about her. But yeah, she needed to say, "I'm different," and she was never able to articulate that. Maybe it was a question of time. You become the nominee, de facto nominee, after July 21st when Biden pulls out. That's not a lot of time.
Nope.
But she was burdened with a lot. His approval ratings were in the 30s, high 30s. on the biggest of the four biggest issues of the election: the economy, inflation, the border, and crime. Those were the four. Those were bigger than health care and abortion. His approval ratings were in the 30s on all of them.
Right. Is there anything that Donald Trump could have done to lose the election?
Not turned his head at the right moment. I don't know. Maybe.
Meaning the fundamentals were such that it was unlosable for him? Because clearly there were things he did that brought negative attention, negative headlines. Even within his own campaign, they wished hadn't gone the way they did, and still he won.
Yeah, but I think that's more of, if I had to pick between, was there something he could do to lose? Yeah, but he didn't do that.
Right.
I think what happened was that at the end of the day, and this may be a problem that he faces in office, this election was decided by people, and you know them, who said, he's crazy, he says weird shit, he does weird shit, but I can't run the risk of having her in office. Because she was so burdened by what Biden had done or not done, that I think it caused the election to be decided by people who said, he's not my favorite, but he's better than her.
I was in New York last week at the New York Times DealBook Summit for a conversation about this election. There was a very lively debate between those on the Harris side and the Trump side about whether this election was or was not a blowout.
Now, look, it was not a blowout. In fact,
I knew it.
The blue sheet.
Yes.
So think about how politics has changed dramatically. And sort of the break point is 1992. Let's take the election of 68. Compare it to the previous election. Democrats lost 18 points compared to 64. The Republicans picked up 4. In 72, the Republicans picked up 18 compared to the previous election. Democrats dropped 5. 76, the Democrats picked up 12 compared to 72. The Republicans lost 13. 1980, the Democrats lost 9 compared to the previous election. The Republicans picked up 3, and then there was an other for 7. 84, the Republicans picked up 8. 1988, Democrats picked up 5. Republicans dropped 6. 1992, Republicans dropped 16. The Democrats added 19 points. Think of the last 4 or 5 elections. 2008, the Democrats picked up 5, the Republicans lost 5. 2012, the Democrats picked up 2, the Republicans picked up 1. 2016, the Democrats lost 3, the Republicans lost 1. 2020, the Democrats picked up 3, the Republicans picked up 1. 2024, the Democrats lost 2.6 points, and the Republicans picked up 2.4. We've gotten, in this century, into a highly polarized environment. Yes, he got 312 votes in the Electoral College, big number. But in large measure, it was because the election is 49.9 to 48.4.
Right.
Think about this. This is another difference. Joe Biden got 81 million votes in 2020. Harris got 75 million.
Right.
She got 6,636,664 votes less than Joe Biden got. That's 8% less. 1 out of every 12 people who voted for Joe Biden in 2020 did not vote for her this time around. Donald Trump got 74,223,475 votes in 2020. This time around, he got 77,237,942. In other words, he gained 3 million votes, or basically 4%. 1 out of every 25 people who voted for Donald Trump in 2024 did not vote for him in 2020. Now, how does that compare? In 2004, John Kerry got 14% more votes than George Bush got. Excuse me, 16% more votes than Al Gore got. George Bush got 24% more votes in 2004
than he got in 2000.
Than he got in 2000.
Right.
So in this electorate, there were 6 million people who said, I voted for Joe Biden and got to get Donald Trump out of the White House, but I'm not voting for her. And only 3 million people who voted said, I didn't vote last time around for him or vote at all, but I'm voting this time around. So we are in a highly polarized period. The only other time in American history when we've had so many presidential elections that have been so tight, in which the movement between the two parties has been this small, is the last quarter of the 19th century, the Gilded Age.
Yeah. I want to take what Carl just said, because I knew he would go in that direction, and give you some
Was that
basic
predictable?
numbers. No. Those are important numbers. But in this election, Kamala Harris, compared to Joe Biden, lost 400,000 votes in New Jersey, 400,000 in Texas, 1.9 million in California, 900,000 in New York, 400,000 in Illinois. What should Democrats learn from that?
Well, it's that they've got a problem.
Because why I mention those states is that's not where the campaign was most aggressively joined.
Battleground states. I mean, look, there are a whole series of these things. 3,143 counties in the United States. Not a single county flipped from being for Donald Trump in 2020 to being for Kamala Harris in 2024. You have to go back to 1932 to find a similar circumstance. Even when we get our ass kicked in 1936 and in 1964, there are counties that voted for Alf Landon that had voted for Roosevelt in 32. There are counties that voted for Barry Goldwater that had voted for JFK and LBJ. So there are, this electorate is so highly polarized, and the Democratic Party has lost control of a key part of its constituency. It's not that it's lost that constituency, it's lost dominance among them.
And that constituency is?
Well, 4 or 5 of them, blacks. Trump gets the highest percentage of the black vote since Ronald Reagan took 49 states in 1984. He gets the highest Hispanic vote since George W. Bush got it in 2004. And Bush had worked that community and had an enormous appeal in it. Women. You know, women who were supposed to be the driver of a Democratic victory this time around, women are, Trump did 3 points better among women this time around than last time. And here's the number that boggles my mind. If your income, your family income is $100,000 or less, you tended to vote for Trump. And if your income is $100,000 or more, you voted for Kamala Harris. So the blue collar working class, you know, flyover American said, I'm voting for the guy who represents hope and opportunity and doesn't seem to be looking down his nose at me. This was both an economic election where people said the price of eggs is coming down, but it's still considerably above what it was when when this guy came into office with this running mate who's now the nominee of the Democratic Party. But the other part of it was, I'm an ordinary American, and there's a party who dominates the culture, dominates the media, seemingly dominates corporate America, and clearly dominates Washington, D.C., and they're looking down their nose at me. They're involved in a whole bunch of stuff like men, you know, teenage men involved in women's sports in high school and college that doesn't seem to me to be right. And a whole bunch of other stuff. So Trump, give him his due, understood this, and on a you know, I'm for you. You know, in fact, that the ad that I think had the biggest impact, in fact, my Democratic friends tell me that inside Harris world, this was the biggest impact, is the ad on her on camera saying that she's in favor of transgender surgery and chemical therapy for men in prisons who want to change their gender to women. And she says, oh yeah, I'm in favor of that. And the tagline is, she's for they, them, you know, he's for you.
Right.
And on some visceral level, people said, he's for me. And she's not.
When I was covering the Republican caucuses in Iowa, I said, before the results were known, that Trump was running and would run in this campaign as the incumbent, the challenger, and the victim. And I said that it was a very potent combination.
Why didn't you give me that line before you used it, man? That was a good line.
So you understand, and this audience understands the first two, but I want you to describe the political impact of the victim part of it, the legal procedures, which were perceived to be problematic, but in the end were politically advantageous to former
Well, they
President
look like
Trump.
a stretch. Look, and let me get it out of the way. I do think there was a fundamental issue in the classified documents case. You know, I was in the White House for 7 years, and I had classification. And if I did what Trump did, we'd be having this conversation in the visitors' lounge at Fort Leavenworth.
Correct.
But the other parts of this thing were clearly problematic. When you have the DA in Manhattan saying, I'm running for office because I'm going to go after Trump, and then once he gets into office, goes after Trump on the basis of something that his predecessor, a widely respected Democrat, said, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. And then when you had the prosecutor in Fulton County, Atlanta, go after him, and it turned out that she had hired her boyfriend at an enormous salary to prosecute this, and she too had run for office saying, I'm going after Trump. And Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, said, I don't take offense at what he did. So those started to look like they were stinky. And then he adroitly took the raid on Mar-a-Lago, which in my opinion was justified. They had evidence, that he had collected and maintained and held on to documents, and that turned out to be true. They collected several hundred classified documents that were in as a result of that raid. But he turned that into, they came into my house. Your former president, they came into my house, and they went into my wife's closet, and they shouldn't have done that.
Right. And it's clear that the Justice Department had tried to resolve this peaceably, quietly,
for
earlier.
a year and a half.
Right. And if you talk to anyone in the DeSantis inner circle, Mike Pence, Tim Scott, they all basically said their campaigns effectively ended that day.
Right.
Because the needle of sympathy went to Trump and never moved back.
Yeah. So the guy that
How about the January 6th case for Jack Smith? Do you consider that problematic or close?
I'm not certain
Close
that people
call.
understood it. I mean, at some point, the volume of this was such that people ultimately said, well, there's
It's all
another.
the same thing, and it's all one thing.
Right.
To get Trump.
Right. And look, I think it would have been different on Jack Smith if Jack Smith had been able to say there is a direct link between the people sitting there at the hotel in Washington who were in communication with the Proud Boys, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If there was a link between them, Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, et cetera, and the White House. But they didn't have that link. And as a result, I think ordinary people looked at it and said, I don't get what this is all about. January 6th was stinky, but what exactly was, didn't he? And Trump had a great line, which was to say, I told him to do it peacefully. I want him to do so peacefully. And, that served him well. But, and the classified documents, you're absolutely right. They spent a year and a half. So Mark Meadows is either a hero or a goat. Because I hold him to be the guy who could have said on January 20th of 2021, he could have said, General Services Administration, you got a couple of trucks that are leaving with a bunch of stuff from the White House. Before you get on I-95, swing by the National Archives and Records Administration warehouse in suburban Maryland and take all the boxes of documents off the truck. Now, Trump would never have forgiven him, but we would have spared this as an issue because the law is clear. A president does not have a right to walk out of there with anything but his own personal records. Clinton walked out of there with the tapes of his private conversations with a guy who was going to do an oral history. The courts upheld that he had a right to do that. President Bush 41 walked out with his diary. It upheld that. There was a brief skirmish about Ronald Reagan and his diary. And in all instances, the courts held, or the Justice Department held, that they had a right to do that. But nobody has ever held that there's a right to take documents wholesale out of the White House. And it's clear in the law. And so it was a problem.
And it was also muddied by Joe Biden's problems.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but we could have been avoided this all if Mark Meadows, chief of staff, had said, you know what, I know what's in those boxes, because for fact certain, he was told a number of times by people, you cannot take them. In fact, the White House staff secretary, who has ultimate authority over those documents, left in the middle of December because he's not told me this, but because he left because he didn't want to. He'd said enough times you can't take them. And look, the president, they knew that he'd taken them. There's a little office in the staff secretary. That's a job that sounds like it's a nothing burger. That person sees every document that goes to the president and keeps a log of it. You know who George W. Bush's staff secretary was? A bright young lawyer named Brett Kavanaugh. And the lawyer who was there for Trump had that same job, and underneath him is a thing called the White House Records Office, which is on the White House staff, but is paid for by and hired by and directed by the National Archives and Records Administration, and they keep a log of every document that the president sees, including the classified documents, and a second log is kept at the National Security Council of every classified document that has to do with NSC work. And so within a matter of days after leaving the White House, the NARA, the National Archives and Records Administration, knew exactly that hundreds of classified documents had not been turned over because they had the logs.
Right.
They had the log of the president saw this, but we don't see it in the stack of documents that we got. So this could have all been avoided if Mark Meadows, had stood up and said, I'll take the arrow, but I'm going to make the call as the president gets ready to leave and tell him, swing by and get those boxes off of there.
Mark Meadows took no discernible arrows
No.
as chief of staff, which is something you have to do in that job.
Yeah.
You really do.
Yeah.
Carl mentioned how much George W. Bush increased his vote total 2004 to 2000. Campaigns pay compliments to each other indirectly by understanding how they win elections and taking the best practices. The Obama people did that after the 2004 election. Should anyone take anything from the Trump campaign in 2024? Were they more disciplined, more tactically improved?
This was Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita did a terrific job because he's not the easiest candidate to work with. And they also had this problem. They had the problem of people, they needed to get the votes of people who had doubts about Donald Trump. They had the votes
in some cases, deep-seated doubts.
Yeah, they had the votes of everybody who was a Trump enthusiast. To the MAGA base, they would crawl over broken glass to vote for him. But that's insufficient to win the election because they were all for him in 2020. So they had to get the votes of people who had doubts. And there were 2 or 3 things that came into play that I think are going to be repeated, studied by future campaigns and repeated. One was the use of influencers. They had social media influencers who are ubiquitous and largely invisible to the people in this room. There was a guy, he was released by the Houston football team, defensive lineman, who was being paid $1 million a year last season and was making $7 million a year off his social media platforms. And there are hundreds of these people, sports figures in baseball, football, and basketball, and a lot of them were for Trump, and a lot of them were organized by, there's a guy who advises them on this, who is the nephew of Steve Wynn, the former hotelier. And this kid, he's in his 20s, has a business where he advises these people and also does poker tournaments. And what he did was he went to all of those contacts and said, if you're for Donald Trump, will you unleash your network and say things that are helpful to Donald Trump? And they did. And these people were talking each day to millions of voters who liked the voice that they were hearing from, and they were talking to them in a language that they had heard often from a trusted source.
They were a digital representation of what you used in 2004, the third-party verifier.
Right.
All right, so the influencers, what's another component part of the Trump campaign that will be studied?
Yeah, another part of it is that they took micro-targeting to its ultimate level, or at least the ultimate level available today. We used micro-targeting in 2004 to identify persuadable swing voters and low-propensity voters. They used it to identify similar universes of targets. We used it in order to identify people who neighbors could talk to.
Right.
What they did was, now it is possible to take that list and run them by lists of their viewing habits and literally target television ads to individuals on that list. So that when you turned on your streaming, you turned on Yellowstone, and you were a target voter, you'd get an ad. You turned on Yellowstone and you were not a voter, you wouldn't get a Trump ad. Now, they spent most of their money on network and cable in battleground states, but they spent a significant slug on this, and it's far more impactful because you literally are talking not to the dozens of people who've already made up their mind to vote for you or to vote against you. You're talking to the people who modeling shows you are the people who are absolutely up for grabs in the election, either because they haven't made a decision to vote or they haven't made a decision to vote for you. And you're talking to those individual voters. And because you've got that data, you can not only do that with television, you can also do it with video, you can do it with email, you can do it with, digital, you can do it with neighbor to neighbor. I mean, you can cover those people up and target your campaign on them. The third thing is that they really did expand the number of people who are small dollar donors to the Republicans. However, the Democrats did an even better job, and the Republicans have got to figure out why, even with a highly profile person and candidacy in the form of Donald Trump, they were not able to keep up with the Democrats.
CBS News is part of a larger corporation called Paramount. Paramount produced Yellowstone, so thank you very much for that.
Don't worry, you won't be thanking me after when I tell a story about Paramount.
So also at this New York Times Deal Book Summit, Van Jones was there, and he said, Democrats have got to understand that digital is the new door knocking.
Right.
Stop talking about your numbers of door knocks, your numbers of phone calls. You must lay on your campaign, layer, what your digital footprint is and what your digital feedback is, and stop obsessing about phone calls and door knocks. How would you evaluate that?
I agree with half of that.
Okay.
I agree that the digital needs to be a part of it, but the door knocking and the phone calls matter a lot. So the question is, how do you use micro-targeting data in order to maximize the effectiveness of the door knocking and the phone calls? And that is to say, how do you get those phone calls and door knocks made by people who are neighbors? There's actually been a lot of work done on the effectiveness of door knocking and phone calls, largely done by a guy who was at Yale named Joshua Green, who's now at Columbia, who's done a whole series of studies in campaigns to show the impact of it, of the personal contact. And the one thing we know is that it does have a huge difference in how you turn out people marginally. Now, it doesn't mean that you can win 10% or 20% of the electorate, but in an election that's going to be decided by 2 or 3 or 4 points, the personal contact from somebody who is a committed volunteer on behalf of a campaign is powerful. Now, I said 2 words there, committed volunteer, that are important. And both parties have a problem with relying upon paid people to do the door knocking and the phone calls. And that's a problem because people can pick that up. Here in Texas, in the last 3 election cycles, underneath the radar, we've had a voter registration project in Texas that has added 600,000 new Republicans to the voter rolls here in Texas. And it is conducted by the use of micro-targeting data and then volunteers from the Texas Federation of Republican Women, who in each of the last 3 election cycles have made and completed over 1 million phone calls. Now, why is that important? Because these are committed volunteers. They're not doing it because they're getting paid, $12 an hour. They're doing it because they care, and it shows in their voice. It shows in their enthusiasm. We have two sisters. One is from Andrews County, and another one is from Ector County, and each one of them completed more than 45,000 phone calls over the course of 18 months.
That's commitment, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a commitment. In fact, we have 17 people, 2 men, husbands of TFRW volunteers, and 15 women who each completed more than 5,000 phone calls.
Yeah.
And, that shows through. When somebody cares
So
about
in other words, high touch still matters.
high touch still matters.
Okay.
So the Trump campaign, they went out and hired a bunch of people to do this door knocking, and that was a problem because,
That's my next question, because those of us who cover national campaigns and understand this high touch dynamic and believe that, or have come to believe, because history has instructed us this way, that in-house control of this is superior to subcontracting it. The Trump campaign made a tactical decision to subcontract to Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, and to a sort of pop-up that Elon Musk created of voter contacts. And we were reasonably skeptical about how this would work. Did it work? Is that going to be something that's going to be replicated and considered to be, in the aftermath, a successful allocation?
It'll be considered because the consultants get rich off of it.
Right. But was it a good idea? And did it work?
We're off the record here?
Sure. Hardly anyone's listening.
I don't know, is the short answer, because the ultimate test of this is, do you take all of your data and park it at data trust? Data trust is sort of, think of it as the Republican Party's sort of data warehouse. So to me, a test is, does an organization say, we're going to take all the information about the door knocks and phone calls that we made and park it at data trust so it can be evaluated? We did a voter registration effort nationwide in Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Maryland, in conjunction, and Nevada, in conjunction with this election. And all the data is at data trust. So we say, here are the people that we called, here are the people who went through the portal to get to, these are all states that allow, with the exception of Montana, online registration. In Montana, here are the people who said, send me a form, and here's the data on who actually registered and whose data on here turned out to vote. So somebody can go in there and say, how effective was that program? And get the numbers. Neither one of these two organizations put their numbers at data trust.
Right.
So I don't know. I do know this. I have a feeling that outside of maybe Arizona, that Turning Point had no impact. And they said they were in Wisconsin and Michigan. I had a donor who said, I gave them some money. They want some more. I can't get straight answers on what they're doing. Will you call, they want it for Michigan, will you call people in Michigan and say what they're doing? And I called around Michigan and said to the State House Representatives campaign, the US Senate campaign, a couple of congressional campaigns, is Turning Point coordinating with you and sharing data? And all of them politely said basically no. Now a couple of them were impolite and said, hell no.
Right.
But I could find no evidence of it. In fact, what I found was I could get evidence that they were involved in two state house races, one in a district the Republicans were never going to win, and one in a district where the Republicans were absolutely going to win. And the reason they were involved in those two districts was they had been involved in primaries and had supported the candidate who won the nomination and felt obligated to support him. But they're like, 100 and some odd districts in Michigan, state house districts. And yet, so I called the guy back up and said, sorry, I can't find, here's who I talked to, blah, 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 blah. And everybody's polite, or mostly everybody's polite. But no, there's no evidence. And he called me back later and said I confronted them about it, and they admitted that they'd raised too high their expectations, and they had made a mistake, and they'd committed to do things they couldn't do, and blah, 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 but I'm done giving them money. Look, I was a political consultant for 20 some odd years. My last political paycheck was December of 2000. Everything I do in politics today, I do as a volunteer, and I like to help organizations. I helped found what has become Senate Leadership Fund. But it's run by a set of rules with an independent board that sets the compensation of all the key employees, and we have strict policies about people getting paid under the table and getting a piece of the action. You want to have these people who are taking the donor money to spend it with an idea of fiduciary responsibility to the donor to spend it the most effective way. I went in March of 2010 to visit Sheldon Adelson. We were starting American Crossroads Senate Leadership Fund, and I went to ask him for money, and we spent 6 hours being constantly interrupted. But at the end of it, he said, how much do you want? I said, Mr. Adelson, would you consider $5 million? We raised $72 million that year, and we thought, God, this is unbelievable, $72 million. We raised and spent over $500 million this year, this cycle. But I said, $5 million, Mr. Adelson. He said, okay, I'm in. Tell me now, I just got one question. How much of this do you get? And I said, I'm sorry, what do you mean? He said, I know how this works. You're asking me for money, just tell me what is your percentage. I just want to know. I said, well, Mr. Adelson, I paid for my own airplane ticket to fly out here on Southwest Airlines and for your hotel room last night in your hotel, out of my own pocket. I'm doing this as a volunteer. I make a nice enough living that I can do it. He says, we're going to have a wonderful relationship. And we did until he died. Because he trusted that he would support our organization because Senate Leadership Fund had these rules in place. I worry about super PACs. I helped create the largest one on the Republican side, and I worry about what they're doing to our ecosystem because they're run increasingly by, for, and the benefit of the consultants, not the candidates. And I'd rather this money flowed through the Republican National Committee if we were able to accept unlimited contributions, but because it can't, we have to have super PACs.
Sometimes there's a tendency among those of us in the media to oversimplify. I don't know if you've ever noticed that tendency.
Never happens, never happened to
So
me.
let me ask you an oversimplification question that may not even have an answer. Was there a moment in this campaign that you think crystallized the election and after which it was basically over?
Well, in retrospect, I'd see July 15th,
Yeah.
Butler, Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
on the Republican side. I mean, that moment, and he rises up on his feet, and blood flowing down his face, and says, "Fight, fight, fight."
Yeah.
You cannot help but be moved by that.
Cannot.
And the other moment would be June 27th. And I literally felt ill. I felt sorry and ill watching Joe Biden at the end. It just was like, that is not the way you want to go out.
No. In a macro sense, in this election, as you were watching it, and there's a conversation that always goes on about the signal and the noise. What was the noise that you saw that you kept saying is missing the signal, and what was the constant signal?
The constant signal was the country, people are finding it hard to grapple with inflation. And, think how much it affects everybody's life. I mean, there are going to be a group of people for whom, the fact that when you go out to eat for dinner today, it costs a heck of a lot more than it did 2 or 3 years ago, or when you go to get, clothes for the kids at the beginning of school, it's a lot more for everything else, for everything. There are people, I get it, that don't feel that. But the vast majority of the American people are still grappling with this gigantic reset in their lives, in which prices have gone up far faster than their wages have.
And there are two cohorts, 18 to 29, 29 to 45, who have no lived experience with inflation.
Right.
Our generation did. You and I both remember it.
Right.
But for those two cohorts, they have no living memory of it, and it is a shock.
Yeah. Well, one of my students at UT said, "I had a Happy Meal the other day and it wasn't very happy." and it's because they remember their experience is, stable prices, and now suddenly we had to go through the late 1970s.
So let me ask you this. It has been said many times since the election that this is no longer the Republican Party, it is the Trump Party. Statistically, is that true? Do you believe that to be true?
He's a dominant figure, but tell me what being a Trump Party means. Does it mean that we have forsaken that commitment to low taxes and limited government and strong national defense? No. I mean, I thought it was interesting that two things that caught my ear. One is how often during the campaign Trump began to use peace through strength, which was the mantra that a lot of us remember established firmly in our minds by Ronald Reagan. And the other thing that got me was when he started talking about Bagram. Remember, here's the guy who set in motion the withdrawal in Afghanistan. My former White House colleague, Zal Khalilzad, was the negotiator.
Yep.
He's the guy who cut the deal that said 5,000, terrorists out of Afghan jails, and here's the withdrawal schedule, et cetera. And, if this had happened on the Trump era, we may have not had people killed getting out of Kabul, but we still would have had the same situation. And yet, Trump started talking about, why did we give up Bagram? The beautiful runways are so long, so close to China. It's a wonderful place to fly out of. Why did we give, just beautiful. They're beautiful runways, long, strong. Well, where do you think our 2,500 U.S. troops were? They were at Bagram, providing logistical services to the Afghan Air Force, providing, coordination on intelligence collecting, training for Afghan special forces and Afghan Afghan air.
Had the negotiations actually gone on at Camp David, which Trump more than ever so slightly toyed with,
Right.
that had been given up too.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that was the whole purpose. I mean, we didn't say we're going to take 2,500, we're going to take U.S. troops out of Afghanistan except at Bagram. It was we're going to get U.S. troops out of Afghanistan, and that's where they were, at Bagram.
Right.
But it said to me that somebody talked to Trump, and eventually Trump sort of figured out, there was a reason to stay engaged in the world. Last weekend was the Reagan National Defense Forum at
Right.
the Reagan Library. And I helped them draft their poll and analyze it. One of the interesting things was we were able to break out between all voters, Republicans, Democrats, Trump voters, Harris voters, and people with self-identified MAGA voters. 90% of MAGA voters want to increase the defense budget. Some, like 72% of them, 68% of all Americans want to maintain a military presence around the world. 72% of MAGA voters do. Mm-hmm. So so going back to your question, what's our party going to look like? I think it all depends on the next 3 or 4 years and who articulates a vision and how is that vision affected by the conditions we find in the world. I don't think the Republican Party is going to move away from these fundamental tenets. They'll be modified because history never stands still.
Right.
But I think that what it means to be a Republican will remain somewhat like it is today. There'll be a populist overtone, and particularly when it comes to culture.
And when that populist overtone, will it flow through something that is a kind of neo-isolationism? Will it flow through something that is much more aggressively skeptical, if not hostile to immigration? And will it be much more infatuated with tariffs?
Yeah, I don't know, but
Those three seem to be the points
Yeah.
on which there is great
Yeah.
differentiation to the Reagan era and the George W. Bush era.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm Norwegian, so we're not allowed to be optimistic. Long winters, dark nights, but I am sort of optimistic. First of all, events will intrude.
They always do.
And when it comes to, look, and again, going back to the Reagan National Defense Forum poll, Republicans, Democrats, Trump voters, and MAGA voters all recognize that Russia's our enemy, Ukraine is our friend and ally. They recognize that it is a new problem for the country, that we have our 4 greatest adversaries, Moscow, Tehran, Pyongyang, and Beijing, working together. This is something we have not faced since the early days before World War II. Mm-hmm. And they recognize this as a difficulty. So I think there's not only an inherent sense when it comes to America being involved in the world and having a strong military and confronting our adversaries and defending our friends, that there's a recognition that this is in our interest. And I think conditions are only going to make that more apparent. Terrorism, Trump is going to have a different attitude towards this, but even he, and I took his statements about Syria to be wise ones, where we're not looking for a place to be involved. But on the other hand, when Obama said, if Assad uses gas on his people, it crosses a red line with me, and he did nothing, that hurt. Mm-hmm. And when Trump said it again, as a new president, I thought, oh, here we go again. Because he said, yes, it would cross the red line with me. And Assad used gas, and Trump responded. And if there's one thing that I think the world looks at Trump and says is, he's crazy enough to do exactly what he says. Mm-hmm. And so they're not going to screw around with him. There's a reason why when he came into office, there were, I think, 6 out of 23 NATO countries were meeting their commitment to percentage of GDP on defense, and now it's 30 some odd countries. Now today it's 23.
Right.
And we got a couple of countries like Poland that are spending a higher percentage of their GDP on national defense than we are.
Right.
And I think that's a direct result of him and our able ambassador, Kay Bailey Hutchison, saying, he means what he says.
To be clear on that, Bob Gates started that jawboning in the Obama administration,
Right.
But Trump amplified it dramatically.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
He began it actually in the Bush administration. And his predecessor, Rumsfeld, did it in the Bush administration, but it's Trump that carried it. It was no longer words, it was also a gigantic bludgeon.
Let me ask you this. What is the trajectory for J.D. Vance?
I don't know. We'll see.
Do you think, meaning, you know what I'm getting at, is it unobstructed in 2028?
No, he's not. The rest of the Republican ticket in Ohio in 2022 won by between 18 and 24 points, including the incumbent governor, Mike DeWine, who's been a friend of mine for a long time, who has the personality of paint drying on that wall right over there. And he won by 24 points. JD won by 7.
He would readily acknowledge that, by the way.
Yeah, he would. He'd readily acknowledge that was one of his saving graces in being married to Fran, was that he was not an outgoing personality. But and that's after J.D. Vance, after our super PAC spent $33 million on J.D. Vance in Ohio in the closing 2 months of the campaign. No, I'm not the right person to ask about that. He's very smart. I'm not certain what the core is there. And if you run for president, artifice is not possible. You know, there's that great movie, The Candidate, Robert Redford. The basic thrust of it is all politics is bullshit.
Yeah.
They'll make up a phony ad and you know, they'll be able to take a charismatic, you know, looking guy and turn him into an office holder by artifice. It's more akin to, you know, Hans Christian Andersen, The Emperor's New Clothes. They're going to see you at the end of the parade naked, and they don't vote for a president because they're 100% perfect or 100% not perfect. They vote for him because relatively they think that they're better than the alternative. But they also will know you, and authentic is important. If you look at all the people who we have elected as president, they tend to have something inherent in them, which is they're more interesting and more approachable than their opponent. You know, everybody thought, you know, geez, I'd love to have a beer over the back fence with George W. Bush. You know, Reagan seemed to be a genial character. You know, Clinton was interesting. You know, Barack Obama being a historic figure, and, you know, sort of John McCain was sort of rough around the edges. And geez, you know, Trump cares about people like me, and she doesn't. So we'll see how Vance is able to do that, because here's the guy who 4 years ago said Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler. And today he's got a slightly different opinion.
Right. You mentioned culture a moment ago, and I don't want to overlook that. Tony Blair said more than 20 years ago, when people are nervous about their future, they don't lurch left economically, they lurch right culturally. Do you believe that to be true?
I think that there's a lot of wisdom in that, yeah.
How did that play out in this election on the cultural front?
Well, the culture worked against Harris. She was a California Democrat. California doesn't have a particularly good reputation nationwide, and particularly, think about it, two battleground states, Nevada and Arizona, have a lot of California refugees who left the Golden State for a specific reason. And so I thought that was one of the they understood this, incidentally.
They meaning?
The Democrats. Or I should say Harris understood it. Think about that Democratic convention. Had you been to a Democratic convention like that one? This was patriotic, middle America. Her story was the American story. You know, single mom, two daughters. You know, study hard, keep your nose to the grindstone. You know,
embracing of American exceptionalism.
You'd think you were at an Olympic event. They kept chanting USA, USA. And so this was not this was not Michelle Obama. I'm proud of my country for the first time in its history because you nominated my husband. This was not San Francisco Democrats. This was, by God, we love America, and Kamala Harris is the expression of the American dream. And remember, she gets introduced. What does she say? Harris for the people.
Right.
And, you know, I'm a prosecutor, and I'm defending people, safety in their lives and their communities. Right. And so they understood this cultural issue. There. But that was the only moment they got it. I mean, look, with all due respect, you know, rolling out all these, you know, music figures and, you know, actors and actresses and Oprah and blah, blah, and hyperventilating over is Taylor Swift going to endorse or not. This was not helpful. Anybody who was going to be affected by those votes was already in her camp. The person she had to reach for was, you know, the gal who'd started a landscaping company in Western Phoenix. You know, it was the guy who, you know, was a master plumber in the suburbs of Raleigh, Durham, and had two assistants that he'd been able to hire. It was the, you know, out of work, you know, auto worker who'd now been forced to, you know, he's manning a cash register at the local grocery store. These were not people who were going to be affected by, oh, she's got the latest, you know, fill in the blank, you know, rock star or, you know, movie figure.
And to your point earlier, the celebrities were not nearly as important as these lesser known influencers.
Right.
Let me ask you this, that's a macro question. Clearly, President-elect Trump is a historic figure. Any president who holds the office is someone who uniquely loses it, then comes back, obviously. What historical figure who's been president before do you have any sense Trump is somewhat like? There have been comparisons to Andrew Jackson. There have been obvious comparisons to Grover Cleveland. I've even heard some people say this is a realigning election, so there might be William McKinley. You have a very deep affection for William McKinley. You may spit that out of your mouth, I don't know. But do you have anyone that you think of and that we should think of that Trump is resembling of or similar to?
Well, first of all, it's not Grover Cleveland.
Of course not.
Grover Cleveland was a deeply ideological figure. In fact, he loses control of the Democratic Party in the aftermath of the 1892 election because his party is increasingly bimetallic, that is to say, in favor of an inflationary currency, particularly after the country goes into a deep recession in 1893 and 1894, and he's a solid gold man. So, but he is a stubborn guy. But he is a thoughtful man who has created a view of what he believes America ought to be. It is not McKinley. McKinley was a gracious figure, admired and beloved by members of his own party. You think politics is bad today, the Gilded Age is worse. It is worse. One of the routine things that happened, we had 5 presidential elections in a row in which nobody got 50% of the vote. We have narrow margins. The last time the margin in the House of Representatives was this narrow was in the Gilded Age.
Yep.
We have wild swings where the Democrats take control of the electorate of the House of Representatives in 1874 for the first time in 18 years by flipping 92 seats. 64 of which are occupied by former Confederate generals, officers, and officials, including the Vice President of the Confederacy, is now sitting in the House of Representatives, 9 years after the end of the Civil War. One of the routine things that happens during this Gilded Age period is that the majority party in the House of Representatives, and we have divided government during this period.
Yep.
We have 4 years with a Republican president, House and Senate, 2 years with a Democratic president, House and Senate, and the other 18 years is divided government. And the House majority tends to flip more than the Senate majority. And what happens is the House majority, Democrat or Republican, picks out a member of the opposition who has won election by a small number of votes, phonies up an election challenge, and then votes to kick him out and replace him with their opponent so as to build the majority of the majority party in the Congress. Guess how many times between 1874 and 1904 this happens? 62. 62 times.
Yeah.
And in 1884, William McKinley is kicked out of the House. He won election by 50 votes, no fraud involved. He had a swing district, but he's won by only 50 votes, and the Democrats vote to kick him out.
Yep.
And the only unusual thing that happens is 7 leading Democrats, including the first speaker in 18 years, vote to keep him in as a mark of respect. So he's not McKinley, but he is close to Andrew Jackson.
Okay.
The first stolen election is when? 1824.
Yep.
The guy who wins.
Corrupt bargain.
Yeah, corrupt bargain. Yeah, the guy who wins 41% of the vote in a 4-way race, wins 11 of 20 states, wins 99 electoral votes, 33 short of the majority, is Andrew Jackson. And when it goes to the House of Representatives, he comes in second behind the guy who was a distant second to him, John Quincy Adams. In fact, 4 of the 11 states that voted for Andrew Jackson cast their one state's ballot in the Congress for John Quincy Adams. And for the next 4 years, Jackson spends all of his time decrying the corrupt bargain. Now the difference is going to be, again, Jackson had an ideology. He was a Democrat. You know, he made the name Democrat, but he was a Jeffersonian. He believed in strictly limited government. He had a set of principles, and he exercised those principles. He's a guy who, there is a bill that says we're going to create a road to take people west from Pennsylvania through what is now West Virginia and Kentucky, and to the rich land of the Middle West in order to make it easy to go there, and the Cumberland Pike, and he vetoes it. There's no right in the Constitution to have internal improvements. And so, but yeah, he was a rambunctious guy. He had a temper. He never forgave a slight. He carried 2 bullets in him till the end of his life that were the result of duels, and he was a man who saw himself as the tribune of the people.
Exactly. Transformed the presidency in that regard, because
Right.
before that, members of Congress thought of themselves as the leaders and the president not responsive and not someone who said, the people voted for me, I will do what the people want and you will follow me.
Right.
Congress thought it was the other way around.
Right.
Last question I want to put before you, we have to wrap up. As someone who pays attention to the opposition party, what Democrats do you think are the ones to keep a national eye on for the 2028 campaign, and what core level of advice would you give to Democrats after this election?
Yeah. Well, they got a lot of talent, and it's going to be interesting. Brashear of Kentucky, Shapiro of Pennsylvania, Whitmer of Michigan, Polis of Colorado, all of which are incidentally governors, are interesting. I don't see Newsom. He's got great hair, but he's California, and that ain't going to fly. And Pritzker of Illinois is he's got too much weight on him. I can't see that he's got the profile of a presidential candidate. He's got several profiles.
Not to mention, Illinois has a lot of structural economic problems led by Cook County, and those things are all going to be around his neck.
But there are going to be some other characters that pop up, and there are going to be some that are, the Clinton people were talking about in that brief period between June 27th and July 21st. They were talking about Mitch Landrieu. I don't think that's credible. But there are going to be other people that pop up here in the next couple of years. And we'll particularly see, are there any members of the House or Senate, more likely the Senate, whom we start to say that's a figure who represents what a Democratic Party ought to look like. But look, they've got some challenges, some real challenges. And each party has got a divide in it, ideologically and philosophically. And the Democratic divide, in many respects, is deeper than inside the Republican Party. And particularly when it comes to international affairs and economic affairs. I mean, are you a Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren Democrat, or are you a more business-oriented Democrat? Are you, when it comes to, this issue of Israel and Hamas and Palestine, it is ripping the Democratic Party apart. Whether we acknowledge it or not, vast elements of the Democratic Party are now in the resistance camp with a hostility to Israel that may continue to drive Jews into the Republican Party, which is, they left us in.
Even though it's worth noting, the exit poll data, and it's early, it'll be massaged and revived, but Harris got the highest percentage of self-identified Jewish voters of any Democrat in modern history.
Well, I worry about that because of one thing, and that is you all are participating in the NORC thing.
Sure.
We're talking about, in most of the exit polling, though, we're talking about a relatively small, Jews are 3 to 4% of the population. So if you have a 10,000 person sample, you've got a relatively small sample even then.
Like I said, there'll be refinements of it.
But if you look at the money and if you look at the activity inside the Democratic Party, who are the 2 Democrat House members who are knocked off in Democratic primaries? Avowed enemies of Israel. And look at what's happening on our college campuses and the reaction that we're seeing inside Democratic activists about the issue of Israel and Hamas and the post-October 7th.
After Trump, does the Republican Party need to rebuild itself or just look for the next Trump? That is the last question.
Yeah, he's sui generis, as we said earlier. He's unique. Nobody has his almost feral ability to figure out where people are and how to. Think about the cabinet, his new cabinet. The best way to think about it is they're the product of the executive producer of The Apprentice. How are these people going to look on TV? And how are they
There's a
gonna
video
perform?
screen upon which this is judged. It is not the only factor, but it is a significant factor.
Right. They're showing video of these people on a giant screen in Mar-a-Lago so that you can get a sense of it.
If he doesn't already.
Yeah. So I'm sitting in the Oval Office in May of 2020. I've been summoned to Washington to disabuse President Trump of the weird theory that if his campaign attacks Biden too much, that Barack Obama will step in and force Biden off of the ticket and replace him with Andrew Cuomo, and that Cuomo's running mate will be Michelle Obama, and that while they will be harder to beat than Biden, they can still beat him, but that's why we shouldn't attack Biden. And I've been asked to come to the White House to convince him that this is completely and utterly insane. And so I fly up there on a plane lent to me by a Houstonian, thankfully. My wife said, "You're not getting on a commercial flight. It's May of 2020. But I fly up there and I walk into the Oval. And Trump says, "Everybody know Carl? Carl, do you know Ivanka, Jared? You know Mark Meadows, my new chief of staff? You know Dan Scavino, Hope Hicks? Everybody know Carl? Last 6 months been good to me. Before that, not so good." And so during the course of this, I've convinced him that this is a weird theory. But I learned something important about him. We're in the Oval Office where there are 15 people. I don't think I ever had a meeting in the Oval Office in 7 years with 15 people in the Oval Office. But during the course of it, in walks the very nice Molly Michaels, his assistant, and says, Mr. President, Sherry, is it Sherry Lansing who owns?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sherry Lansing on the phone. Sherry owns CBS.
Redstone.
Redstone.
Yeah.
Sherry Redstone.
Sherry Redstone, yeah.
Sherry Redstone. Sherry, thank you for calling me. Yes, kiss, kiss. I love you too. Sherry, thank you for calling me back. I know you're so busy. Oh no. I'm in a meeting in the Oval, but don't worry. Yes. Sherry, you may know something. I know something about ratings. Yes, I once had a program. It was called The Apprentice. So I know something about ratings. Sherry, fire the gal who's on your evening news. She's terrible. She's terrible. Your ratings will go up immediately. Yes, you too. Come and see me. I miss you. Yes. Kiss, kiss. Bye-bye. And I'm thinking, the President of the United States is spending 3.5 hours in a meeting in the Oval Office about a lunatic theory, and in the middle of it, he's firing his boss.
Right. Yeah.
But you got to look at him through that prism. Nobody else is going to be thinking like that. And nobody's going to have both the strengths and the weaknesses of being able to ferret out where people are.
So in other words, the Republican Party will be up for grabs
Absolutely.
in a significant way in 2028.
Absolutely.
All right. He is a phenomenal Trump impersonator. I think we can all agree with that. And a brilliant mind and a great interlocutor. It's been my pleasure. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
We will be back in 15 minutes. Carl, you have a call waiting from Lauren Michael, who would like for you to do the cold open this weekend.
I could do a pretty good Clinton, too.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Hillary's the most qualified person ever to run for president, more qualified than I was in 1992.
A lot of people call presidential election season the silly season. It's a tough year. Usually the stock market's a little squirrely. Everybody's on pins and needles. And one of the things I think we've been on pins and needles about this year was whether or not there was going to be another strong legal challenge this year like there was last year. Fortunately, we were spared that. However, there's still a lot of discourse among election laws and the ways to go in the future. Today's panel are going to be examining that. Our moderator today is Michael Adams, Director and Executive MP at Texas Southern University. Doug Chapin, a Senior Fellow for Program Evaluation and Policy Analysis for Forrest Marsh. He, by the way, has had a long relationship with Secretary Baker that started in 2005 when he was an important staffer for the Presidential Commission on Federal Election Reform with Jimmy Carter. Rebecca Green, Associate Professor of Law and Co-Director of the Election Law Program at William & Mary Law School. And Michael Lee, a former attorney for Baker Botts, welcome, who is a Senior Counsel for the Brennan Sentence Democracy Program, where his work focuses on redistricting, voting rights, and elections. Thank you so much, and I'll leave it to you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be here today to participate on this panel with some esteemed experts in the area of election administration, also redistricting. And I think we should reflect in terms of where we were 4 years ago, in terms of looking at the aftermath of the 2020 election. The landscape has certainly changed. And then we probably would have been here for days talking about some of these issues. But I think it would be very good and welcome to reflect, even though we've had a peaceful transition where President Biden has met with President Trump, and certainly that's good. But there are some things out there that may come up in terms of the legal environment, and so we want to cover some of those things. Also, we've seen already the dropping of charges in terms of the special counsel, Jack Smith. All right, so how does that pan out, and what do we expect in the Trump Justice Department? So I'm going to start with the general questions for all of the panelists first. And could you share your pre-election concerns and observations on how much of those concerns materialize? And this question is for everyone.
Oh, okay, so I'll start. So I think a lot of us were entering the election season with some trepidation, given what transpired in 2020. For those of us who think a lot about election litigation. That was obviously the post-election environment was going to be a big concern. And of course, we didn't see the kind of tumult this time around, which is really a function of the margin more than anything, I think. It's where elections are close that we get into trouble in this country. We saw that in 2001. We certainly saw that in 2020. And the fact that the margin was wide this time, I think, took a lot of, it is what took all of the pressure off of the post-election litigation environment. But I guess I wanted to just say at the outset that I think it's not just the, I think a lot of us were worried that 2020 would be the new normal in terms of how elections were prosecuted. But I think that it's in retrospect more obvious than ever that 2020 was a very different election, in large part because of the pandemic, because it did feature so many rule changes in the lead up to the election as election administrators were trying to accommodate voters during a pandemic. And so that environment particularly, I think, put a lot of pressure on the 2020 election, that, those who were worried that there would be a sort of a similar thing unfold this time, looking back, it really, I think, made a huge difference in terms of why that was such a litigious election. And so I'm hoping that the 2024 election sort of is the return to the normal election where, you have a pretty smooth election where things functioned as they should, and the pressure sort of was taken off of the system in a way that, of course, we didn't see in 2020. So.
Thanks, Rebecca. I guess for me, the thing I was most concerned about, and as someone who has worked with election officials across the country in various capacities over the years, was the increasingly hostile environment for election administrators. I have long joked that election officials are the grenade catchers of American democracy. And unfortunately, 2020, that metaphor became almost literal. You had election officials receiving threats of violence, being doxxed, that sort of thing. And I was worried that in 2024, that those attacks would not only continue, but perhaps increase, despite some federal efforts to head them off at the pass. The good news is, I think, that we did not see that as much in 2024. The bad news is I don't know that that means that the appetite for such activity has changed, but rather that the outcome of the election was such that those threats were not necessary. So as somebody who really believes in election administration and election officials across the country, I am heartened by the fact that that level of menace seems to have subsided for now, but I'm concerned that it has not yet gone away.
I would just echo what Doug said, and I'm usually a pretty optimistic person when it comes to this, but I think, well, we did have a safe and secure election that went very smoothly, and where people conceded, and where a transition seems to be in process in a very normal seeming way. In the lead up to this, there was a lot that went on that was clearly designed to sort of set the stage for a very different outcome had the election come down to one state or two states or something like that in a few thousand votes. And I think the fact that it happened not to be a particularly close election, at least in the Electoral College, it's about 1.5% in the popular vote, but the fact that it was a fairly clear Electoral College win made things a little easier this year. But I was, in preparing for this, I was going back through and just thinking about all the stuff that we at the Brennan Center were working on in the lead up to this election. And it was everything from the potential for election misinformation, including through AI, election official intimidation at all levels, which is something that we've seen on the rise, the possibility of mass challenges to voter eligibility, which many states have made easier now to do in sort of a very mass way, and that a lot of people probably might not actually realize they're not on the rolls until they got to the polls. There also there were lots of states that were sort of signaling that they were going to do voter purges, and there's nothing wrong with doing voter purges. It's a regular part of the process, but they were going to do voter purges in sort of ways that were problematic. For example, trying to remove people that they deemed might be non-citizens from the the voter rolls, and of course, we don't really sort of have good data about who is and is not a non-citizen at this point. At least state election officials do not have that information because, for example, my mother, who was an immigrant many decades ago, was able to drive many years before she became a citizen. And so when she got her driver's license, she was not a citizen, but she subsequently has been a citizen for close to half a century now. But if you look at the information that the state might have, it might say, well, she's not a citizen, she's just here on a green card. And so there were lots of concerns about how that would go. And then I think if things were really close, I think you were looking at potentially challenges to the certification of the vote in states, and that this could occur through many different sorts of ways. But some states would try to do alternative slates of electors. Some would just reject the election results. Some would try to do other things, and that seems very far-fetched, but you actually do have something like that playing out right now in North Carolina, where there was this very close race for the North Carolina Supreme Court between the Democratic incumbent and a Republican challenger. The Democrat won by a few hundred votes. There were several recounts of that. It didn't really change the results very much, but the Republican challenger is now challenging about 60,000 ballots that were cast, including the votes cast by the incumbent's parents, and just asking that the State Board of Elections throw those out. And really, there isn't sort of a very clear theory as to why that they would have that power, right? Because again, certification is historically something that is very ministerial. There are 45 precincts. Do you have results from 45 precincts? Are they all signed and things like that? It's not sort of for you to sort of judge the election. That's something that happens if there's a problem. You go to court, and there's a process for doing that. But like the State Board of Elections, the County Board of Elections aren't supposed to do that. So that was sort of a concern that we worked on. There were also a lot of laws put in place to make it harder to do things like register voters and the like, including here in Texas. And courts blocked some of that, but not all of it. In Texas, as many of you may know, since we're here, the Attorney General conducted raids on a number of mostly Latino-led organizations that do voter registration, including their members, raiding their homes in the early morning, and the like. And the Attorney General currently is now trying to dissolve some of those nonprofits that do the voter registration under the theory that they are actually political organizations and therefore not entitled to be nonprofits. And so those were some of the things that you saw. And I think now with a new government, there might be further sorts of things that sort of like could make elections harder along this line in the future, including legislation that might require you to provide proof of citizenship when you register to vote, which, again, there's no, that seems innocuous, but if you think about when you go to register to vote at a county fair, or somebody stops you outside the supermarket, you're probably not carrying your passport or your birth certificate or your naturalization certificate at that point in time. You then have to follow up and provide that information, which is a big laborious step. And so that's something that has been proposed both at the state level and also potentially could move in federal legislation. It has been a priority of Speaker Mike Johnson. So there's a lot of things that we were worried about. Some of them did have an effect. A lot didn't. But I think, clearly there is this sort of fear, this mentality, I think, among many people. And maybe that gets mitigated by some of the way that the 2024 election played out. But I think there is this fear that, that there was cheating going on, right? That if and that we have to sort of stop people from cheating, Democrats, people of color, and whatnot. And I don't think that sort of is going away. I do think that there is sort of this existential fear of some of these changes. And again, maybe that gets mitigated by the fact that more Latinos are voting for Republicans and more Asians and other groups. And so maybe we do move beyond that. But, I think for many people, that is still going to be a big fight. So.
Yeah, I want to go back to Doug in terms of some of the changes that we saw in the aftermath of the 2020 elections dealing with the election administration. Here in Harris County, we had an election administrator, and certainly given the fact in the state of Texas we have what we call trifecta government in terms of all three chambers are controlled by the Republicans. And just during the last election, we saw the local officials say that, hey, maybe we need observers to come in. And Attorney General Paxton, he immediately said that this wasn't right, or vice versa. So do you think we'll see more of this in 2026 in terms of these challenges or these election changes in administration?
I think so. The irony is that, I mean, as someone who's worked with election officials pretty much my whole career, the field of election administration has never been better or more competent or more transparent than it is right now. And yet, for whatever reason, and I can think of several, there is a deep skepticism and lack of confidence in the process. And so I think appetite's too strong a word. I think there is a market for efforts to place the system under greater scrutiny. I think that's hard for election officials because they really have worked very hard to become way more transparent. You know, they're on social media, a big push by secretaries of state and others across the country to push the information that you get from election officials as trusted information. You know, don't get your information from, at Joe, whatever, but actually get it from your local county registrar. They invite people in to watch voting machines be tested. They invite people in to watch results being audited. They invite people to come in for tours of the space when they're not counting ballots. They invite people to be observers while ballots are being counted. And yet, despite the doors almost literally being open 365 days a year, we still have this sense that the process is somehow opaque and therefore capable of being rigged. So in a perfect world, I think that there would be a recognition that the system and the process can be observed and understood, and yet I think there is still a market for, at the policymaker level, calls to more closely scrutinize election officials. So I think the short answer to your question is yes, I think there will be more calls to do that, but I'm just as confident that the election officials will have the ability to demonstrate that what they're doing is not only the right thing, but is being done right.
And the great irony of all of this is, like, when people actually do observe, like, they come away oftentimes with, like, oh my gosh, this is, like, so hard to rig, right? I mean, I remember hearing of one guy in Colorado who was certain that there was problems going on, and so he signed up to, like, learn about, like, become a poll worker and learn about this process because he wanted to understand how the system was being rigged, and he came away with telling people afterwards, like, oh, you actually can't. Like, this is actually a very secure system. It actually does work, but unfortunately, not everybody goes to that level, and people are getting their information from TikTok and other places, and misinformation about this is very easy to sort of spread.
And I will just to follow up on that. I think one of the things we are seeing election officials across the country do, including a gentleman named Haida Garcia, who was an election official here in Texas, but elsewhere, you've got election officials, when they hear from a skeptic, when somebody comes to them and says, I think it's being rigged, I don't trust you, rather than turn them away, they say, that's great, we would love to have you come help us as a poll worker or as an observer. Or so rather than throw up a wall and send them away, they open the door and bring them in. And now, look, not everybody can be convinced, right? But there are lots of folks in the situation like Michael describes, where they come in loaded for bear and they end up loaded with admiration for the process. And so I think election officials are recognizing the opportunity to confront people who are skeptical, and if not convert them to being supporters, at least knocking down some of the fear and lack of confidence they have in the system.
Can I add one
Rebecca,
thing on that?
go ahead.
Sure. So one of the things I've been writing about and thinking about lately is something that is often thought of as a problem with the U.S. System of elections, which is that it involves partisans, and we are an outlier in terms of democracies around the world in having explicitly partisan elections. That is to say, election officials who wear a D or an R. And that has been seen, for a long time by reformers as a huge problem with our system. But I've been sort of trying to argue that our adversarial election administration system is sort of robust and there for a reason, in the sense that when you invite, as states are required to do at various levels, both Republicans and Democrats to be involved in the system of elections, that creates a tension that's meant to increase accountability and transparency of the process. So this is county election boards that are required to have Rs and Ds on them. This is, poll workers who are required by law to be from both parties. This is election observers. This is all phases of our system involve, actively bringing in both parties, the two leading parties, to kind of administrate elections and ensure that they're keeping each other honest. And so I think that this is a feature of our system that is actually a real strength, and that we should double down on, because I think it is one way of kind of improving trust by sort of allowing people to be at the table who see things differently.
Yeah, I want to go back to Doug. In Wisconsin, I think we have same-day voter registration. And it was suggested that there were a number of voters who registered in Wisconsin, but they voted for Trump. Do you think that this would be something that we'll see or receive bipartisan support or some changes? Not in Texas, I say, but in other parts of the United States, given that fact.
Hard to say. I mean, obviously, same-day registration is a point of contention, largely between the parties. I mean, you do have Republican states that have same-day registration. I live in the state of Minnesota now, and election day registration has always been somewhat controversial. Republicans in particular worry that the folks who show up on election day are not required to be properly identified. And the fact is, you can be, as they say, vouched for in Minnesota. So there's concern that people who are registering aren't 100% eligible, and that just goes back to the divide between the parties. Do I think the fact that that Republicans are registering on election day? I think it might. I suspect that the president-elect might still be somewhat skeptical of that process. But the truth is, like we saw with vote by mail. I mean, vote by mail was the bête noire in 2020. And you actually saw Republican campaigns not only not criticizing it, but actively encouraging people to do it. It's a little bit like the old Life cereal commercial, try it, you'll like it, right? And I think that I think as more people become familiar with the process, I do think you will see more people being interested in things like same-day registration. Whether or not that actually bends the arc of the party's views on it, I don't know. But I do think that the fact that, at least in this election, that it seems to have worked for them can only be a good thing.
I think it'll be interesting depending on what happens with the potential party realignment that's going on, right? As the parties realign somewhat along educational lines, and Republicans pick up more non-college educated voters and low propensity voters in particular, right? And who you traditionally think of as like a low propensity voter is a Democratic voter, but not necessarily anymore. And so, I was talking to a reporter who did some reporting here in Texas, actually, and he was in various places, and as a part of this, he talked to a number of homeless people, and one couple stood out to him in particular. He said, well, and they were very strong Trump supporters, and he said, so you're going to vote for Trump? And the man, it was a couple, the man said, like, no, I have a felony conviction, I can't vote here in Texas. But my girlfriend can, and she says, well, I don't have the right ID. They required ID, and so, but neither of them, I think, voted. And that's sort of an extreme example, but, I think there are lots of people, clearly, if you've ever done election protection on election day, the number one thing that people call about is like, well, I've moved, can I still vote? And in many states, in states like Wisconsin or Minnesota, you can go there and not a problem, you moved. But the reality is most of us, when we move, we don't actually, like, updating our registration is probably not the first thing on our mind. Even getting a new driver's license is not always the first thing on your mind. You're worried about getting your kids in school and so on and so forth. And so, you get all these calls from people and you have to tell them, like, no, you really can't vote anymore because you had to do it 30 days beforehand and you're too late. And, if you think about low propensity voters, they're particularly not likely to sort of like keep their documents up to date. Maybe as the parties realign, there will be some rethinking, like, hey, well, maybe these reforms, not just same-day registration, but maybe automatic voter registration, things like that, kind of put you on the polls. That those might not be, they may not be perceived as partisan issues in the way that they have, unfortunately, come to be seen as partisan issues.
Yeah, and I'll just add that for decades we've been operating with what Rick Hasson, an election law professor in Los Angeles, calls the voting wars, which are this idea that one political party, the Republicans, want to make it hard to vote under the idea that we need elections with integrity, and so we're going to put all these restrictions on voting to make it harder for people to vote so that we can have more secure elections, whereas Democrats have been aligned with this idea that they should be open to everyone and that they should be very accessible. So we've had this access versus integrity kind of fight. But as Michael was describing, that has been in a world where low propensity voters are almost always Democrats. And this really extraordinary change happening now where low propensity voters in the last several elections have actually been wanting to vote for Republicans could, I think, just sort of underscoring what Michael was saying, it could really change the way that people think about election policy and the kinds of restrictions that we're putting on voters. And in maybe a good way, in the sense that I think most Americans agree that we need elections with integrity, and we also need elections where everybody who is eligible can cast a ballot. So I think that agreement, just in terms of how people think about elections, that i.e. that elections must have integrity and also be accessible for eligible voters, hopefully will translate to some kind of policy change as hopefully the voting wars start to die down, and we can sort of find agreement on those basic ideas.
That's a good point. Will we continue to see this under the guise of voter suppression between the parties and this, as a result of these fights? Doug?
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I think that it's just a little bit, if somehow I perceive that my voters are being discouraged from voting, that's suppression, right? My effort to turn people out is voter outreach. Your effort to protect the process is voter suppression, right? So I think I think suppression is more of an epithet than it is a technical term. So I think those arguments will continue. One thing I kind of related, I want to follow up on what both Michael and Rebecca have said about low propensity voters. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Again, having worked in the field, elections are by no means transparent, right? There's this phrase that election officials use to describe people who turn out maybe once every 4 years for a presidential election. They call them cicada voters, right? That they're cyclical, right? But that's not an epithet. That's not a knock. People have other things to do in their life: raise their kids, make money, take care of their parents, pursue their dreams, whatever, right? I freely admit that if election administration were Spotify, I would be in the top 0.00001% of people who care about elections. Not everybody does, and so people don't understand that unlike your bills and your magazines, that your voter registration doesn't automatically follow you. They don't understand that a change in circumstances like getting married or a change in address can affect you. And so one of the things that I think election officials are coming around to, and the people who support them are coming around to, is the notion that we need to literally, just like businesses do, we need to meet voters where they are. We need to make it so that elections fit the way they live, that if they change their address, that it's easy for them to update their voter registration. If they don't know where to get their where to cast their ballot or how to get a ballot, that you can literally go to something as simple as a search engine and pop in your address. And so in some ways, I think the counter to so-called suppression is not somehow tying the hands of the opposing party, which is inherently evil and should be stopped at all costs, but is rather lowering the barriers to the process of registration and voting, and honestly witnessing and understanding tabulation in ways that we haven't had. There was this sense that people just sort of accepted elections. We voted, and then the network said who won, and everybody either laughed or cried, and then we moved on. And there's much more focus on the process now than there ever has been. And I think that election officials are understanding that even though people might not spend as much time as election geeks like me do on the process, we want the time that voters spend interacting with the process works for them and also works for election officials in terms of running a good election. So to me, the key to stopping suppression is not legal warfare, but better user interface for voters.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's interesting about, what we call voter suppression, right? I think on the other side of this, there is this sort of we gave you sort of a hopeful version of where maybe people kind of take this outside of the partisan, framing that has been so dominant. And yet, having lived in Texas until 2014, I know that the narrative that the other side is cheating is a really powerful narrative. It really sort of gets people out and sort of, in ways that, even when the evidence seems to suggest that that is not going on, right? I mean, living here in Texas, I heard over and over and over again that Democrats cheat in elections, and the counterpoint to that, of course, is if they're cheating in elections, they obviously aren't very good at it because they haven't won anything in Texas in 3 decades, right? And so, there's no evidence sort of massive cheating that's somehow changing the election results. I mean, there was not Governor Wendy Davis, there was not, all of this other stuff. And so, yet, it's a very powerful narrative. I do hope that we can think about ways that we can sort of break through that and kind of reframe what, as Doug was saying, what an election system, what a democracy for the 21st century looks like, right? Because it's, you no longer just go down to your little town clerk and register to vote. It's a much more complicated process. And Texas, for example, remains one of the only states where you can't do a lot of stuff online, right? Like online voter registration, right? Is something that most people, and it's very secure, it's much cheaper, it's much more accurate, because if you have to fill out that little card and send it in, somebody's going to misread your name, which happened to me when I lived in Dallas multiple times. My middle name is Chinese, and they always managed to get one letter wrong. I would try to correct it, and they would get a different letter wrong. And so, whereas if I could do it online, it would be perfectly accurate, right? And so it's much cheaper, it's better, but Texas remains there's online voter registration in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, every state that borders Texas, right? And so, it just can be hard, but hopefully we can have a conversation about, okay, let's make this fit the way, as Doug eloquently said, the way that people live, right? Which is you should be able to go on your phone and update your voter registration, which, by the way, you have to put in things that make sure that we know that it's actually very secure, right? It's not just you can't register Mickey Mouse or anything like that. Those things actually get caught, right? There has to be proof. You have to enter your driver's license number and things like that, and it's very, very secure. But hopefully we can have that conversation going forward.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to come back to Rebecca. I know that Vice President Harris, she ran somewhat of a risk-averse campaign, and she took a lot of heat and said that she wasn't appealing to African-American men, and then she comes out with a laundry list of things. But I thought one of the things on that list should have been the restoration of voting rights for people who have been convicted of felons. Rebecca, I know you've done a great deal of research on that. Could you speak on that for us, please?
Yeah, sure. So there are a constellation of rules around the country that prevent people with felony conviction histories from voting. It used to be, in some states, like where I'm from, in Virginia, you are disenfranchised for the remainder of your life if you are convicted of a felony. And that's true in a couple other states, although the policies change quite drastically state to state. In some states, like in Maine and Vermont, you can vote from prison. So it's really, it really depends on where you live in terms of which rules apply. And that's pretty extraordinary when you think about not only the racial impacts of that, because, for example, in Virginia, something like 1 in 5 people, 1 in 5 African Americans can't vote because of this law. And in fact, a lot of these laws, of course, were put in place for racist reasons back, hundreds of years ago when these kinds of laws first appeared. And so it's something to really think about in terms of whether we value people's ability once they are rehabilitated after committing a felony and have paid their debt to society, whether or not we want to allow them to fully re-enter as citizens. And that's a question that's been asked and answered. And in states like Florida, they recently had a ballot initiative to change that state's law on this, which was very similar to Virginia's. And it passed overwhelmingly in the state in the popular vote in that ballot initiative. So I think, if you ask most people about whether, someone should deserve a second chance to sort of be a full member of society after they've committed a felony and paid their dues for doing so, I think most people kind of, when polled, agree with that idea. And yet it's definitely one of the places I think in our election system that's sort of most unfair today. Not just in the fact that it varies so much state to state, but in that we're still kind of operating with those kinds of laws. That's my personal opinion. But I, as someone who grew up in Vermont and moved to Virginia, I found it kind of a striking difference in how laws can disenfranchise people so directly.
Anyone else? You good?
Yeah, I just did want to point out that if you have a sterling voting record and are planning to commit a felony, do it in Maine or Vermont.
Thank you. We're going to shift gears a little bit. We want to talk about legislative outcomes, in particular, looking at the U.S. House of Representatives and state legislature. What lessons should we take from these results? Specifically, does the alignment of the popular vote and the distribution of seats suggest that the current electoral maps are fair? This question is, we'll start with Michael. I know you've done a lot of fair maps.
I think, one of the lessons that I think you can take away from the 2024 election when you look at the House is that map drawer does matter, right? And, there weren't many seats in the House that were particularly competitive. Only 39 were decided by 5 points or less, which is in line with what we've seen in other recent elections. So, less than a tenth of the House. But if you look at the districts that sort of flipped, there were 19 seats that flipped, one way or the other. And about 3/4 of them were drawn either by commissions, by courts, or in states where there are strong judicially enforceable and proven to be judicially enforceable rules against partisan gerrymandering. And that was the case in 2018, right? And it was the case in 2020 and so on. So map drawer does matter. But I think, you also, in this, I think you also have a vivid illustration of how gerrymandering does impact this, and just 2 states, North Carolina and Georgia. So North Carolina, the state Supreme Court threw out the maps that were drawn after the 2020 census and had a special master draw maps. And, North Carolina is a quintessential battleground state, so it elected in 2022 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans, and, a very fair map by most partisan fairness metrics. But what happened also is that the state Supreme Court then became more conservative, and Republican lawmakers asked the state Supreme Court to vacate its earlier partisan gerrymandering rulings, and the state Supreme Court agreed to take that up and did, and Republicans then redrew the map in North Carolina to be one that elected this year 10 Republicans and 4 Democrats, and came really close to electing 11 Republicans and just 3 Democrats. Again, in a very quintessentially 50-50 state, and if you think about that, that's 3 seats. Republicans ended up with 220 to 215, including the Matt Gaetz seat, which is now vacant. And then you also have Georgia, right? And where a federal court ordered Georgia to create a new black majority district, which Georgia did on the western side of Metro Atlanta. But then they counterbalanced that by dismantling a very diverse district that was only about 29-30% white, but very diverse, large Latino population, large Asian population, large black population, significant white population, that had been won by black Democrat Lucy McBath. So they dismantled that district in exchange for creating the new district elsewhere in Atlanta. So those are 4 seats, right? And if you sort of like, if you don't have those gerrymanders, right, you end up with a very narrow Democratic majority in the House. And so, we do see that gerrymandering does matter. I guess the last observation that I'll make is, I think this election is sort of interesting about how it has interesting lessons about how Republicans gerrymandered this decade, right? And Texas is a prime example, right? So before the 2020 census, there were 11 districts in 2020 that Donald Trump won by 15 or more points. So those are pretty safe districts, right? They're very Trumpy districts, right? After redistricting, that goes up to 21, so it almost doubles. And so almost all of the Republican seats in Texas are really safe. But to accomplish that, what they had to do is they created packed districts, like, because they were worried that, there were a bunch of seats that had been competitive before. They wanted to eliminate that competition, make sure all their incumbents were protected. But that may have played out sort of in a weird way this cycle, because it meant that there weren't many competitive seats they could pick up, not as many as they might have otherwise, because what they did is they ended up, sort of using their voters very inefficiently, because the essence of a gerrymander, like a good seat-grabbing gerrymander, is you don't want to draw districts that your party wins by 30 points, right, or 50 points. What you want to draw is a bunch of districts that your party wins by 5 points, right? Because then you're using your voters very efficiently. You can win as many seats as possible. Republicans ended up opting for seats they win by 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 points. And that sort of, I think, limited their play this cycle. So I do think if you look at the maps nationally, you could argue that maybe the outcome is fair. Democrats or Republicans won a narrow majority of the popular vote and won a narrow majority in the House. But certainly, if you look at the state level gerrymandering, I've mentioned North Carolina and Georgia, which were post 2022 gerrymanders. But if you look at the residual gerrymanders in places like Texas and Florida, in South Carolina and elsewhere, there probably is a significant net Republican advantage in the maps.
Yeah, I thought I would just, I don't have as much to say about the sort of political ramifications of line drawing, but I thought I would just tell you another story about Virginia, which I think is going under the radar too much, which is that voters in Virginia, through a ballot initiative that the legislature had to pass twice — we don't have direct democracy in Virginia. You first have to have 2 successive legislative votes to pass a constitutional amendment, and then a vote by the people. And we had that done, and we changed our constitution to have a commission draw the lines in Virginia for the first time in its history. Because you had to pass it through the legislature twice, our commission was not an independent commission. We had half legislators from both parties and half citizens on our commission, and they drew the lines. Well, I should say they failed to draw the lines because they had total gridlock and couldn't agree on anything, and it was an absolute train wreck of a process. However, the amendment said that if the commission failed to draw lines, which ours did, that the Virginia Supreme Court would draw the lines. And they did. The court took over the process. A lot of people thought, because it was a Republican-leaning court in terms of appointments, that it was going to be an unfair process, but it was a remarkably fair process. And the result of the process, two special masters drew the lines, one of whom is actually in the room. But they drew the lines in a totally transparent way. And what is unbelievable about the process to me is that not a single case, not a single claim has been filed against those laws since they were drawn, which you have to understand is extraordinary, given that for the last, I think, through the history of time in Virginia, they've always been challenged. And last decade, we had suits brought in, it was still going in 2019 for our 2010 lines. And so I tell this story just because I think that our redistricting process, particularly in states where legislators are drawing their own lines, I think the process is really broken, and there's a lot of wasteful litigation that's happening that doesn't have to happen if there was some way to sort of wrest power from legislators to draw their lines. And I think, for those of you who live in states where there's constant litigation over the lines, I hope that people can recognize that there is a better way forward, even if it's not always perfect and how you envisioned it would be. That I hope that people could see that Virginia is an example where we have, I think, some of the fairest lines in our history, and it was because the people sort of took, people in Virginia really looked for reforms that could change the status quo in a positive way. So I thought I would just tell that story by way of inspiration.
And could I jump in on Virginia just very, very briefly? It's interesting. So the South now is the biggest region in the country. That oftentimes surprises people, especially when I'm talking to audiences outside of the South, where people still perceive like the Northeasterners think like, of course, our region's the biggest, right? But that's not true. The South, 40% of Americans now live in the South. In 1960, the South, the Northeast, and the Midwest were all about equally populated. Since then, the South has just sort of roared ahead. The South has 155 seats. Republicans won 111 of those seats. Democrats only won 44. And out of the 111 Republican seats, only one was decided by less than 10 points. And that happens to be a district in Virginia, won by Eugene Vindman. There's another that was sort of on the edge, but Virginia's maps, which were drawn again by special masters, were much closer than anything that you saw elsewhere, and it's sort of really telling. And by comparison, the West Coast states only have 71 districts. The South has 155. 17 of the districts in the Western states, which is to say 25% of all their seats, were decided by 10 or fewer points. And I think it really, whereas in the South, there were 9 Democratic seats that were competitive. Only about 6% of seats were decided by 10 or fewer points. And so, it really is sort of like telling. And like Virginia is like the sort of like bright spot really sort of in the South in terms of having some measure of competition.
Yeah, and I'll just say that I used to do redistricting, but now, just like Lubbock, I'm happy to have it in my rearview mirror.
Yeah, but on redistricting, I know we will continue to have these challenges, but what does the future portend, in Texas in particular, when most of the cases go to the Fifth Circuit? And now there's been some conjecture that President Trump may have the opportunity to appoint 2 new Supreme Court justices, and he may look to the Fifth Circuit. So on that, so what can we speak in terms of the future? Michael, I'll start with you.
I definitely think that there is some potential for darkness, right? Because I think people, like, again, like there is this sense that we have to game the system in our party's favor, right? And, some of the things that sort of keep people like me up at night, I think that there will be efforts to sort of like change how we redistrict, right? And let's just start with the fact that going to the courts right now is not necessarily a really great strategy on many, many things, the federal courts in particular. And there's always a big debate in my world, like, should we bring this case? Do we want to ask for an injunction up front, or do we want to have a full trial and things like that? Because, there are only sort of bad outcomes that tend to happen. And the courts have become a lot more skeptical, I think the courts have gotten in the view of thinking like these are just really partisan disputes, right? That things like Voting Rights Act districts benefit Democrats and Republicans don't have any equivalent to sort of create districts for our team. But the courts also have really become a lot more hostile to remedies that are sort of based on race, right? Like the Voting Rights Act and other doctrines, and so and you see that in the affirmative action cases, you see it elsewhere, and so I think it's likely that the court's skepticism of race-based remedies sort of continues. On top of that, I think you have the potential for, and I realized since I moved to New York, I talk with my hands a lot more, so I didn't do that when I lived in Texas. But on top of that, I think there are things like potentially adding a citizenship question to the next census. Or, the Trump administration tried that the last time. They rushed it through and they got thrown out because they didn't comply with the Administrative Procedures Act. I think they will be more careful this time. That will allow states and localities, and it probably starts with a locality, to redistrict on the basis of adult citizens rather than total population. Right now, districts are equalized so that they have a total number of people, counting non-citizens, counting children, and the biggest group of people who can't vote are children, by the way, not immigrants. That is something that I think will happen in the future. But there are also things that are sort of like people have already grappled with, like why even have one person, one vote, right? It's a doctrine that comes up in the 1960s. Is that really required by the Constitution? And some people have already written about that. There are also conservatives who have written about, like, well, why do we even ask about race on the census? Shouldn't we be like a country like France where there's no question about your race or ethnicity and we should just all be Americans, which obviously would further weaken the ability to use some of these existing remedies. And so, so I think, I think that there could be another round of wars that sort of come up from this. So, I guess fasten your seatbelts, because I don't think that this is over. Now, the positive side, I think, is, maybe now that there is sort of, maybe some sign that there's less racially polarized voting, at least in places. Maybe people will start to think like, okay, well, it's not necessarily bad to create Latino districts because we as Republicans can win those. That's a very hopeful vision, and sometimes I wake up thinking like, well, maybe that's our future and that will be good. On the other hand, I sometimes think like, well, I lived in Texas for a long time, and so I kind of understand how some of the political dynamics go and where people's knee-jerk instincts go, because they don't spend all the time thinking about this, right? So they kind of think about it once every now and then, and when they do, they kind of go back to like the oldies but goodies. So.
Well, I'll just add, I think that, so the Voting Rights Act is, and without going into like a long explanation of very complicated jurisprudence, but it's the protections in the Voting Rights Act in redistricting are based on assumptions that you're dealing with racially polarized voting. So you have a minority community that is politically cohesive. This is how the story goes in the Voting Rights Act. You have a minority community that is politically cohesive, and they're being consistently frustrated in electing their candidates of choice by a majority community that is cohesively voting against their favored candidates. And so that's where the Voting Rights Act rushes in to help minority voters who are being sort of consistently frustrated at the polls. But what we're seeing potentially, and this is a guy at Harvard named Nick Stephanopoulos just wrote a really interesting paper on this, is what he calls a changing electorate, where those assumptions about political cohesion among minority voters and majority voters are simply falling apart. It's going to be really interesting to see what the courts do, just to sort of answer your question. It's going to be really interesting to see what the courts do in this environment. That is to say, how much data will they need to see to sort of determine whether or not minority voters' preferences are being consistently frustrated at the polls. And so we're existing in this kind of changing dynamic where that story that the Voting Rights Act was there to sort of protect against may not be sort of a reality. And I think that's a good thing, as Michael suggested, in the sense that if we don't have racially polarized voting, that's a happy day in this country, because we have for so long in so many parts of the country. But it's kind of up in the air in terms of whether the courts, what evidence the courts will need to see in order for us to move past that.
And I also I think in this discussion, we should also flag the changing demographics of the country, which are becoming really, really profound. And I'm not just talking about the fact that the country is becoming less white and more non-white, but really sort of like how communities of color, how people of color are changing. Most people of color today in the country's metro areas live in the suburbs, not in the city cores, which again is a fact that oftentimes surprises people. You take a county like Fort Bend County, just a little to the northwest from here, Fort Bend County is a county that's about 29% white. And it's about a quarter Black, Latino, Asian, white, right? And so really very diverse, one of the most diverse counties in the country, one of the first majority non-white counties in the country, although some of the suburban counties around Dallas are not far behind. And yet, Fort Bend County, this very diverse, heavily non-white county, also is the most college-educated county in Metro Houston. It is also the third richest county in all of Texas, right? So as Fort Bend County has gotten more non-white, it's also gotten more college-educated, it's also gotten richer. And I think, and its communities are really diverse. It's not like people are sort of like living, another requirement of the Voting Rights Act and things like that is that you have to sort of like be able to draw a compact district, and the reality is that Latinos live near Asians, live near Black people, live near white people, and our communities are very, very diverse in ways that I think are, would have surprised people 60 years ago that we could have this sort of degree of integration, but that makes things hard. And, the traditional remedies hard, but it also doesn't mean that there isn't discrimination, right? That sort of whether for political reasons or racial reasons. And I think we need to kind of think outside the box a little bit about other ways that we can ensure that there isn't sort of gerrymandering, that there isn't sort of, we have legislative bodies that, in the words of John Adams, are exact portraits, miniatures of the people as a whole. Because our existing systems really, in a lot of ways, particularly for Congress, don't sort of seem to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, and I will point out really briefly is that in recent years, one of the defenses that's come up to charges of racial gerrymandering has been that it is merely disguised partisan gerrymandering. And as the Supreme Court has said, they've just kind of shrugged off partisan gerrymandering, kind of no harm, no foul. It'll be interesting that as things like race and ethnicity and demographics are no longer clean proxies for partisanship, if that micro-targeting that Mr. Rove talked about, it's going to be harder both to draw districts that benefit you and to attack districts that don't benefit you, because what used to be a kaleidoscope is now like a Seurat painting, which is tiny little points everywhere.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, I stopped using racially polarized to use racially correlated voting. But
I'm going to borrow that.
Also, Michael, to talk about some of the other things in terms of community of interest, I think that could be redefined in terms of what we see here in Harris County, for example. There could be some districts that are internationally designed. If you look at Fort Bend County, there's also something called the whole county rule, where they could look at districts inside of the county. So that's a challenge as well.
I mean, you look at a parallel county to Fort Bend in a lot of ways, like Orange County in California, which, Democrats, when they won the majority in 2018, flipped a number of House seats in Orange County to win the majority. It's a suburban county outside of Los Angeles. And when Republicans won back the House, they won a bunch of seats back in Orange County. And so, and a key reason why Orange County is so much more competitive than anything you see sort of in the suburbs of Texas is the fact that you kept communities together. And the reality is that if your mood is changing, if you're mad about COVID closures or you're mad about abortion or whatever the case may be, chances are that people who are very much like you, who live in the same neighborhood, probably have that same sort of thing. And then that gets to play out in a very natural way. But instead, what happened in Texas is you have, if you know Denton County just north of Dallas, parts of Denton County, a very suburban, very affluent county, I think the second richest county in Texas, are joined into a district that runs all the way to the New Mexico border, like hundreds of miles away, right? And that includes Amarillo, right? And so it just really sort of so it's a suburban, exurban, really rural West Texas, district. And if you had a district in Denton County, it probably is a district that favors Republicans, but Democrats might be competitive in the right cycle. And that would be much more like Orange County.
Oh, I have one final question, and then we'll move it to the Q&A period from the audience. We've observed significant shifts in the voting patterns of ethnic minorities, notably among Latino and Asian voters. What do these changes imply for future political strategies and alignments? Go
Yeah, I mean, I think we've sort of talked about that a little bit. I think it's going to have potentially a big impact on redistricting, both in terms of how maps are drawn and how they're challenged. It's going to also potentially change to the extent that, race kind of coincided with the idea of the low propensity voter. It's going to change potentially, as things shift politically, it's going to change, as we were talking about earlier, this sort of voting wars posture, in a rosy view anyway, it will make a difference in terms of the policies that the different parties are advocating. So I think we've sort of covered that question.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I agree with Rebecca that that's the hopeful vision, right? And if we had sort of legislation, either at the state level or the federal level, that sort of had fair districting principles, however you define them, whether it's around communities of interest or anti-gerrymandering standards or the like, I think you would have a lot of districts where Republicans and Democrats would find that, gosh, we can compete. We don't have to win all people of color as Republicans. We just have to win our fair share. And that's certainly what happened, again, going back to Orange County, where, you have these districts that were drawn by an independent commission, and, the only way that Republicans can win them is to sort of engage with communities of color, right? And so what happens is Republicans open up outreach centers in the Vietnamese community. They recruit Asian candidates, they recruit Latino candidates to run in these districts, saying like, gosh, do you want to hear about us and what our thoughts are? And that's sort of a healthy outreach, right? I, as a person, as an Asian American, I would much rather have both parties saying, gosh, we'd like your vote, and we're going to make our pitch and do our song and dance, and you can choose, than what sort of is currently the case in many places. And again, Fort Bend is a prime example. Like, Fort Bend was mostly in one congressional district before the 2020 census. It was a really swingy district that was very competitive. But what Republicans chose to do in the redistricting cycle after the 2020 census was to break off heavily non-white parts of Fort Bend County, join some of them into districts that were in Houston, leave some of them there, and then add in a bunch of rural counties, right? So it was sort of like, we can win just with white voters, and we don't have to even try to do much to sort of outreach to voters of color. And I think that's really sort of, question whether they continue to do that in the future. But, it's easy to go back to the well-trodden songbook. On the other hand, if we had laws that sort of forced fair districts, maybe, people would try to find a different song and dance. And the thing is, I was out in Fort Bend before the March primary here in Texas, and there were a lot of people of color running as Republicans on the ticket over there. I don't think many of them were successful ultimately in the primary, but there certainly were people running on very law and order and strong enforcement of immigration standard things. So it's just like these voters are gettable, but the Republicans here have to be convinced that it's to our benefit to try.
Yeah, and I think on the subject of the impact of changing partisan makeup of different, I also want to talk about the Voting Rights Act, but I want to talk about a different part that I don't think gets a lot of attention. There's Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act requires communities that have a certain percentage of low English proficiency voters to make election materials available in those alternate languages. Just along the same lines as will Republicans maybe be more in favor of same-day registration, will we see less of the hostility toward alternate language materials in communities where Vietnamese voters or Hmong voters in Minnesota or Arabic-speaking voters in the Michigan suburbs, if those communities are seen more as up for grabs, maybe you will, rather than having election officials getting resistance to creating alternate language materials, if maybe both parties don't jump in with both feet and maybe even encourage the election office to do that. So I think that could be one. I don't want to predict that that'll happen, but I could see that being one area where the changing partisan makeup of communities might actually have an impact on election administration.
Right. All right, we're going to move now to the Q&A period. There's one question, federally mandated ranked choice voting. And I'll just add, it has been suggested that we're so partisanly divided and that ranked choice voting may be one of the answers to that. What do you guys think about it?
I think ranked choice voting by itself, I don't think, it's beneficial in the sense that it produces a majoritarian winner, right? And there are places like in Michigan where it's first past the post. There's no runoff. In Texas, you have runoffs if somebody doesn't get 50%. But there are places in the country where you can win with 30% of the vote or less. And, ranked choice voting, and that is played to the disadvantage of, for example, the black community in Detroit, because there were multiple black candidates and black voters split their vote among different black candidates, and a non-black candidate gets in with about 30%. And so ranked choice voting could help that. I think it probably doesn't help unless you combine it with other reforms, right? Like an open primary, like eliminating the partisan primaries and having a top 2, top 4, top 5 primary like they do in other states, which I do think is potentially beneficial, but you really do have to sort of combine it with other reforms. Not having that, I don't know that it really makes that much of a difference, because if you think about sort of, I do think it, I will say, like, there's a benefit to having sort of an open system, because, there are a lot of newer voters, and I mean people who, like, are, communities are relatively new to the United States, like Asians and Latinos don't strongly identify with a political party and therefore don't tend to vote in party primaries, right? And so their voices never sort of get heard. In that, if it were just sort of like, we're having an election, you can pick, Republicans, Democrats, whatever, you might get higher turnout among that. So I do think ranked choice voting could be beneficial. I think you'd have to combine it with other reforms. There's a lot of questions that come up when you sort of change this, these sorts of systems, but it could be done.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add, so I think the sad news for those who think ranked choice voting had promise is that it did terribly in this election. So I think Alaska was the only place it was on the ballot that it succeeded, and it was only by a very, what's that? Oh, DC, yeah. But even there by only at least in Alaska, by a very narrow margin. And ranked choice voting is kind of a cool idea. It's this idea that instead of voting for, one candidate, that you rank your choices, and then what ends up happening with ranked choice voting is that there's no more spoiler. In other words, you don't have to give up on the candidate that you like because you think they have no chance of winning. You can actually tell the powers that be that you like this person. So you're not risking your vote. So for example, if you really liked a third-party candidate in this election, you could have indicated that on your ballot. And then they basically just take out the loser who nobody liked a lot, and then they recalculate the votes of the top 2 vote getters and see who wins. And so the idea is that it's like a really cool idea to reduce polarization and give people more chance at the ballot box to express their preferences. But because people are confused about ranked choice voting, because it's got a political valence given who it's benefited in the last several elections, it didn't do well at the ballot box this year, and it's sort of unfortunate because I think it fixes a lot of the problems, namely polarization, that we're facing today.
And in fact, it's become very partisan, right?
Exactly,
I mean, like there are a number of states like Alabama and Louisiana that actually have banned ranked choice voting, right?
Yeah.
So it's not even on the ballot, but we're going to preemptively ban it.
Other way, which is too bad because it actually is a kind of an intelligent reform.
And I just want to say very briefly that partisanship aside, it's a whole new ballgame for election officials, right? I mean, you think people don't understand the election system now? The city of Minneapolis uses ranked choice for the mayor, and they've got like a 4-minute YouTube video on their site that uses like candy or cookies or something to explain how the process works. So I mean, it's not as simple as sort of clicking your heels together and waving your wand. I will say real quick, this is just Doug Chapin. This is not Forrest Marsh. This is not anybody else. I'm a big fan, if you're going to do something like that, I'm a big fan of something that's called approval voting, where if there are 10 candidates on the ballot, you can vote for as many of them as you would be happy winning. You could cast 9 votes. You could vote for only 1. That's really easy to administer because then the election official just adds them all up, and whoever gets the most votes wins. Now, is there still a possibility for strategy there? Absolutely. Following Sean's example, just in the spirit of anecdotes, my family always has an annual Christmas hors d'oeuvre contest. It's a way to get out of making a big meal on Christmas Eve. We always had struggles about how to vote until I hit upon approval voting. And while I have never won the hors d'oeuvre contest, I definitely won the approval of my family for using approval voting.
Yes,
So,
all right, thank you. All right, the next question from the audience: should U.S. citizenship be a criteria for federal elections?
yes, and it is.
It is. That's
Already.
what I thought.
Oh, it exists right now. It is a criteria. In other words, it is illegal to vote if you are not, in federal elections, if you are not a U.S. citizen, always has been.
Next question.
Yeah, the next question from the audience. Careers have been destroyed in more challenging / defending election results. Can you comment if challenges will these challenges continue?
What was the first part of the question? I missed.
It says careers have been destroyed.
Okay. I heard Korea. So I was trying to think.
Careers,
Yeah.
careers. Not, no one's at the border.
Well, yeah, I have a view on this. So maybe you all know, maybe you don't. I started a site called electionline.org that tracks election reform and administration news from around the country. Started in 2001. It's still available now for the low price of free. So check it out. But every year around the new year, we do our own version of the Washington Post's in and out list. And my colleague, Mindy Moretti, and I, right about now, start coming up with ideas for entries for that. And my number one this year is out, relitigating 2024, in, relitigating 2020. Right? So, but seriously, right? I mean, we're not going to fight about the election that just passed, but we've already seen signals that we are going to, we're going to bring up the ghost of elections past, Dickensian style, right? And we're going to talk about what didn't happen in 2020. I have zero doubt that we will still see challenges in 26 and beyond. We even saw in the aftermath of 2024, there was some rumor mongering about Elon Musk and Starlink, and we've now opened Pandora's box to the point where people who are unhappy with the outcome of an election are going to figure out a way to determine that that wasn't actually the outcome of the election. President Biden has said famously, you can't just love your country when you win, but there are folks out there on both sides, but mostly on one side, who feel that way. And if the outcome is different in 26, or God help us all in 2028, I guarantee you we will have fights that make 2020 look like a pillow fight. But other than that, I have no strong opinion.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. This is a comment, and I'm not so sure I understand the question, but I'll read it. So in California and other states, the mailing of unrequested ballots to every registered voter has slowed the counting of ballots, creating fraud and concern. And then it has how to count quickly. I don't know if I understand the question.
Yeah, well, I think so. I think one thing to keep your eye on is absentee voting. So prior to 2020, if you looked at a graph of how common absentee voting was in this country, it was going like this. Like, it was already the case that states were making it easier to vote absentee because it's so hard for people to get to the polls on a Tuesday. And so states were already starting to accommodate people by allowing them to vote by mail, a lot before the pandemic. In fact, I think it was 4 or 5 states had only mail elections. In other words, everybody was voting absentee in 5 states out in the West mostly. And then, of course, the pandemic election happened, and states that didn't have high rates of absentee voting all of a sudden were trying to accommodate more and more voters who wanted to not, risk their lives by going to the polls in person. And so you saw states without a history of high volumes of absentee voting, trying to accommodate more voters that way, and it really, talk about Pandora's box, like it really, unleashed a lot of concern about absentee voting because, states didn't have a lot of experience with it, and then we're dealing with high volumes. So cut to today, we saw very high rates of absentee voting in the 2024 election, and yet I think that's the place where most people are concerned about problems. So whether it's signature matching, whether it's people gathering absentee ballots to turn them in, that is called, sort of pejoratively, it's called ballot harvesting. There's sort of all these concerns surrounding absentee voting. And it's going to be a real question, I think, about what policymakers do with absentee voting, because I think people really value it and like it. I mean, I'm curious just to ask this question. Maybe this is too personal, but raise your hand if you voted by mail this time in 2024. No one in this room voted by mail?
It's hard in Texas because you have to be over 65.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Or
that's
out
right.
of
Yes,
town.
I forgot
yeah.
about that. I forgot there's litigation on that too. Right, so maybe not in Texas, but in most states, a lot of people really appreciated the ability to vote absentee. And so I think it's going to be really interesting to see whether there are big policy changes at the federal level related to absentee voting, and whether or not those policy changes will be popular in terms of people's ability to easily cast ballots.
I will make a plug for, I do think we should have a clearer, better policy, and there's federal legislation that would have done that in federal legislation. It did not pass. But I do think making it easier for people to early vote in other ways could be good. And I always, Texas has a really great early voting, right, in better than New York, right? In New York, I can only early vote at one particular place, which is about 25 minutes from where I live, because of the way the laws are designed, and whereas in Texas and most places you can vote anywhere in your county for 2 weeks, and in Dallas, traditionally the polls were open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for 2 weeks. And so I do think there are lots of examples about, if we sort of think about what is, how we can make the polls more accessible to people in the way that they live now, I think that would be great.
Yeah, and just to sort of respond to the questioner, California does, in many counties, mail a ballot to every registered voter. Colorado does the same thing, and others. That's true. It is also true that it takes a long time to count the ballots in California. Those two things are not linked at all. The fact that those ballots go out and take a long time to get counted are two completely different things. There are rules in many states, including California, where you can postmark a ballot by Election Day, and then it's accepted if it arrives up to 3 days, basically the Friday after Election Day, and then it can be counted. The other thing to keep in mind is that California is big, really big. I mean, bigger than Texas big, forgive me. But the county of Los Angeles alone is, 8 million people? I mean, it's bigger than a whole bunch. If it were its own state, it would be one of the largest in the country.
Like Minnesota.
Yeah, like Minnesota, but a lot warmer. So one of the things that I'll put in a plug for my friend John Williams and Mark Jones. I worked with them and the Carter Center on a series of guiding principles for election reform that are intended to be sort of a floor for bipartisan discussion. And one of the things that the group of folks that we talked to all felt very strongly about on both sides of the aisle was this notion that we'd like to find a way to reduce counting time, to get it so that elections can be counted, if not by election night, at least very shortly, like a matter of days thereafter. Now, the way to do that, there are lots of different ways. One way is to get rid of postmark rules, which some states don't want to do. The other way, though, is to do what many states do, and other states have been resisting, which is do what's called pre-processing. So if I mail my mail ballot back and it arrives the Friday before Election Day, some states can open that ballot, verify my signature, take out the secret ballot, and put it in another pile and prepare it for counting. So that at dark 30, as soon as the polls open on Election Day, they can start running those ballots through so they're tabulated in time for Election night. Other states forbid election officials from even touching those envelopes, let alone open them and get them ready to count them until Election Day, and sometimes not even till the middle of Election Day. So some of those delays are self-inflicted. So I 100% agree that we need to find a way to reduce counting time, even though I want every vote to count. It's a recipe for disaster. It creates this illusion of ballots coming in. Charles Stewart at MIT talks about something called the blue shift, that is because more Democrats tend to vote by mail, that you see Republicans winning or trailing a little bit on election night, and then over time the deficit gets bigger and bigger, and it looks like somebody's gone off and is like Indiana Jones finding Democratic ballots in a warehouse somewhere. So anything we can do to avoid that is really good. But going back to the original, states like being able to mail ballots to voters. If nothing else, it means you always know where they are. You have to keep track of them, whether you're using real IDs as an address, shout out to Carter Baker, or other things like that. They like it because they can mail a ballot to somebody, and in a place like Colorado, you can return it by mail, you can put it in a drop box, you can come to a vote center, or you can even bring it to like a county clerk's office on election day. So the flexibility is for the voter. We are meeting voters where they live. So again, speaking only for myself, not Forrest Marsh or anybody else, I like the idea of mailing ballots to voters and letting them choose how to return them, but I also favor this idea of shortening the count so that it reduces the possibility of mischief between election night and an actual outcome. I yield the floor.
And on that note, I assume we will conclude that voting should be easy, right, and not a cumbersome process. And I would like to thank the esteemed panel, all right, for their presentations today, and thank the audience for your indulgence. Thank you.
Good game.
Welcome back. We're saving the best for last. In 1973, Timothy Cruz wrote a book called The Boys on the Bus that influenced me and a lot of others about journalism. In 2024, I like to call this panel the reporters on the bus, just to make sure that I don't fumble, which I probably just did. In a moment, we're going to hear from top-notch reporters who cover the 2024 presidential election and ask them to tell us what happened on the bus and look forward to 2026 and 2028. Our moderator tonight, perhaps you know her as a former political reporter for the Houston Chronicle newspaper. And if you knew her then, if you know her now, you know that she's smart, sassy, and very savvy, mostly sassy.
Thank you.
Julie Mason is host of the daily political show, The Julie Mason Show. And if you don't listen to it on SiriusXM's POTUS Politics, I can't recommend it more highly. Molly Ball is a senior political correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, covering campaigns, the White House, Congress, political personalities, and policy debates across the country. Aaron Covey is U.S. House editor for the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. And we're glad that Amy sent her our way this time. Reed Epstein is a political reporter for the New York Times who focused on the Kamala Harris campaign and broader themes in Democratic politics. And Jacob Rubashkin is a deputy editor of Inside Elections, which provides nonpartisan analysis of campaigns for Senate, House, and the Senate. Julie, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Huge thanks to John Williams and the Baker Institute. It's wonderful to be back in Houston. And last week in DC, it was 12 degrees with the wind chill, so we're all delighted, especially to be here this week. So, and thank you all for coming out. Let's get started with this terrific panel. I want to start right around the time Biden decided to drop out of the race, and have you guys tell us what were the atmospherics around that?
Who?
Joe Biden. You're still the president,
Still
Reed.
the president. It wasn't good for Joe Biden. Even before the debate, which really sealed his fate, there was an undercurrent in Democratic politics and in the broader electorate that he should not be running for president. We wrote about that before he even got in the race. It was a subject of much of the coverage throughout his time as the nominee, that people thought he was too old to run, and they thought that he had made a promise that he wouldn't run again, was an implicit, if not direct, pledge that he made during the 2020 race. And so it was like the idea that he was too old or incapable. There was a lot of criticism of the press broadly, and the Times in particular, that we focused too much on it. I think we did not focus, frankly, enough on it. And the result, we saw what happened when he was on the debate stage. The whole country saw kind of what level he was at as far as his acuity.
It was quite shocking.
It was quite shocking to see it on the stage. I don't know that it should have been that surprising, sort of given what we had seen in public up to that point.
Right. Go ahead, Molly.
Yeah, to that point, I think it was very telling that sort of political insiders were far more shocked than the public at large. And one thing that we saw in the immediate aftermath of the debate was that the polling didn't actually change that much, in part for that reason, in part because he had already fallen quite significantly behind Trump in the polls, and a lot of voters had already concluded that he was not up to the job. It was more sort of and ironically, his people used this as a reason that he ought not to get out of the race, right? This idea that, well, voters have already priced this in. This is something that is already known to sort of people across the country. The people who are shocked by what they were calling one bad night were the so-called elites. But it kicked off this very, very intense period. Let's not forget, it took what, 3.5 weeks for him to actually leave the race. So there was this very sort of slow grind of, the Democrats were immediately whipped into a crisis, but nobody could figure out what to do, and everybody was at odds, and there was a lot going on behind the scenes. And then meanwhile, other dramatic events were occurring. I remember my colleagues and I being at the Republican convention in Milwaukee, which of course took place on the heels of the assassination attempt, and the entire time we're covering the events of the Democratic primary, as it were, the Democrats' crisis, because this all came to sort of confluence in very dramatic fashion.
I mean, when we look back on the campaign, there was so much that was bizarre and surprising. I mean, brainworms, right? Biden at one point claiming that his uncle was eaten by cannibals. We had, allegations about J.D. Vance in a couch. It was just, and then the assassination attempts, a lot of it was just crazy, wasn't it, Erin?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that the Biden's prospects, they look dire in the national polling and the statewide polling, but they look particularly dire in the district level polling that we were looking at. And that was why pressure reached such a high point within the Democratic caucus, because they knew that with Biden on the ticket, they wouldn't have any shot at winning the House, basically. And that only a new nominee could give them better odds and give them a fair shot at that, which they should have had. They would only need to net 5 seats for a majority, and they weren't going to let Biden drag them down. We saw members in California in ostensibly safe Democratic seats who were saying, Trump is winning my seat, which then I was a little skeptical of that at the time. But in hindsight, seeing how poorly Harris did in some of these seats, Biden surely was doing worse than her. And so that looks a little bit less far-fetched now.
Wow, extraordinary. Jacob, did you see any effective messaging from either of the campaigns? Like, what worked that you saw?
What worked? Well, it's a hard question to answer, because big picture, what Trump was saying worked and what Harris was saying didn't work. But I think that there's some evidence to suggest that it's not as black and white as the results would have you believe. The thing that really stood out to me about the presidential election, at least, was the degree of fragmentation or segmentation around the country. We really didn't have one election, we had 2 elections. We had the election in the 7 battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and then we had the election everywhere else. And those 7 states received the lion's share of all the campaign stops, the advertising, billions of dollars in messaging, and the other states did not, right? They got a little bit of it from the media markets that crossed over borders, but by and large, both campaigns and all their allies were focused on those 7 states. And Harris did significantly better in those 7 states than you would expect looking at the other 43 results. And so I think there's a real argument to be made that what Harris was saying was actually effective. It wasn't effective enough to win, but voters who were hearing her message were more likely to vote for her than a voter in New York or Illinois who was basically ignored for the duration of the election. So, the things that Harris was talking about that seemed to be most effective are when she tried to adopt a sort of economic populist message, when she took on the issue of rising costs head on. There's research from the main Harris super PAC, Future Forward, to suggest that her best performing ad was a direct-to-camera spot where she got up there and she said, look, I know prices are high, I know people are hurting, here's what I'm going to do to lower costs for everyday Americans. that particular ad, they only put about, and I pulled the numbers on this, they put about $2.5 million behind that ad on TV. You might say, okay, that's a lot of money, $2.5 million, more money than I have. The Harris campaign raised $1.5 billion with a B. And so I think that there were messages that were effective. They didn't put as much money as they probably should have behind them, and they doubled back to the kind of the Biden-esque democracy language in the closing weeks of the campaign that ultimately didn't get them across the finish line.
Reed, you got a snoot full of joy and vibes this year.
Yes.
How did that work out? I mean, aside from their losing.
I mean, for me or them?
Well, I'm kind of interested in you, but this audience will probably want to know about that.
Well, it didn't work out for them. They didn't win. And one thing that we've seen, I guess, in the 6 weeks since the election, I've lost count, is that sort of the whole Harris industrial complex has taken to blaming the election on Joe Biden. Right? Some of you might have heard them on a very friendly podcast that happened to drop like the day before Thanksgiving for optimal listenership, where they explained basically that it was all Joe Biden's fault. Some of the same people who spent a year and a half telling us that Joe Biden was the only choice for president then went on a podcast to say that it was all Joe Biden's fault that Harris lost. And that kind of has the effect of like, trying to absolve blame for Harris and perhaps protect her own political future. But it's very easy to blame Joe Biden at this point. He's going to be president for another 40-some days, and then no one will hear from him again. But it's pretty disingenuous, I think, given that all of us, those of us who covered the campaign pretty closely on a day-to-day basis, heard from sort of a torrent of then Biden campaign people about his age was just a construct of the media and voters didn't really care and blah, 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 when we all knew that wasn't the case.
Because those polls were showing that voters did care about his age.
And now, after Harris lost, they want to tell us that actually it was Biden's fault and because he was too old and people didn't like how he handled the economy.
So exactly the right lessons
Yes.
being drawn from,
Yes.
from what happened. And Aaron, were similar forces shaping the congressional races as shaped the presidential this year? It seemed to be economic and grievance generally.
Yeah, I mean, the issue set was identical, of course. All these House races have become more and more nationalized throughout the past couple of decades, and so that was no surprise. The economic issues were the most motivating for voters, and secondary to that were issues around immigration and crime, and then probably tertiary to that was abortion, which was an important issue for about 14% of voters, according to exit polls, so less important than it was in 2022, when about a quarter of the electorate said it was their most important issue. But I do think that in the House, at least, Democrats did have a really consistent spending advantage and just ran better campaigns in the most competitive races, which is why you saw in the most competitive races, House Democrats were outperforming Harris in most places, which is pretty remarkable, particularly because, like Jacob said, the places where Trump did best were largely states like California and New York and New Jersey and Texas, where the presidential race was not being litigated. And so Democrats' spending advantage there and ability to separate themselves from Harris to a certain extent helped. Also the fact that Republicans underperformed Trump in a lot of these races. And I think that was in part because issues like abortion that were not effective against Trump were more effective against Republicans, where Democrats could accuse them of being extreme on the issue in a way that they couldn't go after Trump on, that voters didn't see as believable. And so I think the issue set was the same, but the spending advantage that Democrats, the financial advantage that Democrats had, and the quality of probably the Republican candidates who are running in a lot of these races helped Democrats more down ballot.
Molly, Aaron raises a really interesting point about abortion and how Democrats really thought that was going to be their ticket this year.
That's right. I mean, I think a couple things. I mean, you asked about messaging, and there was a sort of remarkable convergence between the two presidential candidates over what they were offering to voters, right? It was very clear, there was a very clear consensus of sort of what the American people wanted out of this election. They wanted lower prices, they wanted the border to be under control, and they did not want a further erosion of abortion rights. And both candidates were broadly campaigning on those, on the same basic promises along those lines. I think, you know, one of the retrospective criticisms of Kamala Harris has been that she wasn't willing to take on the left flank of the Democratic Party. She wasn't willing to explicitly repudiate some of the unpopular stances of the Democrats, whether it was, you know, the liberal positions that she took in her 2020 campaign, or the unpopular policies of the incumbent administration. But when it comes to Trump, he was very effective. You can question his honesty, but he was very effective in triangulating this issue of abortion, where, of course, it was his fault that Roe v. Wade was overturned, and he took credit for that. But he also was very, very explicit about promising that he did not want to see a further erosion of abortion rights, that he believed that this status quo of it being returned to the states was what ought to be where things should come to rest, despite, you know, many members of his party wanting to see more restrictions on abortion, wanting to see you know, more done in this area. And I think that helped him a lot. I mean, when Aaron referenced the exit polls, one of the most striking results in the exit polls was that among the, I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but among the 1/3 of the electorate that believed that abortion should be mostly legal, Trump basically tied Harris with those voters. So he clearly effectively communicated, again, whether or not you actually believe him, he did effectively communicate the idea that he wasn't going to do more to take abortion rights away from people. The other thing I think is interesting in this regard is, you know, the Harris campaign was really counting on a surge of women voters, and particularly on women voters being passionate about the abortion issue. That isn't something we've really seen historically. This has been a divisive issue among people of both genders, and it is interesting to me. You know, I went back and read the article I wrote about why Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, and it is shocking how you could really just, you know, Control F, replace her name with Harris in a lot of instances, because the criticisms being, and I'm working my way back around to abortion, but you know, the idea that she underestimated the electorate's appetite for change. She ran a sort of elite-coded campaign that failed to speak to working-class Americans and people without college degrees. And although Harris certainly did not lean into her personal gender and the historic potential of her candidacy in the same way as Hillary Clinton did, I think there was still an over-reliance on a sort of feminist identity politics that has never been animating for a broad swath of American women.
Very well said. So that's the past. We will move ahead to the present. And I want to mention...
Can I add one other
if you
thing to
must,
that?
Reid, sure.
The Harris campaign, for whatever they're saying now, they thought they were going to win.
Yes.
They thought they were going to win a couple weeks out. Their final internal pre-election data showed them winning Michigan and Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania was an exact dead heat. Mm-hmm. And so for all of this, like, post hoc, whoa, we never had a chance, we were digging out of the hole that Biden left us, that's not what they thought when they woke up on November 5th.
As evidenced by their comments lately, which we will get to. We have plenty of room at the end for Q&A, so be thinking of smart questions for these terrific panelists. So that brings us to where we are now. And Aaron, we have a very narrow House majority for Republicans. It seems almost unworkable.
Yeah, it's officially 220 to 215, one seat smaller than their current majority, because Democrats were able to net a single seat in the House. Effectively, that's going to look more like 217 to 215 in the new year. That's because there's going to be 3 vacancies. We don't exactly know when those will happen because 2 of the 3 members of Congress haven't officially resigned. But because of that, Republicans will basically have no room for error at the beginning of the next Congress. They can't afford a single defection because one defection would bring them to 216, which would be a tie. And so that is not enough to pass a bill. And so it is going
Or to
be
hold on to those committees.
Or hold
Yeah.
on to, or hold on to those committees. So it's going to be very difficult for them as it has been over the past 2 years. But one thing they have now, which they didn't have, is a Republican trifecta. And they have Trump in the White House, which is going to provide an incentive structure for these Republican members of Congress to stay in line. And the Freedom Caucus members who have disrupted things for Republicans for the past 2 years don't want to face the wrath of Trump, who could derail their primary prospects. So they're going to not have the same incentives to go against House Republican leadership and as a result go against Trump. So I do think it might not be as chaotic as it has been for the past 2 years, but it's still going to be very difficult.
But Aaron, didn't you find it extraordinary that for all that chaos of the past 2 years, voters didn't punish the Republican Party at all for all that drama?
I mean, that was ages ago.
Right? Forgotten. Cleared it. So overall, what did we learn? What knowledge are we now in possession of that we didn't know heading into this election? Where does it stand? What do we know about America? What did we learn? Americans are mad. That's what we learned. They're mad.
There's a great scene from the end of the movie Burn After Reading that I think sums it up. I won't use the language here, but the short answer is I don't know. I think we learned that Americans are still very divided, right? For all of the kind of pretty successful post-election framing from the Republican Party of a Trump landslide, this was a very close election. Trump won the popular vote by about 1.5 points. He did not win a majority, he won a plurality. He won by a little 100,000 or 200,000 votes out of 150 million cast across the 3 swing states in the Midwest. The Senate, Republicans had a good night there. But in the House, Democrats actually picked up a seat and the overall vote was evenly divided. And so I think the first lesson we can take is that no matter what, no matter an attempted assassination, a switch at the top of the ticket, the Dobbs decision, any number of era-defining moments that we've had over the last couple of years, not much is going to shake America's ability to fall down 50-50 on the political spectrum in this modern day and age. Friend of the panel, Amy Walter, has written about how we're no longer in the era of big election swings, right? We used to be in a moment where a candidate could win 400 electoral votes, that a party could win a 60 or 70 seat majority in the House or a 60 seat majority in the Senate, and we're just no longer there. We're very set in our ways, and nothing that has happened has shifted America away from that. So that's kind of the lesson that I take away, is that people are pretty set in how they think about politics, and not much is going to change that in the near future.
Interesting. I wonder if we'll go to more one-term presidents.
Certainly, we've now had 2 in a row, which I'm struggling to remember the last time that was the case, but I think it's been at least 100 years.
Where we had 2 in a row.
Where we had 2 one-term presidents.
Go ahead, Molly.
Well, there's an irony here in that we keep having these change elections where there's a backlash to the party in power, and it's clear that 75% of voters think that the country's on the wrong track, and they have felt that way for decades. People are tremendously unhappy. People are tremendously disgruntled. People really have a desire to punish the political system, this idea that the establishment is corrupt and discredited, that the institutions are rotten and need to be overturned. I mean, this is very widespread among the American public, and they keep trying to send this message, but then what we get is gridlock because of this polarization that Jacob's describing, and so nothing happens. And so they say, okay, we want change again, so there's this irony of there's this whipsaw in terms of who controls, the houses of Congress and the White House, but what we basically get out of that is a Washington that does very little. because of how divided we are.
And the thing that Molly is talking about people upset with the system is really beyond just what we think of electoral politics. You know, you saw
And the UHC shooter.
You saw like how many people were cheering on this guy who gunned down a healthcare CEO as if it was like the shooting of Archduke Ferdinand
Yes.
for the 21st century.
Yes.
You know, there is a sizable portion of the American population that wants to tear down the whole system. And
They're seething.
And believes
Yes.
that it is rigged against them, like both from the left and the right. And it makes the whole situation unstable, and you add to that, you know, a United States Senate where a majority represents something like 42% of the population, a Supreme Court where, you know, justices are appointed by presidents that people view as illegitimate. And it's a recipe for sort of an earthquake to rock the system that a lot of us have taken for granted for so long, and it may not be as stable as certainly the people running it think.
Oh dear.
And I think that's why a lot of Harris's messaging on protecting democracy fell flat, because these voters, they're not anti-democracy, but they're frustrated with the system, and her defense of democracy came off as a defense of the system and the institutions that are not working for many Americans. And so that sort of messaging is clearly not effective with the majority of the country.
According to the exit polls, which are, we should emphasize, imperfect and preliminary, among the, I believe, majority of voters who believed that democracy was in grave danger, Trump narrowly won that cohort.
Right, it reminds me of Obamacare, right, when we had these polls showing that that a majority of Americans hated it. And it was like, well, some people felt it didn't go far enough, and other people felt it went too far. So that was where, yeah, it's just eye of the beholder. My question is, does Trump have a mandate? He thinks he does, but electorally, does he?
I mean, yes, he won.
He won.
So he gets to decide what, I mean, he won, his party won. You know, a mandate is as good as long as you can hold on to it. And, you know, we saw when he was in office the last time with Republican control of the Congress, that he began doing things that were relatively unpopular within the first week. And so, you know, I don't think, I've heard from a lot of people. I was at the Democratic Governors Conference this weekend, and a lot of it, very exciting. The only place where you can see Halle Berry and Tim Walz in the same hotel is at the Beverly Hilton in Beverly Hills, California.
Very nice.
But a lot of the governors were saying, like, people didn't vote for mass deportations. But Trump was standing in front of signs that said, deport illegals now.
Yeah, mass deportation now,
It
yeah,
is
at the
precisely
convention.
what they voted for.
Yes.
And so there is this belief out there that Trump will not do some of the things that he said that are seen as unpopular. And I am not quite sure what planet some of those folks are living on. But I do think that they are right that should Trump do some of the specifics that he talked about, that I don't think it'll be terribly popular. And what kind of backlash and how the opposition party and people within the Republican Party who oppose that policy react will go a long way toward determining kind of how long the mandate lasts.
Obama had a mandate in 2009 until he lost it, right? And Biden had a mandate in 2021 until he lost it. We've already seen Trump didn't have a mandate to have Matt Gaetz be his attorney general.
No, he didn't.
He might not have a mandate to have Pete Hegseth be his secretary of defense or Tulsi Gabbard be his director of national intelligence. So we are already seeing the very beginnings of an outline of a concept of the constraints that Trump might have on his political
You could
power.
say concept of a plan.
Concepts of a plan that Republicans, at least in the Senate, have to curtail at least the very excesses of what Trump would like to do.
And now we find ourselves, you know, the new administration waiting to come in. We're in all this drama with the Doge Commission and these cabinet nominees. The state of the transition seems quite chaotic, and I wonder if it's a precursor for what we will see in the new administration. Molly seems to have a thought.
I actually think it's not chaotic at all compared to 2016. You know, in 2016, Trump had no idea he was going to win the election, and he started holding court at Mar-a-Lago and having just every sort of rando come through the lobby and audition before reporters. It's much more systematic this time. It's interesting. I mean, talk about correctly reading the sort of anti-establishment mood of the country. He did not campaign on, now I have governing experience and I know what I'm doing and I'm qualified, right? That was no part of his messaging. Instead, it was, no, I am still the outsider who wants to smash the system, and I am still not a politician, although I have actually more experience in the White House than Kamala Harris does. And so the point being that, you know, the transition is actually proceeding in quite orderly fashion by Trump's standards. Now, that being said, he is throwing a lot, you know, he does believe he has a mandate for disruption. And I think that's what we're sort of all saying. And whether or not that's true, I think is going to depend on what type of disruption he attempts and in what way. But so he is, you know, but he has moved quite quickly and confidently in a way that he did not 8 years ago and he very much knows what kinds of people he wants in all these positions. And they're very unorthodox, right? I mean, had Nikki Haley, you know, or Mike Pence won this election instead, we would be seeing a very different type of cabinet, with the possible exception of the Secretary of State. So I don't think it's chaotic per se. It is aggressive. I would call it unorthodox, and I would call it aggressive. But I don't think it's chaotic.
Erin, what is the mood on the Hill? Republicans seem very gung-ho to get started.
Yes, though they need to fund the government first, and so they have
But
to.
there seems to be no appetite for a shutdown right now.
No, there's not an appetite for a shutdown. What's going to happen is they're going to pass another continuing resolution, a stopgap bill, but that means they're going to have to deal with this government funding fight in the spring on top of trying to pass legislation through reconciliation on border security, on energy policy, on taxes. And so they have quite a bit on their plate. As I just said, an incredibly narrow majority to do that with.
Jacob, was there a realignment in this election, and is it durable? If yes, is it durable?
I mean, I think realignments by definition are durable. Otherwise, they're just kind of anomalies. I think realignments take time. And so I think the most compelling evidence for realignment is if you look in a place like South Florida, for instance, where we've now seen kind of 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024 evidence of a real shift toward the Republican Party away from the high water mark of Hillary Clinton in 2016. I think she won Miami-Dade County by 30 points. Trump won it by double digits. You know, those are the places, I think South Texas, perhaps to a lesser extent, where you can say, yeah, there's something real going on here that we've now seen demonstrated over a number of election cycles that shows that these voters are, you know, and this is predominantly, you know, Hispanic and Latino voters in South Texas, in South Florida. These are now Republican voters who once were Democratic voters. Beyond that, I'm a little bit more skeptical so far that 2024 represents a kind of massive realignment. I think that if you take a slightly broader view than just 2020 to 2024, if you go back to 2016, if you go back to 2012, a lot of the larger trends that we like to take a look at, especially suburban shift away from Republicans, the old Romney-McCain Republicans who live in Northern Virginia and in the Houston suburbs and in the ring suburbs of Atlanta and Philadelphia, the overarching trend is still very much toward Democrats. And in fact, Atlanta, I think the suburban counties in Atlanta were some of the only places that moved toward Harris from Biden. They got better for Harris than they were for Biden. So I'm not quite sure that we've seen a larger realignment quite yet. when it comes to the suburbs and when it comes to urban areas where we saw a pretty big increase in support for Trump, part of that has to do with persuasion and switching voters. Part of that just has to do with turnout. I think voters, if you were a voter in the Bronx, you were not being spoken to by anyone except when Trump came and did a rally in the Bronx, which a lot of people laughed at in the moment, and then he did the best for a Republican in the Bronx in decades. I'm not sure that we're going to continue to see Republicans demonstrate that level of strength in cities and in those areas.
You think that was a Trump-specific phenomenon?
I do. I think in part because Trump clearly has an effect on voter behavior that other Republicans can't replicate. If you look at who the best performing, overperforming Democratic House candidates were, for instance, which Democratic House candidates did the most better than Harris, it's people like AOC, right? It's people who, Democrats who have bases of support in urban centers, in cities, who were able to hold on to their voters even when they rejected Harris at the top of the ticket. And so I'm not quite sure that we're going to see kind of a Republican surge in those kinds of areas. We'll get a good test, though. New Jersey has a gubernatorial election this coming year.
And Jersey got a little more red.
Exactly.
This go round.
Trump only lost New Jersey by 4 points. That's a very good performance for a Republican in New Jersey. And if Republicans, let's say, are able to win the governor's race next year, which I still think they're the underdogs, but if that were to happen, that would be some evidence of a more durable realignment outside of those few areas where we now have cycle-to-cycle data.
Reed, we touched on this a little bit earlier, but Harrison Walz seemed genuinely stunned by this result. He was on TV on ABC News saying that was weird. And she, that concerning video that she released recently, don't let anyone take your power, Reed.
Your voice is your power.
Your voice is
and
your
power is your vote. They thought they were going to win. I think the Walz people came into this campaign understanding the deep hole that it was in at the time. And by the end, they spent 90 some days in this bubble of excitement and energy, and he's running around the country.
All that money.
With crowds and the whole thing, and all he sees is kind of the upbeat kind of vibes, as they were, that he thought they were going to win. And he said, I think he said in a local TV interview on Friday that he was surprised at the outcome. I think that they were pretty much in the same spot as the rest of the campaign. That they thought that the surge of women was coming to get them over the line. They believed a lot of their own. I don't know. Can I say that what they believed? They believed a lot of their own. They believed a lot of their own bullshit.
Yes.
And that happens on a lot of campaigns, and the ones that win, it kind of gets swept under the rug, and the ones that lose, then there's recriminations after.
Right. And as you mentioned, they admit no error in this campaign.
Not yet.
We'll see.
So.
And where's Joe Biden generally? Where's he at?
Like right now?
Well, a bit of an asterisk, making some foreign trips, but man, with a bedraggled legacy.
Yeah, and you have Democrats saying at the same time that he's the most influential progressive president of my lifetime. He passed all these bills that are a huge deal, and some of them legitimately are very significant. How long they remain the law in a Trump plus Republican administration, we'll find out. But he is going to be known as the president who sort of had led people to believe he would serve for one term, then sought re-election, and ushered back in the return of a president that he and the rest of his party said was a dire threat, not just to American democracy, but to the world order. And whether that turns out to be true, we'll all find out together, hopefully. Hope those of us that aren't sort of sent away. But I think he is going to catch a lot of blame for what is being couched privately as an extremely selfish decision to run for re-election when everybody knew kind of what the electorate thought of him. Everybody knew I guess the voters' views of the economy was not as set in concrete 2 years ago as it became. But certainly we knew, and a lot of us wrote about kind of that voters thought he was too old and should not run for re-election. And I certainly, I think Molly probably did this too, when we were out for the midterm elections and talking to voters with candidates going door to door, and I just remember every single real live voter in a competitive election in the midterms that I talked to thought that Joe Biden was too old and should not run for election.
But everyone kept saying, it's a media construct.
It's
no, it was every voter you
it
talked
was
to.
like literally, I spent a couple weeks in Wisconsin writing about the Senate race and the governor's race that year, and every single person I talked to thought that Biden was too old and shouldn't run. And I just don't, it shows the peril of a president or any sort of high-level politician having such a small circle around them. You know, the people who truly had influence on Biden were his wife, his son, and a very small handful of aides whose entire career was wrapped up in Joe Biden being the president. And none of those people had any incentive to sort of tell him the truth about what his standing was and whether he should continue running for re-election.
Which brings us to the future, with the caveat that journalists since 2016 are way out of the prediction business. We predict nothing. But let's talk about Trump coming in, potentially a lame duck. I mean, unless he tries some gambit to run again, but he's maybe a one-term guy. Molly, what do you reckon? Does he lose power immediately, or can he get some things done?
He clearly, I mean, one of the things that is different about this Trump presidency than the first one is he has taken such definitive ownership of the Republican Party. And that was not at all the case in 2016. In fact, in 2016, he was still very much regarded as a sort of interloper who had completed this hostile takeover, but you still had a large number of senators who were willing to go up against him, people like Bob Corker and Jeff Flake, and a lot of Republicans who felt much more loyal to their ideology than to the person of Donald Trump. And so you have Republicans had a trifecta going into 2017, but it was not at all a unified party. And I think you see a party that, although their majorities are smaller, they are much more unified going into the coming. Now, that being said, I don't really know what their agenda is. Particularly on the congressional level, because a lot of Trump's most sort of dramatic promises are things that he can and probably will try to do unilaterally. Tariffs, deportations, eliminating the traditional independence of the Justice Department. A lot of those I view as his sort of, that, and he has said he's going to end the war in Ukraine before he even takes the oath of office. I view those as sort of the foremost specific sort of day one promises, and he doesn't need Congress for any of that. Mm-hmm. So what is he going to call on Congress to accomplish? We know they want to extend the tax cuts that he passed in 2017, which expire in 2025, and they want to throw some more goodies into that mix. But they're saying they want to put that off until later in the year, and as Aaron was saying, do this bill with other things in it first. But again, it's not a well-articulated sort of congressional agenda, so I think that process, there's still a lot to know about how they plan to approach that. But the other thing I think is interesting about this transition as opposed to the one 8 years ago is that the Democratic reaction is so much different.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You know, the reaction of Democrats in the wake of Hillary's loss was shock and despair and terror in a lot of ways. And it's much more subdued this time around. And I think that's partly authentic. People are tired. But it's partly also strategic. I think a lot of Democrats feel that they made a mistake by reacting to everything and sort of continually taking the bait during the first Trump administration, and it was all hair on fire all the time. Now they didn't view him as legitimate that time, right? Because he hadn't won the popular vote, and there was a feeling that this was a fluke, an error, a mistake that people didn't mean to make, right? And so it's much more definitive this time that obviously we collectively sort of knew what we were getting into and decided as a nation to embark on this course. So it's going to be interesting to me also to see how the Democrats strategize to resist this version of Trump. Because I think they're going to try to be much more strategic and pick their spots. You already see them sort of, to a large degree, sort of standing back and letting the Republicans fight when it comes to things like the cabinet nominations. And that's just good political strategy when your opponent is fighting among themselves. But I'm really interested to see, Democrats took this very hard on a level that, they really feel repudiated in a way that I think they didn't in 2016. And I'll stop there, but I think that is also going to, because it is quite possible that we just go into another iteration of this cycle where the electorate votes in a certain way in a narrowly divided country, and whoever it is inevitably overreaches, and then we swing back the other way the next 2 years later.
But in the interest of not making predictions, I would also sort of add to that Trump hasn't really done anything yet for people to be truly outraged in the streets about. The Women's March was the day before the inauguration or the day after the inauguration last time? I forget. And what the catalyzing moment that really kind of sent people into the streets after that was the Muslim ban, when people flooded to airports. And that was kind of the first big thing that Trump actually did. And I guess I would wait. I know, I agree with you that there's not the same kind of hair on fire feeling now. But I think once Trump starts doing things, particularly things unilaterally, I guess I would I would hold off judgment on whether, kind of where the party is at as far as responding to him until we see what the reaction is to his first major outrage.
So we got midterms in 2 years, and generally the out party makes some gains, snatches, grabs it back, makes some gains, and then we have 2028, which could be an open election.
Well, they're all open elections.
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm saying, with no incumbent.
Hopefully it won't be a closed election.
Right. Well, with potentially no incumbent, unless Trump tries to, do something, which he's alluded to. So what do you think about the midterms? I know it's too early and we don't make predictions, but
hopefully they'll happen.
Yes, hopefully we'll have some, and people will turn out.
I mean, historically, right, Democrats have to be favored. You have to see Democrats as the early favorite to take back the House. They have to win 4 seats, they have to win 3 seats on net to take back the House of Representatives. Historically, over the last 100 years, the party out of power, the party that doesn't control the White House in a midterm election, flips 29 or 30 seats in a midterm election. So even if Democrats were to do 1/10 of the historical average, that would still be sufficient for them to take back the House. So, of course, the House is not done nationally. It's individual 435 races, each of which have their own unique dynamics. But from a big picture perspective, Democrats start out in decent position in the House of Representatives when it comes to majority control. But, the Senate's a very difficult picture. They have lost enough close races over the last 2 or 3 cycles that they are in a pretty big hole when it comes to that chamber. They would have to flip 4 seats in the Senate to regain control, and it's hard to count God, it's even hard to count to two, right? If Susan Collins runs for re-election in Maine, but you have North Carolina and you have Maine, which are your two best shots, and all of a sudden now you're talking about, well, can Democrats flip Iowa? Can they flip Alaska? Can they flip Texas? Anyone, raise your hand if you think Democrats can flip a Senate seat in Texas. Right? Texas is probably the fourth seat for Democrats in any realistic midterm scenario in 2026. So that's the situation they're in there. But I think the House is going to be the big story of the midterms. That's where the attention's going to be.
Are you guys ready for some audience questions? All right, terrific. Let's get to it. So many of Trump's appointments are loyal to Trump as their only qualification. Is the goal to damage the power of these departments?
We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
I do think the goal is disruption. I mean, certainly at the FBI, certainly at the Justice Department. He's made very clear that he views these agencies as rotten to the core, and he wants to, and I think that I'm going to be very interested to see whether he follows through on his promises to remake the civil service, because that would be disruptive across the entire cabinet, the entire executive branch, if he were to do that. So I do think that he believes that part of what people voted for was to not just reform, but in some ways destroy these institutions that he views as rotten.
Is Trump going to be able to dismantle the federal government and the rule of law? That's a lot.
I
That's a
believe I
lot
just
for a
answered
Tuesday.
I'd like the definition of dismantle.
You know what they mean.
Maybe. We don't know.
Definitive statements. Very reassuring from the New York Times.
We're not doing predictions.
No, we're not. We don't do predictions. Is it too early to see how of the multimillionaire advisors like Musk are affecting Trump's blue-collar voters? I think it's too early.
Well, he's a did they say multimillionaire or multi-billionaire?
Oh, well, whatever.
And let's not
Take your
downgrade
pick, Reed.
Elon Musk here. He might be listening. He has a lot of appeal to like sort of the bro-y, sort of young male group that Trump scored pretty well with. He did all these podcasts that appeal to young men, and that was kind of seen as a big part of kind of what helped him. And that's kind of a group that cuts across economic demographics. And I don't know that those, in the same way that those voters didn't view Trump's wealth as a negative, I don't know that they see that for Musk either.
Was Harris's pro-transgender stance and support of prisoner rights to transgender surgery a factor in her election loss?
Well, the data, exit poll data suggests it was not determinative. I think it was like 2 or 3% of people thought that was one of the most 3 top important issues. What the ad that I think Karl Rove talked about it in the previous a couple panels ago, what it did do was lay the foundation for the argument that she was not for you, that she had this other agenda, and that she wasn't focused on the core concerns of voters like the economy.
So the subtext was effective.
The subtext was very effective. I just don't, there's not any data that tells us that trans issues in particular are sort of big movers of voters, despite what Seth Moulton and some others have said since the election. But it was sort of the cornerstone of a story about Harris that the Trump campaign was very effective in telling.
I mean, we do have evidence. There was a Blueprint poll that came out that did find that this idea that Harris was more interested in protecting the rights of trans people than in helping me, the person answering the poll. That was something that popped on their post-election survey, and I do think that as much as this was not something that a lot of voters cited as their top priority, we certainly have a lot of evidence that Trump's position on these issues is far closer to the vast majority of American voters, right? The idea that trans girls and women should play on women's sports teams, something like 75% of Americans disagree with that. The idea that that taxpayers should fund gender reassignment surgeries for inmates, including those who are not authorized to be in the country, that is a tremendously unpopular position. So we certainly do know that her position on these issues, which she did not try to clarify or repudiate, was out of step with the electorate.
Which leads us to, where do you see Kamala Harris in the near future? Is her political life over?
She could run for president in how many years? In 2040 and be younger than Joe Biden would be now, right? I mean,
Wow.
Let's be real here. Politics is a long game now, and she is a relatively young person, and she can, take her time to lick her wounds and figure out what she wants to do next. There was another former vice president who lost a close election who said that he was going to retreat into private life, and then an opening for, further public office came around. That was Richard Nixon, right? This is not.
And specifically governor of California.
Specifically governor of
Which is something that
California.
a lot of people are talking about her doing right now.
Now, Nixon didn't win that race, so maybe that's a cautionary tale, but I don't think we've seen the last of her. I think that she's going to be around in some form or another. Look, Hillary Clinton is still around. Hillary Clinton still, is giving, media interviews, gave a barn burner of a speech at the 2024.
But she couldn't run again.
That's true. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens in 2028. Don't tell the New York Post. Every 4 years they say Hillary Clinton's going to run again.
Right, they wish. After this election, will you change how you approach reporting on future elections, and why? I think that's a trick question.
You want to take this one, Molly?
Well, look, there was a lot of this type of soul searching after 2016. I personally am perfect, so I cannot. But I do think that, of course we should reflect on what we might have overlooked or not taken seriously enough. But I actually think if you were reading the mainstream media coverage leading up to this election, you would have accurately discerned that this was going to be a very close election in a very closely divided country, that it could go either way. That these 7 states were up for grabs, and that either candidate had the potential to win them probably quite narrowly. We were certainly right about which ones were the swing states, and then also these demographic shifts that we've been talking about. The movement among Black voters, among Latino voters, among young voters, among young men voters specifically. All of that was discussed endlessly in the media in the run-up to the election, and we wrote story after story about all of these phenomena, and I think we illustrated where all of this was coming from quite well. It was just that the Democrats didn't want to hear it, so they kept saying that none of this was real. But if you were not a partisan and you were, again, reading the polls and reading the coverage, I think you would have had a very accurate sense going into the election of where these forces were coming from.
Yeah, I think there's no reporter in America who more accurately reflected the mood of particularly the Latino vote in this country than my colleague Jennifer Medina. If you have not read her stories, you should Google them, because she wrote story after story after story about angst among Latino voters and sort of what was the magnet between them and Trump over the last, not just this election, but over the last several years. But I think we're always changing how we cover things. Right? We always have, every presidential cycle, we have different tools, we have different ways of speaking to people. Some of us, most of us, all of us get older and less able to be on the road all the time when we have to be at Little League games. But I think that, political reporting is a perpetually evolving organism, and we'll do it differently for the 28 cycle than we did in this cycle, and this cycle we did it different from the one before, and so on and so forth.
I think that's an important thing to understand, is that journalism is not a methodology where we do the same thing over and over again. It's a series of stories. It's idea-based. And so we're always writing the stories about what we think is happening and, you know, using all the tools at our disposal to figure out what is happening and explain it to our readers as best we can. So it's always, as Reed said, it's always evolving.
If the Georgia case wasn't bungled, would it have damaged Trump? And will we ever have a third party or term limits? Let's start with the Georgia case, because that's going away. I mean, I don't know. That New York case didn't seem to have hurt him at all.
Yeah, I mean, the best day of his campaign was the day that he was indicted in New York, like, right, or the day that
The mugshot day,
the
maybe.
FBI ransacked, or not ransacked, the FBI went through his stuff at Mar-a-Lago. Like,
Withdrew his stuff.
withdrew his stuff, right? Because those days forced, it effectively ended the Republican primary.
Mm-hmm.
It forced, you know, everybody else to defend him, which meant they couldn't attack him, and that was it. I don't know that the Georgia case, like, was ever going to go to trial this year. There was a chance the big ones were the federal cases that got his team successfully delayed. He got convicted once. If he had been convicted 2 times or 3 times, would it have? I mean, the biggest effect that would have had would have been to take him off the campaign trail for some large period of time.
Mm-hmm.
I think more than the result would have made. A difference.
And to remind people of what happened in the aftermath of the 2020 election. And I think that I'm not going to sit here and say the election would have turned out differently, but I do think it was a major factor in the 2022 midterms that the January 6th committee hearings were going on until October. And people were being vividly reminded with quite effective sort of narrative presentations on a daily basis of what Trump had done in the aftermath of the 2020 election, which people did not like. And there was no such reminder this time around because the Supreme Court took it off the calendar. But had the Jack Smith case has been proceeding, you know, bit by bit as the election got closer and closer, and had the Georgia case, which was based on the same underlying conduct, been proceeding bit by bit, you know, these are qualitatively different cases than the documents and the New York case, I think. And would they have changed the outcome? I don't know, but it is true that people were not getting that sort of daily reminder from an independent institution, not from the Democratic Party or Kamala Harris, because that was the biggest thing that happened since the 2020 election to change people's perception of Trump, right? Mm-hmm. And it ended up not really being on people's minds.
With regard to third parties, I know Dean Phillips is cooking up some kind of third party thing.
Is he?
Yes.
It'll have good gelato.
We're not really set up for third parties in this country just by virtue of the first past the post system, certainly that we have in the Electoral College, right? It's not just enough to win more votes than anybody else in the Electoral College. You have to actually win an absolute majority. You have to win 270. Otherwise, it gets thrown to the House of Representatives. And in the vast majority of elections that we have, that is the rule. All you have to do is win plurality. I think the other thing that prevents a viable third party is that everyone who tries to start a third party, and the third parties that we have, to the extent that we have them, are very much top-down organizations, right? Think about someone like Jill Stein, who shows up, climbs down from a tree every 4 years to run for president on the Green Party line, and then you never hear from her again for another 4 years. There's no effort at all to build up any sort of grassroots level support for the Green Party. You know, nobody's running for Green Party city council or Board of Education or things like that, and there's no national apparatus to try and encourage people to do that. I think if we were to ever see a third party arise in this country that was viable, it would have to be from the ground up, and it would probably have to be regional, right? It would have to be in a particular area of the country where there was an opening and an appetite to start a kind of movement at a local, very small level and get someone elected to county council and then maybe elected to, state legislature.
Or like the libertarians are doing, basically.
Unsuccessfully,
Yeah.
not well.
I mean,
Right.
The mayor of Detroit is announced last week he's running for governor as an independent, so we'll see somewhat of a test of the viability of that idea in the midterms.
And as for term limits, I would just say no. No. I read this election had 90 million qualified voters who did not vote. This is a problem, right? Thanks. Was it 90 million? What did it end up being? So there's, 330 million people. How many voters?
Only about half of those are adults.
Right. Okay,
And then-
so half of those are adults.
But yes, I mean, we saw a slight decrease in raw votes from 2020, which means a larger decrease in in turnout by proportion. It's a free country, and people get to decide whether they want to vote or not. In Australia, you have to vote, but it's on the campaigns, it's on the candidates to motivate people, and clearly there were a lot of people who did not feel sufficiently motivated.
There was also some data that suggested that high turnout was not going to help Harris in this election, that non-voters tended to like Trump more than they did her.
Yes. Do you think that young voters were not really engaged in the election due to the issues each presidential candidate ran on, or were they not engaged as a result of barriers to voting?
They weren't engaged because they're young, and young voters, it doesn't matter what the issues are, it doesn't
Right.
matter who the candidates are, it's going to be
It's always a mirage.
the least engaged voting bloc.
I don't know about barriers to voting, though. For a follow-up. Is the fundamental problem with democracy in America that it has become seen as a competition for power rather than a search for common solutions?
Well, it is a competition for power, so
Quite literally.
I couldn't quite see it that way. It's not unfair to see it that way. Working to get stuff done or working across the aisle tends to poll very well, and you hear a lot of elected officials say they want to get stuff done, or sometimes more florid descriptions of that. And you hear voters say that they want their elected officials to compromise. What you don't hear a lot is people articulating particularly what issues that they hold dear that they want elected officials to compromise on.
Yeah.
So.
I do think, though, I mean,
sorry, Molly.
Sorry, we talked about how, these narrow margins in the House empower any single member of the Republican conference to make life difficult for the speaker, but they also empower any single Democrat to cross the aisle and make a deal and create a majority. And so, I think you have a lot of swing district Republicans who may go wobbly when Trump wants to do something extreme, but you also could have a lot of swing district Democrats who see an incentive to try to make a show of working with the other party if they do things that they anticipate are going to be popular. So we could see, because of this virtual tie in the House, some really unusual coalitions being forged. And I think, and maybe I'm being Pollyannish, but that could be really interesting.
I agree with that. The problem is that for 90% of members of the House, the electoral incentives aren't there for them to compromise.
That's
It's
right.
only for that 10%.
Those swing district
Right,
members are
safe
there.
districts.
It's not a large number, but you don't need a large number with these
Right.
numbers in the House.
And we saw Tammy Baldwin, Bob Casey, who else? Senators that were up in tough states this year having messages on paid TV about things that they had done with Trump to work with him. And I suspect in the midterms, whatever Democrat is the candidate in Maine or North Carolina or Texas or whatever other states that they think they can flip is going to have a message of pledging to work with Trump on things.
What will happen with Project 2025? Who knows?
I mean, Rough Spot gets a senior administration position, Tom Homan gets some of it's gonna get put in place, right? I mean,
It does seem that is maybe the governing document of the country, but it's among the things that we'll find out at noon on January 20th.
Who fired Howard Dean, scrapped the 50-state campaign, defunded down-ballot Democratic candidates, and why?
Barack Obama.
Obama.
He was the president starting in 2009 who installed his own people to run the DNC and stood up a parallel organization that sucked a lot of the funding and energy out of the DNC.
There was no bench.
He then, when he left office, left a cratered, hollowed out, and bankrupt organization that was put back together over the course of years by Tom Perez and other folks.
And every DNC candidate always talks about the 50-state strategy, and it doesn't seem like there's really an audience for it among the voting members of the DNC. I mean, Howard Dean ran for DNC chair in 2017. We kind of memory hole this if we were paying attention to it to begin with, but he ran in 2017 on the 50-state strategy and got laughed out of the room before
He's
the
still
election
talking
even
about it.
happened. Exactly. It's just not something I think the party powers that be take seriously.
But let's be real, the Democrats did not lose this election because the party chair in Alabama wasn't getting the fundraising that they wish they had.
Well said. What is the future of the political media in D.C.?
In DC, it's great.
In D.C.,
There's
we're all
a
getting
lot
laid
of
off.
political media in DC. It's the political media everywhere else that's in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, it's a going concern in
It's like,
D.C., but
How
regional,
many-
local
I mean,
media.
John I don't know, how many State House reporters are there in Austin compared to 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Yeah, and so like any state capital in America, there's probably 1/8 the number of day-to-day reporters chronicling what happens with the state legislature, and in city halls, it's even worse. The town I grew up in had more candidates for mayor than full-time reporters in its last election.
And that was Peoria, wasn't it?
It
The
was Peoria.
Peoria, yeah.
And so there's a lot of resources for political journalism in Washington. There will soon be no resources for political journalism out in the rest of the country.
And it really feeds the polarization that we are talking about. When people don't have trusted sources of information near where they live. I remember being in Western Wisconsin with a sort of focus group of voters who said, we used to have our own TV station, and now we only get the stations out of Minneapolis. And it was a big part of why they felt so overlooked and unlistened to by the sort of national elites. So I think it's a huge problem for our democracy that local news has been so hollowed out, and I don't know what to do about it. If I had the solution, I'd be a newspaper magnate instead. But I'm very, very, very concerned about that.
All right, and last question, it's a big one. Hindsight is always good. Has this election taught you anything new?
I mean, all the elections teach us lots of new things. I agree with Molly though about not to like do a victory lap up here for everyone, but I think if you read certainly the New York Times coverage, you were not surprised by what happened. And if you followed most of the legacy media, you knew that it was a country that was angry about the economy, that was mad that Joe Biden ran for re-election, and that frankly brushed off most of what the concerns were that Democrats and others raised about another Trump administration.
All right, does anyone else want to add to that? Or no? All right, thank you so much for the gift of your attention. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.